of a sale, or recognizing that there's a certain number of failures, but attitude separated a lot of these things. So I'm definitely with you on that, but I still think this place is some kind of a prison planet for souls. I don't know if it's voluntary. I'm not saying it's necessarily negative, but I'm saying that we are in a dumbed down state, and I don't know if it's voluntary or not.
Well, so I'm going to present an idea with you. And the first time I actually kind of cognized this, it kind of freaked me out. And that is, if you imagine that we are eternal, well, put yourself
Uh
in
huh.
a blissy, floaty world for eternity. Wouldn't that get kind of boring? Wouldn't you be looking for something to make it a little spicier?
I don't get bored. I have too much chaos in my own life to ever get bored. I'd like to get bored. I want to try it. I'm hoping to find time. I haven't had time to get bored yet. And I think that if I did have some downtime in the post-mortem, I have a lot of things I have to really reconsider. I haven't had time to even unpack. But I get your point here. I do think, though, that the predictive programming in all the movies is rather sinister. And what's your take on this black cube overall? Do you think this is some kind of demiurge? Do you think that we're under the control of some kind of uh, trickster thing, or do you think that it's some sort of benevolent testing grounds?
It's both. And yeah, the black cube, I mean, that's just the elite are using what they're using to keep control of the masses. And they're going to do everything that they can to do that. And we can extricate ourselves if we have enough sense to. And a lot of times that means being an outsider, being living on the edges of society, which is fine for me. A lot of people don't want to do that. And yeah, what else? There was something I was going to say too. What the hell?
Well,
Oh,
it's been a very interesting couple of well, ever since Dog Days of Summer. Remember I said Dog Days starts
dude,
7-3, and look
it's
what's
been
gone on.
freaking insane.
Georgia
It's been
Guidestones,
insane. Yes.
Abe. Then we have what the multiple shootings. How many shootings? Like I have a mind map with like 8 different shootings, all of them with the word park very prominent, along with Parkland. And then the Hoover Dam transformer explodes, and that apparently connects to the Transformers, the movie. And in the Transformers, beneath the Hoover Dam is some kind of black cube, and
Right.
it's actually a it's not an alien. It's a non-biological entity. It's a robot housing a spiritual being, Satan or something. Megatron.
Yeah, well, and yeah, I do think that there are rituals that can bring in dark energies that are off planet, that come from somewhere else. If people ask for things like that, just like, we're talking about imagining the best, or, creating your reality by the thoughts that you hold in your head, well, these people are creating that by holding those kinds of things in their heads, and they are creating it. And the one thing I was going to put out to you was that when I say about being eternal and getting bored, I mean when you're not in a physical body. If you're non-physical, and just part of the energy soup that makes up the whatever else isn't physical in the universe, then there, you're God, you're omnipotent, you're omniscient, you know everything, and everything that's going on every level. And I don't know what there is to do like that, but it would seem to me like coming into physicality would be just like this incredible roller coaster ride for an eternal being. And if we are eternal, this our lifetime is like a freaking blink of the eye. Even the whole life of our planet for billions of years would be like nothing. 10 minutes.
Well, I was on a walk
You
a couple
know?
days ago, and I saw a group of ants feeding, and then there was a black widow, and I recorded it up close, and it was snatching them up by the web like it was fishing, and then it'd wrap them up and then bite them and stash them and move on to the next one, kind of like in the Hobbits when they all get scooped up by the spiders. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It just depends on where you end up, I guess. If this is some kind of lottery. I mean, I'm glad I ended up where I ended up. I could have been something like an ant or something. But the idea that this is some kind of um, I don't know, what do you call it? Vacation spot for immortal souls. It's interesting. I've come across this idea of this being some kind of a sim or a habitat, but
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it a vacation. I'll call it a balls out freaking adventure.
Well, hey, this has been
And
great.
yeah, sometimes
I got somebody
it
else
sucks.
who's trying to call in. Appreciate the call very much, and feel free to call back
All right.
anytime.
Okay, have a good one. Bye.
All right, and that was we. Thank you for calling. And hey, caller, can you hear me? Okay. Hey, what's up? You got through this time. Thanks for recalling.
Hey Tim, what's going on, man?
Just discussing a few of the recent developments. As usual, just our daily mass shooting. What are you up to?
Hey man, I'm just chilling, man. I just tuned in, man. It's good to hear from you again. I don't know if you remember me. I'm the guy from Cleveland. My name is D, man. I spoke to you about a year ago.
Oh,
Last time you had the show going on. It's been hard to catch up with you. I've been a little busy, but interesting topics you got going on here, man.
yeah. Actually, I do remember you. You crossed my mind the other day because one of the person who calls in a lot, Jurassic Liars, is convinced there's going to be some major event in Ohio next month, and I'm like, I hope there's somebody who calls in from that area.
Well, I will tell you this, man. I will tell you this. There's been a lot of strange activity going on here in the city, man. A lot, man. It's a lot going on, man. And
Oh,
I was
Akron.
listening to one of your
Eh,
points that you just brought up about maybe perhaps that the earth is maybe a somewhat of a spiritual prison, or because
Yeah,
what I believe is that like you said you're glad that you came as who you are instead of being like another being, and that's interesting because we could have been chosen to be a bug, a roach, a worm, a slug, a bird, a lion, a zebra. You know what I mean? But we're human. We're human, so we're able to communicate on the level of us speaking like how we communicate and speaking things of that. So I feel like um, it's kind of strange because we're able to see these things that's occurring in the world, like these mass shootings, the technology shift, and a lot of negative things that's going on right now. And it's just like we ask ourselves, what do we do about it? And sometimes it feel like it's nothing that we can do. So I feel like when you open up these panels like this, Tim, it's very important because I think it's about individuality and linking up with the people that's on the same level that you on. Then you can make something happen within your own circumference, if you get what I'm saying.
yeah, I agree wholeheartedly here. I think that the fact that I'm not an insect, that I'm a being that has agency, I'm a human, I believe I'm here to manifest, and I think we're supposed. I don't know what our purposes
Right,
are, but
right,
we're engaged in this thing, and I like
right.
engaging with people who are on this level, who are thinking that deeply about seemingly mundane things and finding, hey, there's stuff beneath the surface.
Exactly. And one thing I'm glad I was able to reach you that I wanted to touch down on because I know like you got me hip to the deep fakes, the psyops, um crisis actors and stuff like that. And I wanted to know what your take on okay, see, I'm in the hip hop a lot. I'm in the rap music, you know what I mean? I like all music, but I'm in the hip hop a lot. And a lot of the young artists have been involved in a lot of shootings and killings, right? And I want to know what's your take on a lot of them they say it's the ops, they beefing with guys and stuff. But I actually think that there's a just a thought, you know what I mean? Just an opinion. I could be wrong, but I think that there's an agency of people that are designed to, take these guys out. What's your take on that?
I think that there's a great argument to suggest that a lot of the culture is, if it's organic, it gets co-opted, and that there's a lot of bottom-up control by people who are plants or influenced by plants. And so, if you have somebody who's real and legitimate, I would imagine that there would be some kind of way to attempt to control that person. Like, I remember reading this article
Right,
in
right.
there was someone in Egypt, like an activist, was saying if you have more than 5,000 people on social media, the government watches you. And I'm like, interesting. So they really do want to
Yeah,
control
because
influence.
and you can believe it because for the simple fact that's a mass gathering of people that's actually paying attention to you. that's watching watching what you're doing, maybe influenced by what you have to say, and learning things from you. So yeah, I can believe that 5,000. That's a lot of people.
Yeah,
May not seem like much, but that's all it takes, and then that 5,000 is going to multiply eventually.
exactly. And what we're doing here is we're not just saying opinions about which event is real or not. We're talking about the way that we analyze media. And our level of
Yeah,
discussion is,
it's from an analytical. Yeah, it's from
yep.
an analytical perspective. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
And we're finding some interesting information all the time. I mean, last week we're talking about an episode of Westworld where he's on the Hoover Dam. And I'm like, this character represents Hades, who releases the Kraken. And then a couple days later, there's an explosion on the Hoover Dam on one of the Transformers.
Wow.
And I'm like,
Now let me ask you this, Tim. The Kraken, that's a sea monster, right? Or
correct,
well, it
yes.
symbolizes a sea monster, right? Now listen, I see. Okay, I ain't gonna lie. I participate in what I'm saying, marijuana use, and I go into a deep mindset of just like thinking sometimes when I'm solo dolo. If I don't got my son with me and I'm just chilling, and I think about things like the undiscovered, like things that may be in the deep sea that we have not yet discovered. Like because when I watch like things like National Geographic and things like that, and you see certain sea animals and aquatic animals that just look so strange. Like, yo, we didn't even know these things exist. So we don't really know what's really down at the bottom of the deepest oceans. You know what I mean? So if there is a kraken, we don't know if that mug was so powerful enough to reach over to that dam and destroy it from the bottom. We don't know that.
Right. And the Kraken is like a reoccurring character in so many different ways, and it ties into even things like Godzilla. It's some kind of subterranean reptilian thing, and I think it could easily represent beneath the water. There's Point Nemo, where H.P. Lovecraft has this
Hmm.
big squid-headed kraken thing, and in his mythology, these things are alien, that the water contained them when it arrived from some other place. And I looked at these octopuses like on Twitter,
Right.
and I'm like, I see this diver, he gives a jar to an octopus, it opens up the jar, it takes out the little fish, and it goes away. And I'm like, these things are so smart. What the hell are these things?
What?
Yeah, I mean, these octopuses are this amazing to watch, and I'm like, yeah, anyway, my point here, you're right. Uh, there's
No,
something.
I'm gonna definitely look that up because I can believe it because I mean, like I said, like us as human beings, we communicate on our level. Um, like for example, when I have my dogs, they can understand what we're saying, but we can't really understand what they're saying when they're barking and trying to communicate to us. But we know their gestures and when they need something or it's time for them to do something. But um, that's pretty interesting. I got to see that, man. Like that's crazy. With the mass shootings, I believe that I don't know. I don't want to sound too strange, but there could be a possible if these things are really occurring, if they're not, psyops, and they're actually occurring. Um, it's a frequency that could be being put out. I live downtown, right, and a lot of our news stations are down here, and we have what's called. You ever heard of a Doppler?
Yeah, yeah, I have.
Okay, yeah, it's supposed to detect the weather. It's supposed to, forecast. I live right down the block from a Doppler, and it's a strange piece of work. It's like a tower. It has the actual ball, and it's caged in though, and it has like satellites surrounding it. Now, if you go up, let's say 15 minutes east from where I live on the freeway, we have what's called Lincoln Electric. Okay, one of the biggest plants in Cleveland. Uh, we have a gigantic fan. Okay, this fan is huge. Okay, sometimes it's still, sometimes you might catch it spinning, but it generates a lot of energy. And I was thinking, like, man, if one day if that mug was just to spin off and come on the freeway, it'd tear the whole freeway up. So I'm starting to think, like, are they transmitting a frequency? Are they rotating like a frequency coming off the Doppler?
Like in the
And then,
movie in They Live, they had this tower that emitted a frequency that concealed the true faces of the aliens who are controlling the media. And then he shoots
right,
the
and
thing.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And I'm thinking, like, well, um, they like on the news they'll give a forecast for the weather, and it'll be so inaccurate. Like, wait, you guys said it was going to storm today, and it's a beautiful sunny day. Like, what are y'all doing? So y'all got this Doppler, and what is it actually doing? Is it receiving? Is it receiving the weather, or is it emitting a frequency? What's going on here? What is that fan doing? I'm what I'm gonna do is
Now, what are
I
your
got to get your email.
What are your thoughts on?
I'm gonna send you a picture of that Lincoln Electric fan, and I'm gonna get the size of it so you can see it because it's huge, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, send it to me because
It's like a huge
these
windmill.
these things are always interesting. Like Hoover Dam is an extremely interesting piece of architecture, and then you find out there's all kinds of history about it, and you find it's encoded on the $50 bill, breaking. It's been
Now, where is Hoover Dam located at?
Nevada, and so if you're driving,
Nevada.
yeah,
Okay.
and I've driven through it during the day a couple of times where you can see the statues. I have a few videos on it, but um, it's been in the news because of the the bombing recently, and I'm just saying this bombing explosion. It looked like some kind of movie special effects.
I got to check it out, man. I got to check it out. See, because when you brought up the dam, that took me back to what was it, 2002? We had the mass blackout here in Ohio. I think it was Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and a little bit of New York. We had a blackout for 3 days. Do you remember that?
I remember you talked about it, but no, it must have been. Was it?
Yeah. We had a blackout, and they said that it was something that went on with the dam. But I'm talking about complete blackout. Nothing was working. Only cars, and if you had cell phones and battery operated, devices that was working. But I mean, everything was pitch black, man. I'm talking about it was real dangerous, man.
See,
Real dangerous.
that's what I'm seeing in all of the predictive programming is that there's some kind of setup for appears to be EMP and a total blackout. And the EMP
Right.
would just put everything into the dark and it would delete all of our content. It would be
We
a
just had a
reset.
we just had a short blackout last night, but I didn't even know it. My neighbor told me he was like, "Man, were you up when the lights went on?" I'm like, "Nah." He said, "Yeah, the whole area was blacked out." I'm like, "What?" I didn't know though because I was asleep. So
Well, here's why I think they'll do
yeah,
it.
it's like
Um, I I think because a real nuke would just do so much damage, melt your city, blow things up. I don't think these are real, but EMP could be simulated, and that would just be a high altitude blast.
right,
So you'd hear a big boom, everything goes
exactly,
dark, and then you have to stay inside
exactly.
because it's raining fallout, and you just sit around your TV and wait for CNN to tell you what to do. I think that's probably in the plan. I don't know if Ohio, but
No, 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 no. I agree with you. I actually believe that that's on the way, but they're just waiting on the right moment to use it. Um, I think about EMP all the time. It's strange because I'm not gonna lie. I like a lot of the new cars that's out, but I know for a fact that those cars are going to be shut off because when they now the new cars that they have now they automatically cut off when you stop at a light and then they cut themselves back on.
yeah,
So
exactly.
who's to say if a malfunction happens and the car may not cut off, or if you're driving a self-driving car, that it malfunctions and the speed locks in, or you can't control anything.
The, I'd
You're on the
I'd
freeway,
be afraid to
the
drive.
car is going insane and going any which way it wants to go. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's like, what did I tweet? Something I tweeted at some point is going to cause my self-driving car to drive me off a cliff. Like, I couldn't trust it. But
Man, what? Thank you. That's why I would rather stick to the old school. I'll stick to the old schools, man. Yeah, like a self-driving car, like, and it's crazy because in the movies before, years ago, we would see movies like that that has the cars that drive themselves, but we're like, well, man, we won't see that until the future. So now that we're here and we have those, what if you do have a self-driving car and you're somewhere in California driving along a mountain and you're on the edge of a cliff and it just shoots you straight off the cliff
Yeah, see,
and you can't even control it. Like that's crazy.
I think what they're attacking is the idea of individual autonomy, and the car has been a great symbol of an American individualism. It's your car, it's an extension of you,
Exactly.
your space, and they're trying to attack that, and they're saying you're the polluter, you're the reason why the planet's experiencing climate change. And so I see it as a as culture war more than a practical thing when it comes to the electric car.
I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree. And I mean, I just want to say to the people, like, you know, the time frame that we're living in, technology is a necessity, but we have to be mindful of the usage and be careful on how we're using these certain things because they are, in my opinion, the designers of these devices and certain things that we use technological wise, um, they're putting a lot of power into these things. There's a movie that I was watching. It's kind of like it's a hood horror movie, and this lady, she falls out with her boyfriend. She ends up getting into a lot of fights with her boyfriend, and he threatened her, and then she decided to leave him or whatever. And she said she wanted a new man, and she came across a brochure of a AI, a guy that looks exactly like a human, looks like a human, behaves like a human, but it's a robot. So she orders him, right? She orders the guy, looks like a regular human being. Anyways, her ex-boyfriend, to sum it up, the ex-boyfriend comes back and threatens her, and the AI ends up killing them. So I'm thinking like, yo, I just seen something on YouTube where they had some like robot looking things that look like humans and stuff. Like that's some real strange activity if you ask me, man. Like if they really like
There's a
put that
lot.
out there, man.
There's so many shows where that is the theme. I mean, every other show on Netflix, if it's sci-fi, it involves souls being given immortality in the cyberspace, but then also having the ability to
Yeah, and that's
re-download.
and
Y-
yeah, and that's something that I was looking up the other day. Like they're trying to transfer the souls and our consciousness into the meta world. And lately, I've been binge watching The Matrix, man. I've been binge watching The Matrix, and every time I watch The Matrix, I see something new every time. I see something new every time, and it's like, um, I don't know. I believe maybe they are going to have eventually. They're going to have pods.
You know what? I've been saying that they've been planning for this through the way that they get us to lock down. They say, sit in your basement, wait out the pandemic. Sit in your basement, there's fallout. They want us to be in our pods, which is your house, and then eventually get smaller and
Right,
smaller.
right, right. And see, I live in an apartment complex, so and it's pretty big, and it's basically I feel like I'm in a pod sometimes. Um, it's like if you're not doing your daily activities as far as like working on your finances, doing your shopping, getting your necessary things, you come home. Even the house is a pod. But like,
But
let's say if you
they're
have a
yeah, they're trying to replace the authentic experience. I've been saying it's a contest between the metaverse and the meatverse, and they're
exactly
getting us, the meatversers, into the metaverse where more of your lived experience is being done through the playground that they control, the playing field they
right,
control.
right, right, holograms and uh digital communication.
Yeah, not to
But
mention the
what's
censorship. I mean, look at the censorship they do now. If they get to redesign a new world that everybody lives in, you can bet they're not going to have a free thinkers section. You know, we're already on our own breakaway civilization because
right? Exactly. Now, what's your take on Because we spoke about this before, but what's your take on actual fuck it, I'm just gonna say it, excuse my language. What's your take on like actual alien invasion, man?
okay. I'm glad you brought this up because of the Hoover Dam bombing of the Transformer. I watched this video that this guy put together a few years ago about how the movie Transformers is about aliens beneath the dam, but the dams are these robots, but they're not biological aliens. They're non-biological entities. So I was thinking alien invasion could be AI. Maybe the alien invasion isn't going to be things from up there, but something that they create, and it could be demons. But the idea of consciousness outside of a body finding residence inside of a software, it's just high tech voodoo. It's high tech magic. It's witchcraft if it's real at all. If idol magic is real, there's the possibility. So they could have an AI
That's
invasion instead of an alien invasion.
yeah, that's interesting right there. That's interesting. Like actual, like a yeah, like Transformers, like an actual soul being inhabiting something like
A, a sophisticated,
motorcycle.
yeah, it's a very sophisticated computer. It has to be so sophisticated it can house consciousness. And like in the story of the fallen angels, they get flooded, they lose their bodies, but their minds are wandering, and they possess people, idols, and why not some kind of sophisticated computer? And that's been the reoccurring theme I've been seeing, that the alien invasion may be some kind of aliens from another realm that find a way
Well,
to.
that takes me back. That takes me back to it takes me back to these self driving cars and these auto start cars. You know, I mean, not to just to jump off the gate like that, but it's strange to me because I was watching a movie called I don't know if you've seen it before. I think it was written by the book was written by Stephen King, I believe. It's called Maximum Overdrive. You ever seen that before?
Yeah, yeah. In fact, that movie terrified me when I first saw it. I was a kid, and
Yeah, that movie was crazy, man, and that's been like an actual I guess it was a meteorite or something
like a
hit the earth
yeah,
and
yeah, a
it put
passing
out
like a green comet. I was like,
it
yeah,
was a green comet. Yeah, it was a green comet and the energy possessed all the vehicles, you know what I mean?
yep,
And and all the vehicles were driving themselves, all the video games went crazy, like all technology during that time was just had a mind of its own. So when I think about things like EMP, um, you know, alien invasions, like it sounds far fetched, it sounds crazy, but you have I just feel like you got to pay attention to these things, man, because we live off of technology. I got a laptop next to me right now. I'm on my phone. I have my TVs. You know what I mean, like Bluetooth speakers and things like that. So I'm surrounded by technology. You know what I mean? But who's to say if these things could, one day perhaps house maybe a spiritual entity or something like that.
yes,
That's I just think about things like that.
that's kind of what I was gathering from what I saw in this Transformers movie, where they were trying to get help to build their body so they could just take over the world.
Right,
And so I'm like,
right. And those were the aliens because they actually had their own. They actually had their own planet where they come from, and they were their own beings,
and of course, in the
and they were
movie,
able.
they had a big black cube beneath the Hoover Dam, and so there's that theme of the black
Right,
cube
and
and
that
consciousness.
makes me think about the black box that they say that's on airplanes or whatever.
Ooh, good one, good one.
Just in case you get what I mean, like the black box, like that they supposedly have if an airplane was to malfunction or crash or whatever, and you have that black box. Um,
And they always reference it, and that reference, we're talking about a black box, but it could just be a way of surreptitiously referencing a ritual prop.
Right, 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 right. And
But
that black box, I don't know. It's something about the black box to me, man.
yeah,
Something about that.
it's a fascinating thing, the symbol and all that it embodies. And just coincidentally, I watched something on HBO called Falling Skies, and it opens up with some kid talking about how there was a bomb and all the electronics went dead, everything went dark, and then the aliens show up. I mean, they've been preparing us for alien invasion and some kind of blackout to go hand in hand. So the question is, are we looking at biological aliens or some kind of AI Skynet sort of Terminator 2 takeover?
Yeah, and that's interesting because you know what I think it would be. You know, it's just like when we play our video games. It's a reset. I think if they set off that worldwide EMP, it's going to be a reset. It may be a blackout. It may be some chaos. Um, who knows? Destruction. Hopefully, I mean, I wish the best for all of us, but we're living in a strange world.
Yeah, we really are,
So
and I'm glad you're there
yeah.
and you're paying attention because if things go the way they're expected by some to go in Ohio, it's going to be very, very interesting, and you'll be in ground zero. And Ohio's been on the
Oh yeah,
map
yeah,
since
and
two
and
months
and
ago.
and, and it's already starting to happen because like we've been having strange weather. We have some of the strangest weather you can imagine. One minute is super hot, the next minute is super cool. Um,
Well,
it's a lot of strange activity going
I got
on,
another
man.
caller
And
calling in. Great to hear from you. Call back anytime.
yeah, hey, I'm gonna be in tune, man. I'm about to finish watching the show, man. It was
Sounds
good
good.
to speak with you,
L-
Tim, man, and I'll be in touch, man. For
Likewise. Awesome. That was from Cleveland. We have a couple of callers from Ohio, and it's great to touch base with people who haven't hit us up in a while. Hey, what's up, caller? Can you hear me okay? Hello? Okay, so I think we just dropped that one if you want to call right back. And again, phones on the screen. Infinite Plane Radio.
Tim,
Hey, what's up?
can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
I'm sorry, I'm on my wife's cell phone. This has got your back, Bear.
Oh, hey, what's up? Got you back there. How you doing tonight?
Not a whole lot, man. I just wanted to call in and catch up. I hope that you remember me. We had some earlier conversations a couple months ago or whatnot, but we finally made it, man. We finally made it to Iowa. We moved out of Vegas. We came to a smaller spot out here in Iowa. I just wanted to let everybody know that it is possible. Me, my wife, my mother, my three kids, we actually got out of the city. We made it to a small spot in Iowa. I had to take a small social media break because, I had a lot of work to do. Collaborating the move and getting the truck together and the new residence in order. And,
Well,
you know,
congratulations. That's
you
a
know
big
what?
shift going from
Yeah.
the Valley of the Beast there to rural Iowa. Nice, nice. How's the weather?
Yeah, yeah, no. The last time that we talked, I let you know that I was like literally right there in the belly of the beast in Sin City, out there in Las Vegas, Nevada, and things have been escalating lately, and I figured I'd better. What was best for me is that we go ahead and take a couple months off, and I've been trying to watch your replays and everything like that, and I really appreciate you continuing on your content. But this is the first night that I was actually able to catch you live. I think that I'm an hour ahead of you, though, so that's really interesting. I think we're in Central Time here in Mountain, right?
Right. Well, if you go to infiniteplane.media, you can get on text alerts. Anytime we're taking calls, I blast out a text alert, and there's like 200 people who get that now. And yeah, we keep it going though, 24/7, very few interruptions. I understand taking a bit of a break and quarantining from all the mind viruses, and there are mind viruses, and they're all toxic. I mean, are you up to date on all the latest pandemics and all the latest school shootings?
Yeah, I'm up to date on all that stuff. Every time we talk, of course, I've had a couple beers and everything like that. So the last time you were giving out wrenches, you gave me a wrench. My advice to you, brother, is that you take that wrench back because sometimes I get a little hot headed.
Well, we were being invaded by bots that were promoting dating apps, and they were flooding our chat, and so I had to hand them out, and I just say, abuse the power responsibly. But when it
Yeah,
now
yeah. If you give me a sword, I might wield it on the wrong person, if you know what I mean.
now, hey, back to Nevada, the Hoover Dam. That's one of the things we were talking about tonight. Have you spent any time at the Hoover Dam? Have you examined the architecture, the art?
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why we immediately got out of Las Vegas. That was one of my biggest pleas is the fact that Arizona and Nevada are going to be the first ones to be cut off from water from the Hoover Dam. California has water rights from the Colorado River. And the very first, I'm sure everybody knows that the dam is dropping. And pretty soon there's going to be a possibility that Nevada and Arizona are going to be cut off from the water rights. And California is just going to take it straight from the Colorado River. So my mother, she's elderly. She has COPD. She's on oxygen all the time. The possibility of power outages, such and so forth, in that area are becoming more and more clear every day. So I've been working for. I'm sure everybody can understand, but what I want to say is, if you approach your family in a very calm, very what's the word I'm looking for? Very educated place, is that you can actually show them that these things are actually happening. The last caller that you had, the caller before, sorry, your first caller, she was stating whether this is a prison planet or not. And I'd like to elaborate on that. I do feel as though this is a place where we're supposed to elevate our souls. I think that, there's a place for recognizing or turning a blind eye, being humble and actually realizing what's happening around you, or being arrogant and thinking that you might be able to control what's going on. And that's the wrong move. You just got to be in the flow state. You got to go with what you see. You got to go with what you feel. You got to understand that there is something else going on that is bigger than us, and we have to acclimate to that, which I have done. It
Yeah,
took
look, I
it
believe
took a
that most of the people on this channel have come to one realization that constitutes a paradigm shift, and it's that what we call media is monolithic. It includes all the entertainment, and it's supplanted religion. And it's the dominant influence over the minds of
absolutely.
man. And when you realize that, there is an eye in the pyramid, there is a monolithic control over this thing. And having that realization alone is very grounding, because it's like, okay, now at least I know this isn't just random. We're not just meat suits in some static universe, but this is some dynamic process and we're engaged in it. And we're finding out some interesting information here that tells me that we're on a path that really wasn't open to anybody before recent years. And it's like, obviously the system doesn't like us getting the information that we get, realizing what we do about media, religion, mind control, perception management. But here we are, and yeah, we're not backing down whatsoever. Obviously, we're not cowing to their legal threats. They have their canaries in the coal mine who are being, basically impugned for calling fake fake. But I like to think that we can keep this going indefinitely, even if we all end up having to run to smaller areas or escape the big
Well, it's
cities.
not necessarily, yeah, it's not necessarily a smaller area. What I decided to do was take my family closer to family that existed elsewhere. My sister's out here, my six
Okay,
nieces and
networking.
nephews
Right,
are
right.
out
Okay,
here.
okay.
Yeah. My mother divorced my father when I was 7 years old. Obviously, he's married with another wife, but he's also out here. And I came to my mother. I went to her house. I said, this is, it took. I want to let you know, Tim, for anybody that's, and I want to let the callers know and everything. Sorry, the listeners know, it's going to take time. Everybody needs to, if they're trying to present this information to anybody in their family that doesn't understand exactly where you're coming from, you have to be really slow with it. It's got to be methodical. You have to present evidence. You have to have facts on your side, because, a lot of people would like to deny that these things that are happening are not happening.
Well,
And,
when you say
they
these
would
things
look
that
at,
are happening, um, what exactly are you referring to? Because there's a couple different
yeah,
universes we live in. there's a universe of those who believe what they see on the TV is as presented, and that's reality. And then there's those of us who have more insight, and then there's a couple spin-offs. But my point is, we're not all on the same sheet, so that's the tough thing. It's like you're talking to people who are dreaming in many ways.
Yeah, yeah, and it took a long time for me to. My mother's 65 years old, and like I said, she has health problems. It was a big deal for me to root her up out of Las Vegas and bring her here. I just went to her with what they were presenting in the schools, the pedophilia rate,
Well,
the danger of.
1 second here. I don't know about look
Go ahead.
certain keywords we should use. I'm not sure, but I get
I'm
flagged.
sorry.
Like you can say the monkey the money pox. I'm trying not to say the actual
Right.
name. I'm trying to euphemize
I
certain things
understand.
because we get flagged. And I got a lot of feds
Right.
last month and the month before. They call and they were trying to bait me into talking about various ethnicities. And I'm like, let's just focus on deconstructing the fake news, concurrent programming, predictive programming. But now you're trying to
It's
educate
time to
people
fall
about
for some cluckbait. When you buy
your
one
family
hand-breaded
about what though? What in particular? Are you bringing them up? Are you?
I understand. I completely understand, Tim, and I thank you for warning me. Let's go forward from there.
Because I'm
The
like, I
things
mean,
that they're
people say,
teaching in.
look, 5 years ago, every QAnoner was saying the deep state, they're eating the kids, they're drinking adrenochrome, we got a bunch of cannibals in the Democrat Party. Nobody's talking about that anymore. Did they change their diet? Did the adrenochrome junkies and the cannibals and the Satanists go vegan? Like, what happened to that issue? And then they bring up new things like, oh, look, they're the drag queens are doing these things in the libraries. I'm like, yeah, that's sick. But it's also sick that the Southern Baptists have been covering up ritual, basically institutionalized abuse for generations. So I see sickness all over the world. There's
Yeah,
no running from it, but I
right,
get your point.
right. Yeah, no, I feel what I feel as though is that what's been happening for a long time is that people in powerful places have been trying
Now
to
here's why I interrupted
subvert.
you. Just today on
But
Twitter and Reddit, they banned the word groomer. And I'm like, you can't say okay groomer.
right,
And I'm like, come on, look,
right.
what am I going to say to the guy that takes care of my dog when he gives me the bill? I usually
Children's in the basement, cooking up the meta programifications, looking pretty serious. Synchronizations, cooking up a terror storm. It was always bound to happen.
All right, everyone, we'll be right back. I'm sending out notifications. It's 10:10 Mountain Time, 7:25. This is Lucifer Tim, the official Flat Earth International anthem.
Independent and free, been kicked out of me. Hypnotized by words and my magic. Pictures, stories, symbols and lights. I've been spiked with disinformation. They bought and sold and packaged.
All right, so phones are open. A lot happening. As we said, the dog days of summer would be like this. It started July the 3rd, and it's just picked up since. It's been escalating. Things have been escalating on the world stage, as you have all noted, and it goes along concurrent with our Netflix programming. So today, what we're going to talk about, a few things. One, incoming space junk from China. So I think it's intentional, just to put us in a state of confusion, but now, most of you listening know the truth about space junk, that it's fake. But for the people who believe in it, yeah, China's going to drop some space junk on us in the next few days, or we don't know when. Now, the last time this happened was when Musk was hosting SNL, and so that's happening now. Chinese space junk, get your helmets on. Two, blackouts. I'm looking at reports of authorities, climate authorities, suggesting that you turn off your lights so that we don't have blackouts later. I'm like, So you want us to have like voluntary blackouts now? Okay. And there was a cis female shooter at an airport somewhere, but apparently she was the only one who got shot. So we've been on the lookout for the first cis female mass shooter, and so far it's been just a resounding disappointment after disappointment. So we're also going to talk about a new controversy involving the falling man photo from 9/11. Someone made an NFT around it. And that topic got brought up because we were in something of a debate in Discord with someone who went by the name Boogeyman about the existence of 9/11 jumpers. And as a result of our conversation, I was contacted by Lynn, frequent caller, who had a lot to say about these jumpers. So it's an interesting topic. I'm glad the question was raised, and we're continuing to look into it. And so we may get into that as well. All right, so let's see who's here. We have Flat Jack 737, Frank Murr, Penny Gwynn, Thirst for Truth, Jennifer Lovecraft Reeves, Truth Faction, Evil Coyote, Dang, Trevin Williams says, "What are your thoughts on Mormonisms and ties to Masons? Whenever you get time, I live in Salt Lake and know how bad it is." Yeah, the links there are interesting. I would call Mormonism Masonic Christianity. I mean, if you look at the significance of the Bible in the Masonic religion, and it is a religion, whatever they say, their emphasis is upon the Old Testament. So their New Testament is, well, rather, their Christ figure is someone they made up, Hiram Abiff. They kind of turned him into their martyr. And in Mormonism, you have a similar thing where they've kind of turned, in some ways, even Joseph Smith became something of a martyr, but if you look at their structure, it's basically Masonic. They have Masonic symbols on their underwear. They also have their elders, and the term elders is a very specific term worth looking at, but you can just look at their symbolism and you can see, and it's pretty obvious when you look at the history of Joseph Smith and Brigham Young and their involvement with the, even up to the Scottish Rite, 32nd degree, they have all the information. Their idea of the celestial kingdoms is very interesting to me as well, because I still think the elite are in the same business with religion, selling utopian paradises to the gullible, and of course creating an elitist society around the notion, and those with the most money can buy the best seats in the afterlife. But yes, definitely a topic worth looking into. I think I saw recently a picture of Joseph Smith's pendant, some kind of talisman to Jupiter, which would suggest that he was involved in what you would call talismanic magic. And that's the kind of magic that you would expect him to be involved in. He might have been a charlatan. I mean, I've read accounts of the treasure hunts, which would be easy to rig, and the entire story of the origin of the Book of Mormon is kind of questionable. And I was told this by Mormons, but the idea of chasing some frogs through the woods, usual stuff, the frogs turn into an angel named Moroni, and he tells you to dig, so you dig, and you get these gold plates. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller? Can you hear me okay?
Hey, Tim, what's going on, man?
Incoming space junk from China. It's like they're recycling that story.
Hold on 1 second. Let me fix my volume real quick.
Yeah, no problem.
Can you
no
hear
problem.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you
Can you
loud.
hear me?
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Okay, great. How's it going, man?
We're off to a great start. China's about to drop some booster somewhere in the world. They say it's not going to hit us, but it's up in the air. Space junk again. But just kind of going through the headlines, and the news is increasingly unbelievable. What's happening over there?
Right now,
Did you keep up with the
it's a
shooting
little.
in Akron? In Akron, they had the one where.
Yeah. I definitely been staying on top of that. In Akron, what they're doing is, it's a lot of attention being drawn to Akron because see, Akron is like a sub city. Akron is 30 minutes away from Cleveland,
Okay.
approximately. So, they're really don't get it twisted. They do have some areas that's down there that what I'm saying, that's hood, so to speak. You know what I mean? So it's just not like it's just a rural city where nothing goes on. So they have an urban community. And I'm not sure exactly where that shooting occurred at, but
Well, I think the shooting itself was obviously in I mean, poor judgment if it's true, if it's real. The idea that they unloaded 90 rounds. But what caught my attention was when they got the final count, they said 8 officers shot him a total of 46 times.
Well, let me tell you something. I want you to do your research on something, Tim. I would say about more than 10 to 15 years back. Well, yeah, over 10 years ago, about 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, we had a shooting here in Cleveland where, see, we have a suburb which is actually a ghetto now. East Cleveland is one of the poorest cities in America, but it used to be a thriving suburb. Good. General Motors had a plant out there. So if you hear about Millionaires Row, you hear about certain like Euclid Avenue and stuff like that. You hear about if you hear those, it was one of the richest cities in America at one point in time, but now it's like one of the poorest cities in America, right? Um, and it's real. It's tore down. It's bad out there. They're trying to reconstruct it, but it's bad out there. Uh, there was a high speed chase that led from out there, which is far east of Cleveland, all the way to downtown Cleveland, where it ended, where two people in the car were shot. The car was shot 127 times. You can look it up. It's documented. Okay, they riddled the car with bullets. 127 shots. It was a guy with a female. They went on a run, and I guess something according to the story, the car was an old car, and you know how some old cars, the muffler a backfire,
Right.
and it might sound like a gunshot, and that's what the car was doing. But I think they were on drugs during the time, allegedly. I can't remember the story exactly, but they took him on a high speed chase. They went through the whole city, and it ended in the downtown area of Cleveland, and they shot the car up 127 times. Um, that was on the news. I'm not pretty sure how far that went, but
Well, it's pretty
I
egregious,
mean,
but what caught my attention on this one was at
it's
first.
something with Ohio, with our police, when it comes to these type of stories. Like it's like a stigma of like overkill.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, I would say. And in this case, I was like, this has got to be, it just seems like too perfect a provocation. Because 846, 8 cops, 46 bullets, that number reminds me of the George Floyd thing, the 846, which is the time of day 9/11 started. So I'm like, there seems to be something like this is perhaps a scripted agitation. It's just too precise of a number.
Right, right. And it's like I mean, it's something about this time thing, man. I mean, some people will just say, "Oh, that's just a strange coincidence." I don't know about that because it's strange to me that these certain things occur at certain times on certain dates.
Well, on the George
And
one,
those,
okay, so 846 we know, but also the sun set that day at 846. And the ritual that we saw was the killing of the sun when the sun sets. So the sun setting at 846,
exactly.
it's too perfect, like I said. It's too perfect not to be correlated
Right.
to their
So
story.
it's like I mean, to me, pardon me, excuse me. I mean, is it a simulation?
I
Is it
know,
all
right?
is everything, you know what I mean, pre-orchestrated? Is everything set up? Like it's crazy because I mean, 127 shots, right? Uh, that that's crazy.
A
Um,
lot of people wonder, is this, they go, is this simulation? Can they plan to this level? And, I think that there's
did
a,
you ever? Did you ever? Were you able to get that get a picture of the Lincoln Electric windmill?
no, I don't have that picture yet, but I'll probably
Okay,
have to
yeah,
pull
look
it
it
up.
up. Euclid, just Google. All you got to do is just Euclid. Google Euclid, Ohio, Lincoln Electric, Euclid, Ohio. Um, that's a city, a suburb of Cleveland. So you'll be able to find it, and they will have the picture. It'll give you the size of it and everything. Um, but when you get a chance, I want you to Google the story of the Cleveland police shooting 127 shots. Two people shot in the car 127 times. And the lady that was riding with the guy was just actually on the ride with him. She wanted to get out of the car, but he kind of held her hostage or whatever, so to speak. And they both were killed, of course. Uh, and yeah, 127 shots. So with the shooting that occurred in Akron, it doesn't sound too
Outside the realm.
um,
Yeah, it's to me, it's within the realm of
yeah, outside the
possibility.
realm to me
But
because they a lot of the cops up here are corrupt. There's a case right now where there's a police that's fighting a case for excessive force. It's all over the news. It's a lot of corruption going on when it comes to the to law enforcement. I don't want people to get me wrong because we're speaking live and all police aren't bad. You know what I mean? A lot of police do
sure, but
their job,
in the
but
context of this channel, we're always looking at these events to see if they're real or fake. And I always have to apply the question of, is it fakeable? And also Occam's razor. And even if something is real, doesn't mean it can't be scripted to fit a narrative that already exists.
right, and then yeah. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. Tim, like when these real situations do occur, I believe that it's sort of like an avocation to cause maybe this, so to speak, war against races or war against certain beliefs. You know what I mean? When really we're fighting amongst ourselves, but then that'll put a narrative to where um, now you have rebels against the police,
Well, anything
rebels against.
anything happening during an election year like this, a momentous election year, I instantly question it. And I wonder what happened to all of the radical Islamic terrorists? Where are all the guys with the bombs in the airports?
Right, like ISIS and
They phased them out.
what was the one? What was the one before that?
Yeah, Al
It
Qaeda.
was
Al Qaeda.
Al Qaeda. Um, I still believe that their organization is still active, but they don't highlight it as much as they used to. Uh,
I notice all the recent terror attacks are from white nationalists instead of the Muslim terrorists, so it's domestic now. And
we'll see, because I believe the energy shifted. You get what I'm saying?
they
We used to
shifted,
always
yes.
look at
The whole
the energy
story.
definitely shifted because we've never seen anything like the we've never seen anything like the Capitol situation. Who would ever thought something like that would happen? You know what I mean? Like that that was crazy. Our own country going bananas like that. Like normally, okay, I'll never forget. Okay, I remember when YouTube used to be. I remember it was a point in time where YouTube used to be, you know, totally uncensored, where you could see anything happen. You know what I mean? You could see.
It wasn't overtly trying to curate content. Yeah, you could
Right,
basically.
right. So the content is still, you still have a little bit of freedom, like as far as like cursing and showing certain things. But I'm talking about when like you can see explicit things. Let's put it that way. And I never forget, I was watching a live footage of I believe it was was it in Syria? I'm not sure, but it was an attack going on in like a neighborhood with a lot of apartment complexes, and it was bombings going on, missiles being fired, and it was a guy. He was filming it. Like he didn't have a GoPro. I think he was using his phone. I don't think they had GoPros back then, so he was filming it on his phone. But he was riding a scooter, and you know, you could see the attacks. You could see people laid out, bodies laid out, and he actually picked up a. See, this was real. This wasn't the psyops. So this was showing like real, like third world country activity going on with real wars and stuff, or what they're going on over there. And there was a child who had a critical injury to the back of his head. You know what I mean? And he was still alive, but you could tell it was over with for him because the majority of his skull was gone. You know what I mean? And you could see it.
Oh,
Like they actually showed it.
there's a qualitative difference between real carnage, real violence, and what we see in the psyops. And a
Right,
lot of people
right.
don't know the difference. They can't. I mean, I get a you can tell there's a visceral sense of real or fake. You that if
Yeah,
you
yeah,
haven't.
because you broke it down. You broke it down on one of your shows when we were speaking one time when you said like they may have amputees, that may be a crisis actor that's already had lost limbs way before and they participated in the psyops and they'll just lay in some fake blood or something and just look like
Right.
they lost some limbs or something like that and actually make people think like, wow, this guy just lost a leg or lost an arm or, but the whole time this guy has already been an amputee already. And I'm starting to see a lot of these news reports. Uh, they are these people that they interview are getting worse and worse at telling the truth.
Oh, I have not seen any crisis
They're getting
actors
worse. They're
that
getting
work
worse at
there.
telling the truth because some of these guys are smiling. They're looking away. They're act. They're. And by the way, Tim, I'm gonna be real with you. Hey, look, man, I live right down the block from a news station, and I've seen them interview people, and I've seen them prompt people on what to say. This is the truth.
You know what? That's
I've
a
seen
common
it.
thing too. When you watch a lot of these events, when they're interviewing eyewitnesses, it's not the usual professional setup. You can tell there's some coaching, there's some method acting. Like, how did you feel when you saw this?
Right, because normally, remember back in the '90s when they'll go report and pull up to certain sceneries where things happen, and and they'll interview the people, and they're so passionate, you could tell that that was more truthful. Like some people are really like they're animate in what they're saying. Some people are maybe cussing, some people may be crying. These people are smiling and taking their time and speaking like they actually went over it. All right, cut, do it over, cut. All right, nah, we're gonna use this one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's amazing to me that a lot of people say this too. Out of all the things that cause people to question the big
Can you hear me?
media, it was always, I think, duper's delight. I think you can tell when you're being lied to. Once you see through that once, it's hard to, you can't unsee it. And yeah, it's like, when you're talking to somebody, a lot of it's facial expression and tone, not just your words. And we're getting
Exactly.
mixed
Eye
messages.
contact, eye movement. You watch a lot of the I see what because I really don't like the news. I really don't like normal TV. I rather watch like YouTube and get my information from YouTube or Google news information that way. But when I do watch the news, it's the eye shift movement, like looking to the side and smirks and like what's funny about somebody about some mass destruction or somebody dying or a catastrophe or some type of destruction. Like what's funny about that? So that's how I know that they prompt these people. If you ask me, man. Nowadays when they do these news interviews, if you
Oh
ask
yeah,
me.
look, if I was an acting coach, I would have a lot of ways. I would say, hey, look, you got to make your guys look like their eyes are bloodshot. Have them take a bong rip like 10 minutes before. That'll make you look like
Right.
they're
Take a
grieving.
hold it in for a long time and take a deep inhale and just cough and your eyes gonna turn red. You're gonna start crying.
Yep.
Tears gonna come to your eyes.
I saw somebody on
Hell,
one.
even
I seen
even
one actor once had an onion in a rag, and I think that did it.
yeah, I was just about to say that. Cut up an onion right in front of their eyes, right in front of their eyes, and just inhale deep and just or pepper spray. Who knows? Who knows? Something.
But the
Um,
method acting doesn't seem to work with them. A lot of them are given a few minutes to talk about it to try to build up emotion. Pathetic. The most recent one I really closely looked at was the Highland Park shooting at the Fourth of July event, and it just looked like a bunch of props they just bought from Target.
Hold
And
on, wait. Highland Park was the parade, right?
correct, the July 4th parade with the uh, the shooter who was like on a roof or something, kind of like a sniper, but he was.
Right. And my thing of it is, what did they say? It was 6 or 7 victims, 6 or 7 murdered.
Yeah, something like that. I'll have to double check the numbers. It wasn't that big. The footage was pretty terrible though, and I think they said there was the whole story to me was basically they were trying to ruin July 4th. Like they, even in Ohio there, didn't they shut down the 4th of July events because of.
Oh, you know what? Hey, Tim, I wanted to talk to you about that one. Yes, yes, Highland Park. I'm glad you brought that up. When I watched that footage, what what triggered me was, why were they running instead of like taking cover, and they're all just like jogging in the same direction? Like it's like with the school shootings, for instance, when they have the students walk out with their hands on their heads, and everybody's coming out with their hands up or their hands on their heads, and they're just like walking in the mat. Like, yo, what
That used
kind
to
of
be a
defense
thing.
mechanism?
That was a
What
big
kind of
thing, wasn't
defense
it?
mechanism is that?
Before COVID, you had a lot of those where, and I always pointed it out, it's like this. It's Stockholm syndrome, where they're given these drills where they're taught to fear guns, but then their savior has a gun, and the state's running the drills, and the state sends in their saviors. So your terrorist is your rescuer, and then they run out of the school with their hands up, or phones down, hands up. It was the thing, and they run them out like prisoners. I think that was actually just training and basically
But
Stockholm
see, that's
syndrome
crazy. But
training.
see, that's crazy to me because if it's a live shooter, my instinct and my me personally, I'm going to try to duck, take cover, guard my head, and move low tactical. I'm not walking out in a single file line and having my head up. I mean, having my hands up over my head like I'm about to get arrested. So I could be an open target. He could just pick anybody off. That's why when I watched that Parkland Highland Park shooting, and I saw the band and the people that was in the parade just like jogging down the block in one area, nobody scattered or anything. Like, if it's a real, I don't know
Oh, you know
if
what?
it was real,
Jurassic Liars, another channel I follow. He was watching the footage on a live stream, and he was showing how you can actually see a cameraman who's a guy in a vest with a cell phone camera, and he's on a bicycle and he's recording the people running. So we have a lot of instances like this where, yeah, it's just bad performance art, and they do it for all the holidays. They want to ruin the
Yeah,
holidays.
I'm like, hold on. Like, normally, I'm gonna be real with you, all right? I've been in the clubs, you know what I mean, kicking it, going out with the guys and stuff, having fun, you know what I'm saying? Me and my girl or whatever. And it might be a shootout or something at a club or something. People scatter. It's a panic. People getting low. People going in different directions. Nobody's just running in one direction. You might have a certain group of people going in one direction, but it's more of a scatter
Yeah, that's right.
because you don't know where
Real
you
panics are
you
not
don't know.
organized like you
Yeah,
see
real
them.
panic. You don't know where those bullets are coming from. So if this guy is, if it's a live shooting in a mass group of people like that, why is it just the footage that I saw is just the guys and the people that was wearing the blue shirts or whatever, they just running, jogging straight down the block, like jogging though, like, huh? Like, what is this? What's going on here?
Yeah, another
What
thing.
type of stuff is this?
Yeah, these events are just at this point. I just dismiss all of them. I just think they're just trying to ruin our Fourth of July. They want to blame our Second Amendment. It's all just obviously political, and you can tell because of the way they
Right,
react right
right,
after.
right,
I haven't
right.
found
Eh,
anything convincing in in such a long time, and there's so many inconsistencies in their stories. I'm still waiting for there to be a female mass shooter. How come we haven't had a?
Man, it's always an inconsistency in these stories. I wanted to talk to you about the other night. That's what skipped my mind when I was talking to you. I wanted to talk to you about an old topic, but it's still it's very current right now. It's
Wait,
very current.
one more thing though about the club. Okay, so I've never been in a place where there's been a panic and people running. I mean, I've seen things maybe in
Okay.
passing, but every time there's like a mass shooting at an event, there's always a pile of shoes on the ground. So I've always wondered why is it
Yeah, yeah,
like so in real life,
yeah,
do
yeah.
shoes fall
Hey,
off?
hey, it always is. It's like some people, I don't know if they're so drunk that the shoes are loose and they're panicked so bad that the shoes are came off, or you know. And thank you, thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim, for bringing that up because you just kind of brought up a
I've never had my shoes fall off while
you
spontaneously
you
running or
brought up you
moving.
brought up you brought up an indication of what I'm about to bring up right now. Um, an old topic, but it's still current right now with the Nipsey Hussle situation. One of his shoes were off. Um, and it's like, I mean, does the shoe come off? Like, what happens? Like, how does somebody's shoe just completely come off unless the shoe is untied,
Oh yeah, that's right.
loose, or
He was in the news because Eric Holder, his killer,
and
was
that's
just
why I
sentenced.
was gonna. That's who I was gonna bring up because it's really getting strange to me. This guy who they're saying is Eric Holder does not look like the same Eric Holder that was portrayed in the initial shooting. They say that he gained weight. Yes, people do gain weight in jail. Yes, time goes on and you do gain weight, but this guy doesn't look like the same person. And I said that before when they first booked the guy. Like he doesn't look like the same person that allegedly killed Nipsey Hussle. Um, of
Now,
course, you know he was beaten in jail. You know that, right?
I remember reading about that. I mean, real or fake? Was the
Yeah,
guy
yeah,
a
yeah.
patsy?
They shut his eye. He got his lip busted, and his eye was closed. Shut. Excuse me.
Well, look, I
His
just
eye was.
noticed that he
Pardon.
was in the news at the same time that the Highland Park shooter was described as having a picture of Lee Harvey Oswald on his wall, and then the guy who shot Reagan was in the news, and then Derek Chauvin had another sentence added to his existing sentences. So I'm like, wait, there's like
So
four or
was this
five
all on the same? This
on the
was all
same
on the
day.
same time pattern.
It's the
All
same
that was
time,
on the same time
and
pattern.
I said assassinations in the air, and then look across the way over there. Abe gets shot, the former Japanese prime minister. So yeah, I think that there's
Wow.
something in the air. A lot of these assassin names are just popping up. And again, the guy who did the Highland Park shooting had Lee Harvey Oswald on his wall, and that's not insignificant. And of course, I believe it was Kennedy was taken to Parkland Hospital.
So I mean, what do we say about these type of assassinations? I mean, like, what can you say? Are they sanctioned?
I think they're all fake. These events, I think they're staged. There's just too many things connecting them. I think the high profile ones are very ritualistic, and the thing about the killing of Nipsey Hussle, of course, was staged to go along with the Holy Week, and it was clearly some sort of ritualistic tie-in with the Christ narrative, he being 33, and the story surrounding it, and the story following it, and then it tied into the subsequent burning of the Notre Dame. So these things are too planned out to be merely
As well
sanctioned.
as his image, because the way that they when you look at some of the artwork that they have with Nipsey, it's like he's portrayed as like a hip hop version of Christ, so to speak,
Which, okay,
allegedly.
so Kendrick Lamar put out a new album, and on one of the tracks, his face morphs into Nipsey Hussle. Then he morphs into Kanye West. And the thing is, on the cover of that album, he's wearing a crown of thorns. And so then he portrays two guys
Right.
who have worn crown of thorns. Nipsey Hussle has, and Kanye West has worn the crown of thorns if you follow what he was doing around
Right.
Coachella. So that's a real reoccurring theme. And right before right after the shooting in Akron, the shooting of Jalen Walker, the Patriot Front was
Right.
in town, and they got into a tussle with one protester, and they held his arms, and he looked like he was in a Christ posture. And I said, "There's some kind of heavy imprinting going on for some kind of martyr, a Christ-like martyr."
Right,
And
right, exactly, exactly, exactly. Yeah, and man, this is amazing. This is interesting. Hey, I want to ask you this too, Tim. Do you believe that some of these entertainers and, well, let's say prolific figures, whether it be political, um, historical figures, musicians, actors, do you believe some of these guys are faking their deaths?
yeah, I'm certain. I should say yeah, I think they're faking their deaths, but not in isolation. So, like, when one of them fakes his death, it's not like he's tricking people like some insurance scam. I'm saying that he's doing so as part of a bigger production, and these are merely players in a bigger play. There's no way one person, much less a celebrity, could pull off something like this because it would require a whole lot of cooperation with agencies and with other people who are part of it. And I often find that the people who are suspected of being death fakers tend to run in packs. They happen to be connected and they reinforce one another's
Right, and
stories.
that's why I feel like these stage incidents with these murders, when they do occur, that everybody is in on the play. Because if you don't really know these guys, or if you ain't really close to these guys, as far as like industrial wise, and just being an underground person like you and me, just like maybe just a consumer, a fan or whatnot, what have you, we're gonna just go by what the media or the news tells us, like, well, such and such was killed, da 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 da. But their team of people that work with them, they know that no, this guy isn't dead. He's just he's just tired of the industry right now. He wants to get away from it.
Yeah, yeah, there's got to be something like that. Maybe it's almost like, you're in a movie and you have to do what the character's scripted to do. And I think they're just giving over a lot of creative control. You can look at it as selling their souls, but I think it's all part of it is business as usual. It's part of the sales, but there are other elements to it.
It's definitely business as usual because for instance, you look at a guy like for instance, let's take King Von. Um God rest his soul. Um his story was so lucrative and so interesting to the people for the streets that a lot of people gravitated towards his music because it's a lot of people that can relate to his story. Some people are quote unquote about the life that he was talking about. Some people weren't, but even for the people that weren't about the type of life that he was rapping about, it's entertaining to them because it sounds like a movie when you listen to his music. Like um for example, he had like three songs called Crazy Story Part One, Part Two, Part Three. They say it's a lot of truth to the stuff that he was rapping about and things that he was doing while he was in the streets. Um, and I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. His death was strange to me too. The way that he died.
Well, okay, this is a common thing. The story that leads up to it, they all have some kind of predictive programming or hints. And even the case of, like, for example, the musician David Bowie, it's clear to me that his character was dying and going back, and it was encoded in his songs. And then after he dies, or rather, right before he dies, he drops his final album. But the character Lazarus is seen rising. So I think there's just another story there about his character dying off, and there's a distinction there, but you have to read between the lines to see it. But they always drop hints. 100% of the death fakers have some lyrics about it. Even all the comedians in the last year with questionably timed deaths.
Interesting because Tupac, he always talked about death and predicting his death. Biggie, he talked about death a lot, predicting his death. So it's like that point that you just made is very interesting, and it's like, I mean, I mean,
Hey, some of the highest earning rappers in 2020 were dead. There was some article about it, and I was like, seems like a pattern here. And this is again, after they die, what happens? Album sales continue, and I don't think it's only limited to rappers. There are many different people in the entertainment industry, but yeah, death faking is also an intrinsic part of the secret
well,
society
we
networks.
know what happened with the sales. The company gets that money back. The record company or the label or what have you, they get that money back. So
Yeah,
it's a
and then
win-win for
look,
the.
okay, so in
It's a
addition,
win-win either way it goes. It's a win-win for the label.
well, we talk about death faking, but there's also this other element here of people playing dual roles. So, for example, they could with the deep fake technology we talk about, we have instances of people who are sometimes they die and come back as someone else, but the idea too is they may be playing both roles concurrently, so they don't just end
Well,
one
yeah, hey,
day.
they said that it allegedly right now as we speak um the real Gucci Mane is dead, but there's three different versions of Gucci Mane as we speak. There's the fit Gucci Mane, the skinny Gucci Mane, and then there's the well, no, it's two different Gucci
Hey,
Manes. They
there's a
say
guy.
it's
There's a guy in the comments here. Evil Coyote doesn't know who Nipsey is, and I want to point this out too. Um, I didn't. A lot of people called in during that time, and they said they hadn't heard of him, but because of his death, suddenly he got this focus. And then after he died, you had people like Snoop Dogg came out and said. In fact, Snoop Dogg said it was like Jesus dying. He made that comparison. He said he
well,
looked like.
look, and I want to speak on that. See, Nipsey actually he has a catalog. He played in a lot of movies. He's been putting in work on the music side
Right,
for a
he
while.
was an actor. He was
He
in.
just didn't
Yes,
get
that's right.
noticed. He didn't get noticed. He didn't get the big notoriety until like a couple years before his death, and then that's when people started to realize who he was. Um, I believe Snoop said that just for like some clout, because to me Nipsey he was pretty dope. I wouldn't say he was you know what I'm saying garbage or nothing like that, but I wouldn't look at him as like I respect what he did on a positive aspect on what he was trying to do. Um, what he did for his community, I'm not pretty much too much sure because I see what they showed on YouTube and things like that, and on Instagram. You know, he put something in the community and he was putting back into his community or whatever. But I wouldn't compare it to as like Jesus dying or anything like that.
No, that's a
I
huge
was
leap. I was surprised to hear people in the crowd there saying he was like a god, and a lot of those people were
right, and I
obviously
think a lot of
actors.
people were taking that. No disrespect, I don't want to take nothing from them, man. God rest his soul, but a lot of people was putting too much into that. Like, come on now, like y'all barely even knew who he was. Only the people that knew him or whatever can say that. Family, close friends, the people that was really close to him, and the people that he really did things for. Now I can respect that, but for a lot of these celebrities and fans that don't even really know,
But
what
if you
type of
look
person he was.
if you look at this as an elaborate ritual coinciding with Holy Week, then what they're saying takes on a different level of meaning, as in
Right, and
they're
then with the
given
with
these
the with the
moments.
with the with the, with the 33, you get what I'm saying? With the 33, and it's a deep factor to that, man. Um, they portrayed it that way. I believe that the media blew it up bigger than what it was. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, no, that's true. In fact, that's what Snoop
I
said on the
believe, I
Breakfast
believe
Club.
he, I believe he was a good person, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not taking that away from him.
Yeah,
But to compare,
whatever the story is, it was he got unfairly, targeted and killed. And it's also worth noting his store, the
right?
Marathon store, was the world's first smart store, first cashless store, which is kind of an interesting note there. Just the fact that it's the first cashless store.
Oh, right. So really, for real, you know what I mean? With that being said, we don't know if that was
I
a
see.
orchestrated assassination,
Something about
a
that stood
straight
out.
hit.
And one other thing too, though, was the footage was like is like wait, it's like 2019. How come the CCTV footage looks like it's from 1998? It looks really bad.
Man, exactly, man. Come on, it's grainy. It looks crazy. It's glitchy. You
It,
know what I mean? Even when they close in on it, like you still can't see. And I'm gonna be real with you, Tim. It looks like the alleged Eric Holder. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, forgive me if I'm wrong, but it looks like he's a fall guy, man. It looks like he doesn't even want to say that he did it, but they're making him say that he did it
well, one other point
because
about it too is this case
we
or
can't
whatever.
tell we can't tell who that is, man.
It was basically explained to us on TMZ, and TMZ interviewed more people than the LAPD did. So I think it was more of a scripted story than anything. But anyway, yeah, the grainy footage is typical with all of these psyops. For some reason, the camera quality goes down.
Exactly, and it's like okay, we live in the 4K era. We're in the 4K 5K era.
They need to get some of NASA's
Why
cameras. They need to get some of those cameras that can see millions and billions of miles into space.
exactly? Why is it so pixelated when they end up pulling these footages up? And I believe that they only put that out for us to see because they don't really want us to know who's really doing these crimes, if there is a crime happening, and if it is a psyops.
Yep.
That explains the grain to me because we should be able to see, you know, for example, there was a young man killed about, I'll say, a year and a half ago. He was a gang member. Um, God bless the dead. Indian Red Boy. I guess he was an aspiring rapper. He was from the West Coast, and he actually was murdered on live. And you can actually see him getting shot up, and you can actually see, the trauma. He was actually bleeding from the nose, bleeding from the eyes and stuff. And he was trying to speak. So it was like an actual, you could see the actual trauma that he was enduring during this altercation, during this murder. Clear footage, you know. Um, I believe, I don't know what kind of phone he had. It must have been an iPhone, but you could see clearly, you know,
Is this the guy who
nothing
was on? This was
granulated.
the guy that was on Instagram and he was shot while he was streaming. I think I saw that.
Yeah, yes, sir. And that was clear picture perfect, right? Now, why can't we when
No,
these
you're right about
cer-
this. Look, you're right about this. This is true even with like the more recent shooting in Buffalo, where the footage they give us to analyze is not clear enough to be definitive one way or the other. Because if it was too clear,
exactly, it's not
if
definitive
it's too,
enough. It's
it's
not
not.
definitive. Like
Because if it's too clear, we'd be able
so
to say it's unequivocally fake. And if it's
so
not
we have to
real,
we have to squint. We have to squint. We have to rewatch it several times to see, like, well, hold on, man. Like
think of it like this.
something just doesn't
They're,
sit
they're
right.
trying to hide they're trying to hide details that would give it away. So it's kind of like turning the lights down on the scene by making it a little pixelated. And Musk does this all the time. Whenever those rockets land on the barges, I'm like, why is it landing on a cloud of pixels? Pixels are a great way they can hide things.
Right. And we all know pixels. That's computer generation off top. We know that off top.
They do this with NASA too. I mean, they use pixels that they put in there so it looks like a glitch, but it's really just a way to hide stuff. So they use low quality footage to give us bad evidence so we can't come to any conclusions. That's,
Exactly. Like if you want to blur a face out, pixelate it.
yep, exactly. But hey, this has been a great call. You are, again, you're out there in Ohio, and all eyes are on
Yeah,
Ohio. We're
Cleveland,
watching,
Ohio.
we're going to be watching Cleveland, Ohio 8-4. So this next week, actually. We have some expectation of some big psyops there. So if there is, we'll be looking forward to your call.
And yeah, now we'll be calling in, man. You know, it's a pleasure to be on the show. I appreciate you for having me, man. Tim, it's always a pleasure to speak with you, man. Keep the knowledge flowing, man. Keep the building, man. You know, we're
Awesome.
gonna keep this thing going.
Yeah, always good
The
talking to
truth
you.
is
And
go.
you've been calling for about
It's
3 years now, so appreciate you
yeah,
keeping it open.
it's not about what we believe. It's about the truth, man. It's about the truth.
Precisely. All right, have a good night. Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, you too, man. Appreciate it. All right.
All right, thank you for the call. I'll be handing out wrenches shortly. I see here we've been joined by Trey Forrester, AK All Day 2323, Stranger, Celestial Wonders. Yes, we are live. Um, Text message alerts will resume tomorrow. Thanks again to Thirst for Truth. Appreciate the support there. So, a couple of things. Chinese space junk incoming. Hopefully, it hits Seattle. We've been talking about fake events in general. But we have a level of skepticism here that we are skeptical about the idea of the news presenting things as an absolute source. You have to question it, but it doesn't mean you just automatically dismiss it. You can't just call something fake and then move on. And there is this mischaracterization of what we're doing that some will pass on. Well, they'll say, well, they're just calling it fake because they're lazy. They don't want to do the research. And no, what we're doing is the opposite of lazy. We're doing our due diligence and finding that the facts don't usually add up. So, if anything, we are the opposite of lazy. We're the ones doing the actual research. Lazy would be accepting things at face value. So, here we are talking to someone about an event from 3 years ago. Like, there's no settled science. There shouldn't be any settled media. There are new facts all the time. And even the idea that the supposed shooter, Eric Holder, hilarious name, the obvious tie in there to the one of the minds behind this brainwashing operation, mass shooting generation thing. Eric Holder doesn't look like the same person anymore. So again, these are interesting stories. And again, the Nipsey Hussle death is not just the story of a rapper being killed, but it ties in to a number of other psyops, including the burning of Notre Dame. Okay, phones are open. The number is on the screen. Let me continue to go through our notes for the day. Thanks again to Crazy Kanye for this meme. This is Immortan CGI Joe. If you watch the new Mad Max movie, the lead character, Immortan Joe, looks kind of like our president for some reason. And this is a pretty good mashup. Good movie, by the way. Totally makes it's all basically, I think it's almost parody at this point, but it ties into the idea of scarcity, and when we run out of gas, we're all just going to go into cannibalism. I mean, you can tell that the elite have a low opinion of the masses by all these movies that just show how we break down when things don't go our way. But I understand how they can arrive at that. You have people like, Alex Jones, 6 hours into lockdowns, he's talking about eating his neighbors. Or here we have the story with China's out of control space rocket booster. And it's only 23 tons. It says the rocket shed its empty 23-ton first stage in orbit, so it will loop the Earth over the coming days as it comes closer to landing. The flight path is difficult to predict because it's fluctuating. Now, it's only 176 feet tall and 1.8 million pounds. But don't worry, because the experts say that the debris is unlikely to hit any area that's inhabited by civilized life. So maybe Seattle. No, it's going to hit in the oceans. All right, I'm going through everyone's comments here. Deadbeat says, "What's up, IPS people?" I opened up our Discord. So if you want to join our Discord, we have more than 500 people in there. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com, infiniteplane.media. But it's open to anybody who contributes. So if you're a contributor to this channel, you go over and you click the link, you're in. Zinvala says, "Better sleep with your helmets on." Yeah, they're definitely getting us used to that, but I think they're going to have us locked down for Fallout first. Fallout will be the next thing. So I mentioned earlier that we were talking about 9/11 jumpers, and it's a very interesting topic in itself because, I think people get caught up in things, and the story is just it's so impactful. It's the most momentous psyop of the last 100 years. Of course, it's gonna shape the way you see things, and the more we examine these things, the more we find, okay, well, the original story doesn't stand up to scrutiny. So when you subtract certain elements, like no planes, well, then what's the total? Then you subtract the obvious fakes or the bodies or the deceased who aren't on the list. And so there's got to be a number. And again, I was getting into this conversation with someone in the Discord server because people have not quite figured out how are they faking the jumpers? Is that even fakeable? And I just want to point out that the fakeability question there should be answered as affirmatively yes, because the technology that it would require to fake an airplane going into a building, as in computer generated graphics or maybe just an overlay, a video overlay, would be the same required to produce a body falling. How is producing a body falling different from producing a fake plane? I think it would be easier, if anything. And we're talking about video overlays. But I think one of the reasons why people are confused about this is that they see the different cameras and they think, well, this camera is not from CNN, I can trust it. And I'm saying no. We're dealing with an operation planned decades in advance. I'm pretty sure all these eyewitnesses are compromised, controlled. I don't think there were very many cameras that weren't completely under the control of the producers of that film, that movie. Stranger says, even for a controlled demolition, bringing down those massive towers with no collateral damage would be quite remarkable. Well, let's examine that for a minute. Is there typically collateral damage in demolitions? Do they just assume people die in demolitions? Like, I don't know if that's a good assumption. And it's very easy to walk away with, oh, well, some people must have died. With the Vegas event, this became a point of contention where they're saying, well, some people must have died. Why? Why do we have to assume that? And I've been discussing the way that we examine news as being basically divided into MSM, and this is from the perspective of the media consumer. You're either an MSM consumer or you're MSM plus, where you see the news, but you assume there's more to the story. So it looks like the planes went down because of this, but it wasn't what they said. It was done because of this country, or it was direct energy weapons. So taking the existing story and adding on to it, or, yeah, there was a shooting at the supermarket, but it wasn't what they said. This guy was MK Ultra, high on SSRIs and weed. Like, they come up with these other stories to add on to it, to explain it away, but it doesn't question the essential premise. Did anybody die? So MSM, mainstream view, they just trust it. MSM Plus, they add on to it and embellish, which is what most conspiracy theories are. They're embellishments on the mainstream. But if you just judge solely on the facts and what can be known, you are what I would consider to be MSM minus, meaning your close examination has left you believing less than what they originally presented, not more. Dang says people still die in false flags. See, I don't believe that. Anybody who says that people die in false flags, you have a burden of proof to meet that you haven't met. If the media can't prove to us that somebody died in these events, how are you going to do it? By pointing to the media? Anyone saying it's a false flag is shilling for the MSM. That's, you might not like that, but that's the truth. So if you're saying, well, of course people died because of this, it's like, well, show me, because the media hasn't shown it. Show me where people died at the subway shooting where Frank James fired 33 rounds on the one subway where there are no cameras, where there's no blood on the ground until after the guy in the red trench coat came out and dumped the blood bags on the ground. Like, show me the deaths. And that's what I'm asking. And so people will say that they are comfortable assuming there were deaths, and I want to know, what's the number? What is the number? And then you have to also include the fact that we're looking at these real deaths that are being asserted along with obvious fakery. And one of my contentions too is that you wouldn't have crisis actors and real deaths in the same place. I don't think so. I think if you have crisis actors and real people dying, well, now you have witnesses and conspirators in a mass murder, a massacre, a war crime, rather than a perfectly legal perception management PR stunt. Now, the jumpers are like the last evidences of deaths that people can't quite just eliminate or um, just just sign off as CGI. Like, it looks too real, it's very shocking, and it's part of the big story. But we do have answers. So this was sent to me by Lynn. In fact, let me bring up her post. She said, "I'm surprised I didn't hear this mentioned during your discussion about the 9/11 jumpers. I'm referring to Gelatin B, a team that built an elaborate art student project designed to simulate the movie special effects of people jumping from Tower Inferno. This has been known for many years. Lynn." And I knew this, but I wasn't going to get into it. I was trying to figure out where this person who was debating me, he was basically a 9/11 jumper truther. I've never had that before. You have those who say, well, if the planes are fake, then likely the rest of it's fake. But this guy was asserting that planes are fake, but jumpers are real. So 9/11 jumper truther. And here's what we have. Gelatin B. So Gelatin B is a group of artists from Austria, and one of the things they do, a lot of the things they do involve these elaborate art projects, and it just seems like what we saw on 9/11 regarding people falling could have been produced under the cover of an art project. So the balcony in the World Trade Center, it says here, the balcony was a prefabricated construction created by the team. After the installation, only one person at a time would be able to stand on the balcony. Another requirement was to camouflage the structure to be less visible to passerbys on the street. So it goes on about how they created this, and you can actually look at their installation on the 91st floor of the Twin Towers in March of 2000. So what is being asserted here again is that based on their photography that they got from helicopters and from the 91st floor as part of this art project, that they easily had the schematics and the plans to have faked everything that we saw, to have prefabricated footage to be overlaid on 9/11 a year later. So some people do think there's a close connection between the artists of Gelatin B and September 11th. So anyway, that's one possible explanation. There are many others as well, but the idea that we can rely on the footage from bystanders, I'd say why? Why would you trust that, given the fact that this is a routine thing to employ false witnesses and crisis actors? We can't just trust footage, even if it doesn't come from the MSM, like very obviously, even if it's not an obvious mainstream media source. We have to question all sources. And I don't think it's a stretch to assume that they're going to have fake footage out there in advance, planted. Okay, let's see. Thirst says 200 jumpers, mostly from one tower. The other tower didn't get as hot. Right. Well, the jumpers from 311, those are the ones that I do believe in. I don't believe in 9/11 jumpers. Does anybody remember the 311 jumpers? It's back when the hospitals were so full that they didn't have rooms in the morgues for all the bodies. The ICUs were packed. Uh, Hospital beds were lining up in the hallways. They had so many bodies packed in these things. They had trucks outside that were full of bodies, and the bodies stacked up on the floors. They were falling out the windows. Those were the 311 jumpers from the overpacked, overfilled hospitals. At least that's what they had us believing. Okay, do you remember the other day I was talking about how Elon Musk's mother was bringing up instances of David Bowie on Google Lens searches? I found the photo. So this was posted in my Discord server. This is May Musk. So I did a right click and I did a Google Lens search, and I'll show you here. And what happens is it brings up pictures of Starman, David Bowie. Why is this significant? Well, Starman, Mr. Satan, the one he put in the Tesla Roadster, David Bowie is he's a, I would say, a world stage character, and he represents David Bowman from Space Odyssey. But my point being, he's a big part of the narrative that is the transition into the space age that we're all going through. And so for Elon Musk's mother to show up in Google Lens searches as David Bowie is interesting at a minimum, because this is not me, this is Google Lens. You can do it for yourself. And this tells me that we're looking at the calculated use of archetypes. So I'll go ahead and play this clip here. This is on my TikTok. I put it up. This is Elon Musk's mother. This is a Google Lens search. And I'm going to search on her face. So I drag the square up. You can do this yourself. I have this image linked on my Minds account below. And look who it brings up. On the bottom here, that it would be Starman, David Bowie, along with May Musk. So you can see that it brings them both up. It brings up May Musk, so this is not a picture of Bowie, but it also brings up David Bowie. Again, I think it's a very interesting coincidence, at a minimum. But I don't think it's coincidence. I think these are intentional things, intentionally planted subliminals. Let's see, today Christ Jesus and George Floyd were both simultaneously trending. Thirst says looks more manly than Elon. Well, Elon's been getting a lot of attention, and he seems to resent it. I noticed on Twitter he said he's getting way too much focus. I think that the picture of him shirtless got some criticisms, and maybe he's a little self-conscious. A Swedish scientist advocates eating humans to combat climate change. Again, this is the year of Soylent Green, and it is green. And again, the guy who founded Earth Day, the unicorn killer, composted his girlfriend, which is one of the greenest things you could do, and that's why they named Earth Day after him. But yes, they're recommending it now. Says cannibalism of corpses will become necessary due to the effects of climate change. I don't think so. I don't think that's necessary. I can understand. Actually, I can't. But these are ideas they're putting out there, backed up by Disney programming, and I believe, Disney's big on cannibalism right now. Travis Cloud says Elon's about to get swole on y'all asses. Watch. Yeah, I think so too. I think he's gonna go full cyborg. He's gonna come up with some kind of cyber arms. Maybe it'll just be a bodysuit like Doctor Doom. Okay, here's what I mentioned about the blackouts. So they want you to go ahead and I said this before. I said, hey, they want us in a new dark age, but look, they're gonna have us voluntarily go into it. Going back into the dark ages, millions of Brits will be told to switch off their lights and turn down their thermostats to avoid blackouts in the winter. So this is a government plan to avoid blackouts. The plan is blackouts. Turn off your lights, turn everything off. This will help us avoid blackouts. Makes a lot of sense. But again, this is your environmentalist religious cult that runs the world, and it is a doomsday cult. They actually call themselves doomers. The ones who think it's too late to fix it, they call themselves doomers. All right, here's the Falling Man reference I wanted to bring up. GameStop is letting somebody sell an NFT that has the Falling Man. So you can see what they did here is they took a video game character and they put him over the Falling Man. And this was sold on GameStop's NFT marketplace. It says here, among the NFTs listed on the platform is an artwork called Falling Man that was spotted. There's no mistaking it. It represents the most iconic photo of the 21st century, the Falling Man, a part of a series of images captured by Associated Press photojournalist Richard Drew. Says here it's estimated 100 individuals fell to their death while the towers were standing. So again, this is the Falling Man photo, and again, he just superimposed some video game character over it. The interesting thing about this photo to me is that the original one is owned by Elton John, one, and two, the photographer also photographed RFK as he fell to his death. Lean Dion says Elon's solar plexus is that alien movie scene chest birthing. Yeah, there was something there. Some people suggested that he himself is just a big mechanical suit and that the real Elon's like much shorter and he's actually contained in that chest. Joined by Coyote Smoke and Mirror, the HBIC Peace Circle 360, who asks, is consuming crickets necessary? Yeah, bugs and Netflix, that's the future. So let's see about this Falling Man. Yep, somebody noticed it's the same one, so GameStop had to pull it. Fascinating. It says on platforms like OpenSeas, people can mint tokens for free, and fake and plagiarized content abounds. So I guess it's a copyright thing. It's in poor taste, I guess, but you know who owns this is Elton John, and I noticed this on the 22nd of February. I was reading about how Elton John had an experience of falling nearly 10,000 feet when his jet nearly crashed. And I thought that's interesting. What a morbid photo to own, if real. I mean, I'm not convinced that these things are real. We were talking about Gelatin B and the possible explanation for how they pulled off the stunt itself. In fact, I have a little bit here, so I didn't want to focus too much on this, but it should just be, I think I should mention this. I should talk about this briefly. I put out a newsletter about it because this is an important topic and no media is settled, and if we find more information, we will. But we did get into a pretty heated debate over whether or not the jumpers were real with the 9/11 jumper truther. So Boogeyman, a 9/11 jumper truther, called us lazy in the server. He said we were lazy, and I didn't quite understand why, because we're very much interested in looking for this information. So the only reason why I changed his name from Boogeyman to Lazy Man is because he called us lazy first, one, and then two, I said, well, okay, fine. If you want to assert there are deaths, then how many were there? And he wouldn't give me an answer. So you can't call people lazy if you haven't done the research to back your own claims. But I noted that he seemed bewildered by the footage, that it was almost too hard for him to believe. It looked too realistic. And I wanted to point out that if what you're looking at is making use of all of the available movie magic that you can find in any of the movies at the time, then it shouldn't be that difficult. If they can fake it in the movies, they can fake it in the news, and they frequently do. You're So if you're thinking that it looks very real, well, that doesn't mean it is real. We can't be MSM fundamentalists, where if it's on the screen, I can believe it. He was also bewildered by the plane-shaped hole in the building, which I say looks more like a bat. But here again, if you're willing to admit there's no plane, or observe this fact, which he is, why would it be difficult to come up with some way that the director of this production would be able to simulate this. So in this case, I don't think it's that difficult to arrange explosives in that shape to go along with the CGI overlay. But again, during our debate, I asked him what the body count was again, and he had no answers. And I brought up the thing about the Falling Man photo and Elton John's involvement because I think it's important to point out too that the entire narrative and the story about the entire thing is highly suggestive of it being a scripted event. And so if it's 90% scripted, then it's probably 100% scripted. I mean, for the most part, there's not going to be any loose ends or random things. And again, if they can fake a few planes, I think they can fake a few uh, bits of footage from eyewitnesses. Like it's not that much out of their reach. So to me, it's a question of fakeability. Like we're not really. I don't think we're failing the fakeability test with any of our assertions, including the ones about people falling, from the sky being easily created in advance with this art group. So, for the most part, though, I think it was a productive discussion, but there's no evidence of actual planes, so it's more likely the entire thing is a perception management psyop. But I am interested in hearing his conclusion if he can come up with a rough estimate as to how many people he thinks did die. But until I hear the rough estimate, there's nothing that can be added to this conversation other than, um, I guess, examining the new footage. But again, the footage itself is not conclusive given everything else. But I am interested in people who are kind of contrarian. In this case, it's interesting to me though that someone who doesn't believe in the planes or thinks the planes are fake still has to hold on to the jumpers. Like there's some kind of attachment to that story, and it's a very gripping story. But we didn't kick him out of the Discord server for having the wrong opinions about jumpers. We kicked him out of the server because of his poor behavior. But even if you get kicked out of the server, you're welcome to call in. All right, so let us continue. Commenter says there's no close-up videos of the jumpers or their corpses. Correct. Dang says 9/11 is a waste of time as clouded as JFK. I disagree. It's a valuable use of your time to re-examine these things. I disagree with the idea that you can just call it fake and move on, or that you can say, "Oh, the media is settled. We already know the truth. Move on." The JFK thing, well, most indications that I'm looking at now, I would say point to it being fake. I don't see anything suggesting it was real. It's too scripted. You have the very heavy King killed 33 Masonic killing of the king ritual symbolism. But you also have the obvious involvement from Kubrick. It's a psyop entertainment media complex production. I actually don't think they killed Kennedy that day. And a lot of the people who remember it are misremembering if they're not entirely Mandela affected by the thing. Nobody saw it happen that day. It wasn't even broadcast on live TV, and it wasn't on TV until Geraldo put it on, Geraldo Rivera, like 12 years after the fact. 9/11 though, imagine if we had closed the book on that in 2010, like Bush did it, or the reptilians did it, or Israel did it. Whatever your who done it, that would have been the end of it. But after 2012, you start finding out about crisis actors, and you start finding out about CGI planes, about how fake things can be, how monolithic the control over media is, how the news media itself isn't neutral, that they're not actually reporters getting information for your edification, but they're producing the stories. But the truth about 9/11 would not have been fully uncovered. It would not have been fully uncoverable until like after 2012ish. There's just no way. So we have to keep looking back at these things. So if you're settled with, yeah, some people died, or a lot of people died, you might have jumped to a conclusion because the evidence now would suggest, or the counter evidence would suggest, that nobody died. And the only ones that we're still kind of debating over are the jumpers, but that's been settled. I'm not going to say it's settled media, but I mean, there are valid explanations. But if people want to continue to believe, by all means, but we want to know. But for those who say it's completely unknowable, I would say no. It's knowable. It really is. Stranger says the Harley guy already told us what happened. What's the problem? Exactly. We already heard the script. One of my favorite bits of media from 9/11 was the Sean Hannity show. Sean Hannity's second day on the job. He was taking callers, and one guy was like, "First, I heard a boom. Then I smelled fuel. I smelled lots of jet fuel, and then I instantly thought Osama bin Laden." Like it's such a joke. And I don't think that there was as much criticism of the media back then, real time, as there is now. I mean, certainly there wasn't, but there wasn't enough then to be effective in even influencing them. Like right now, we're critics. They hate conspiracy theorists, not because we're right, but because we're critics and they don't like the criticism. They're sensitive about it. We're calling out their bad stories. And they didn't used to have this level of criticism where they could have really bad actors and get away with it. Wolf336 says reptiles are the only thing that makes sense. Why would they hate us so much otherwise? Seriously. I stopped taking the reptilian thing seriously until TikTok banned all discussion of reptilians. All right, so let's continue here. I'm going through my comments. If anybody has anything to add, also feel free to call in. 9/11 is ancient history, though. It was replaced by September the 11th, and they phase things out. They bring new things in. There's no more Islamic terrorists. Now you have domestic violent extremists, and it's not a coincidence that Al Qaeda translates to the base, and the white nationalists today call themselves the base. It's because it's the same exact group. The QAnon radicals have replaced the Quran radicals. Incels have replaced terror cells. The Great Satan and the Deep State are the same thing. The MAGA ban, Vanilla ISIS, White Al Qaeda. Okay, so let's continue here. Anti-Semitic mob wave swastika flags outside Turning Point, USA. Florida neo-fascists displayed their ideology of hatred at the Turning Point. These guys were all covering their faces with masks and glasses and hats, and you couldn't see who they were. And I don't believe that these are real groups. They're probably Democrats, probably Antifa, dressing up as the other side, but otherwise it's just a costume party here. I don't think this is actually representative of any kind of real Nazism. And when you really get down to it, the ideas behind Nazis, National Socialism, and all this stuff has nothing to do with the right in America. It's kind of it's just a smear. So they go to your events, they wave swastikas around, and you look bad. It's a photo op. Totally staged and fake. Kind of like 1/6. Let's see here. Newly surfaced video shows Tom Cruise laughing hysterically as he recalls cutting off a man's oxygen during flight. Yeah, this is from Daily Caller. Video shows Tom Cruise laughing like a psychopath, describing how he nearly killed a man. I do have a short clip from this, but the story was they were trying to get somewhere faster, he and his co-pilot, and they had a passenger. And in order to get there faster, they had to fly higher and cut off his oxygen. And apparently it knocked him out. The only thing I notice about this video, other than it's very annoying, is they start off saying, I have two kids, one's 9 and 11. So my kids are 9, 11. And then he starts talking about taking away the air.
Flying to Colorado, and I was flying this airplane that we had to go on oxygen, and the winds were better at a higher altitude, so we climbed up, and I realized that we couldn't stay at that altitude if on oxygen. I had to descend because I didn't have enough oxygen. So I had a passenger in the back. So we figured out, you know, me and the co-pilot, that if we turned the oxygen off in the back guy, that we could make it at this altitude.
So yeah, they determined they could just cut off his air and they could make it. So of course they're laughing and it's funny, I get it, I guess. But what if this is a little more cryptic? You know, I can't breathe. I can't breathe was not only applied to the notion of police oppression, but I can't breathe also became synonymous with environmentalism in the air, the atmosphere. I can't breathe because COVID. I can't breathe because of misinformation is causing people to spread the COVIDs. So I can't breathe is part of our zeitgeist. And when you go back in the predictive programming of Stanley Kubrick, even with 2001 Space Odyssey, he had predictive programming for George Floyd, a fake pandemic. And then I've seen other instances of this used, like in the movie Moonfall, one of the younger characters says, I can't breathe, and an adult takes off his mask and his oxygen is given to her so she can breathe because the moon's destroying the atmosphere. But again, what I'm suggesting here is there could be a subtext about the elite at some point are going to have to put all of us to sleep if they're going to make it. I think that's kind of the subtext. That's what I'm taking out of it. That's what I hear in Tom Cruise's laugh.
So, you know, it wasn't dangerous or anything, you know.
Anyway, let's move on here. Stranger says, I've enjoyed some of his films. If you watch the new Top Gun, you'll find it's replete with symbolism connecting to the idea of a second coming and a resurrected savior. Chronologically, Top Gun and Top Gun 2 are 33 years apart. The production started 33 years after the first one for Top Gun 2. Character names like Phoenix, you know, dying, resurrecting. The symbol of the Phoenix has been synonymous with the symbol of Christ for a long time. Another character, Rooster, who's just reprising his father's role, you know, again, 33 years. Rooster, the Rooster, is another symbol associated with Christ. Then you have another character named Hangman, who says, I'm good, multiple times. Hangman also says, this is your savior speaking, when he saves a couple of the other characters. Hangman is played by an actor who's 33. So Hangman, Rooster, Phoenix, and then you have Tom Cruise. The name Thomas means twin, Cruise means cross, twin cross. The double cross would be the cross of one is one rung, one bar is death, the other one is resurrection. So Tom Cruise even has this encoded into his name, and if you look into his movies, you find this is very consistent. Vanilla Sky, he's a 33-year-old who dies, 3 days later comes back from the dead. Reoccurring themes all around. Works for a magazine company called Rise. Well, the Top Gun 2 movie had frequent uses of Phoenix symbolism, the word rise. Again, Rooster, Hangman, played by a 33-year-old actor, Phoenix, very consistent. I did a pretty deep breakdown of the movie on my blog and how it connects to other things as well. You know, Top Gun reaching the level of popularity at this time. And then, of course, Tom Cruise turned 60 on 7/3 when we start the Dog Days of Summer. And right after this, you had the shooting in Akron. And BLM was chanting in their marches there 60 times, 60 times, because the guy was shot 60 times. A lot of connection between the Top Gun movie and events on the ground, like in the March for Our Lives protest. You had that guy jump up during the moment of silence, screaming, I am the gun. All these events are interconnected, and it ties in again to this second coming resurrection thing. Let me go through some comments. Oh, one more thing about the movie. If you watch it, the very beginning, at the very beginning, you have to pay attention to the numbers as he breaks the speed record. But the role that he's playing at that moment, it's clearly based on the first man in space, Yuri Gagarin. And you can look at the two of them, how they're characterized. There's a lot of similarities here. But Yuri Gagarin died a mysterious, fiery death. shortly after going into space. But again, in the story, Gagarin goes to space, then he lands in some rural area, and a couple of villagers see him, and they said something to him like, who are you? And he says, I came from outer space. So the idea of he comes down in a spacesuit. Well, in the Top Gun movie, he looks like he's in a spacesuit, and he lands in this area. He goes in a diner, and someone asks him if he's an alien. But even the way the diner was represented, it looked like it was from the early. It looked like it was from the 60s. So my point is, they've connected him with the first man in space. He's already been associated with Stanley Kubrick because of Eyes Wide Shut. And of course, Kubrick's associated with Apollo 11. So now Top Gun is going to be followed by one of these Mission Impossibles where Tom Cruise is going to the actual space station. So Tom Cruise filming a movie on the space station after reprising the role of Yuri Gagarin, I think is very significant. And some of the stuff's very subtle. Like, for example, he goes into a bar and it starts playing a David Bowie song when Jennifer Connelly is in the scene. And so Jennifer Connelly, of course, she was in a movie with David Bowie, Labyrinth. But why would David Bowie be brought up in this movie in this context? And every song, every detail is calculated. In fact, I'll probably go through that piece here shortly. Going through some comments. If you want to call in, also the number's on the screen. Tyrone says Cruise is still lean and mean because new Toms replace the old Toms periodically, like Paul McCartney. Some personas are too valuable to time out. Okay, so that's an interesting point as well. We talk about this with, in fact, the last caller, we were talking about death fakers and deep fakes, and this has been brought up before. Some people are, bringing this stuff up with the idea of The Weeknd, for example, at the last Super Bowl performance, where his whole performance was him surrounded by clones who are all getting reconstructive surgery on their faces and they have their heads bandaged. And I think that was kind of insinuated there, that you're looking at basically a puppet. In this case, yeah, the name Thomas, twin. And if you notice in the last year or two, every other story with Tom Cruise is about how there's some deep fake of Tom Cruise. It's almost like they're purposefully blurring our concept of what he looks like. Again, if you want to call in, numbers on the screen. By the way, the first Oscars after 9/11 were hosted by Tom Cruise, who shouted out Stanley Kubrick, of all people, and talked about how from the time that he was a kid and he saw 2001: A Space Odyssey, he wanted to go into outer space. There's also some predictive programming in South Park where Tom Cruise is dead on the moon. What could that mean? And then, of course, David Bowie's final album, Black Star, has Major Tom dead on the moon. I kind of wondered, could Tom Cruise be Major Tom? Okay, so I have a mind map I built around the word damn because of all of the various references in movies like Stranger Things and Westworld to a dam. I put this up before the Hoover Dam had the explosion and before Liz Cheney said that the dam has begun to break. So if you go to metascript.cc, you can take a look at this, and there are many others like it, but I'm just showing that there's a story that's really integrated, and it connects everything from our news, history, astrology, and the entertainment all at once. And here we have this theme that's been up, and it goes back probably, I guess, July 2020, the Kraken thing. But ever since we noted the Kraken, and then it's been merging with this talk of a dam. Cracks in the dam brought up in all these various shows all at once. And then Liz Cheney talks about the dam has begun to break, the context being this new quote, Watergate. And Watergate has a Stranger Things tie-in. Very fascinating, but again, I put this up before she said the dam has begun to break. before there was an explosion on Hoover, and I had the Hoover Dam, and I had put the Hoover Dam on the mind map because season 4 of Westworld opens up on the Hoover Dam. And of course, it was a transformer that exploded, which connects to the Transformers movie, in which the Decepticons have this structure beneath the dam, some big black cube. But again, I'm pointing this out because we are seeing this reoccurring theme from the GOP Flood the Polls 2022, again, the election, to Batman, where the discussion was at the end about the flood on 11/6. The flood being triggered by who? The Riddler, who's Q, and the Riddler's army, his digital soldiers. These things are interconnected. There's also a man on the Hoover Dam, a QAnoner. Infinite Plane Radio.
Where the discussion was at the end.
Hey, what's up, Colin? If you want to mute your speaker, there's a little bit of an echo.
Sorry about that. I turned it off, man. This is Jurassic Larry.
Hey, what's up, Jurassic Liars? Good to hear from you again.
Well, I saw nobody was calling in for the last few minutes. That's why I called in. You know what I want to talk about is
Yeah,
just a real quick.
sure. Floor's yours. Last time you called in, you dropped some very fascinating information, and of course, you brought up that attempted assassination event and how even that correlates with what's coming. And I caught one other thing. Let me bring this up really quick here. On the cover of the Drudge Report right now, it has Georgia danger for dawn, and made me think of the Georgia Guidestones blowing up and the capstone getting the capstone being the skull getting partially blown up. But anyway,
I wonder what that's about. I don't even know what that's about, that story.
well, what I'm thinking is this. So when the Georgia Guidestones blew up on 7/6, George Bush's 76th birthday, there's this
Right.
obvious skull and bones thing. And from above,
Mhm.
the Georgia Guidestones with the 4 pillars and the fifth capstone on top look like a skull and bones. So when the bomb blew up, it's like the skull had a chunk taken out of it. And they called it the capstone, which references the head and the
Right.
skull here. So I took that to be foreshadowing of something to come. And then a couple days after, you had the guy Abe getting shot. So my take on it here is the fact that it's Georgia danger for dawn. It's about the election, but I'm thinking here there's some kind of the name George in this context suggests danger for dawn.
Huh. Yeah. But that was the actual headline?
It's a headline right now, actually. It just came up like an hour
Oh.
ago, and I'm like, interesting. I guess Trump's having problems there electorally, but the subtext to me is I'm seeing a lot of references. Danger for dawn. That's like the double meaning to me ties it in with the Georgia and the exploding of the capstone.
Anyway, so since we're talking about like an assassination, let me recap the things that have happened around August 4th, the last 4 years, okay?
Yes.
So back in 2018, there was an attempted assassination of the Venezuelan president with drones, and that happened on August 4th. Do you remember that?
No, but that's big because, again, August 4th, the date, as you've described, hadn't heard of that one. I remember last year you pointed this out. You had the president of the union named Trumpka who died. Was that on a 6/11? But anyway, go on to the 8/4.
No. I'll recap that in a moment. But so 2018, you had the attempted assassination of the Venezuelan president. Something to do with drones exploding. It was a big news story. I did it right away on that day. And because I was predicting even then that Trump's going to get his head wound on August 4th, right? So that's why it was a big deal, and I showed it. And so you had that incident where there was an actual president had an attempted assassination on August 4th. And then in 2019, you had the El Paso shooting on August 3rd, one day before. And why that's significant is because EL, because it was in El Paso, EL means God in Hebrew, and Paso means he passed. So you have God, he passed, because they're implying that Trump is, the Godfather. You get what I'm saying?
The Don,
And
yes, yes.
yeah, the Dom, yeah, exactly, the Don, the Godfather. Anyway, so on August 3rd, you had that mass shooting, and then, and I believe it was at a Target, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not sure, Walmart, I don't remember.
It was a Walmart. It was a
Walmart.
Walmart.
Yeah,
Patrick
yeah, yeah.
Crusius.
Yeah, okay. And and then the very next day, on August 4th, you had a mass shooting in Ohio, because the other one was a mass shooting on August 3rd, and then on August 4th there was another mass shooting in Ohio, and and remember, I'm saying that Trump's going to get his head wound in Ohio, and and if you add the two shootings up, the amount of deaths, and if you add the two shooters, you get 33, because it was 31 deaths and two shooters makes 33. So that's an interesting little tidbit. But there was a lot of connections to the address to Ned Peppers, because
Yeah,
it
Ned
connected to.
Peppers. Ned Peppers is the one that had the pile of shoes out front, and that was the same weekend as the Gilroy Garlic Festival shooting. But yeah, that's right. 8-4 was Dayton, Ohio. So Ohio was another one of the big connections that you've been pointing out here.
Yeah, so you had those two incidences happen. Now, what makes it even more connecting to Trump is that the August 3rd shooting of the Walmart, there was a hero from that story, some black dude who supposedly somehow saved people. I don't know. He was somehow in the armed forces or the Army Reserve. I
Yes,
don't know who. What.
Private First Class Oakley was stationed there in Fort Bliss, Texas, and he was a witness who supposedly was rescuing kids. Yes, Oakley.
Yeah, and what was his first name?
PFC Oakley. I could probably
I
find
think he
his.
had a Don. I think he had a Don in his name. I can't remember. So maybe somebody can look it up real quick. Anyway, that dude,
Yes, Glendon. Yeah, Glendon.
Glenn Don. There it goes. Glenn Don. That's right. And that dude, the hero, met with Trump.
Yes,
And
Melania and Donald Trump. I have a picture of him here. They actually went up and shook his hand and gave him some kind of Army commendation medal.
right, and that guy was found dead in his barracks. In barracks is barracks. I mean, barracks is Barack, and he was found dead on April 8th, which is the 4-8 backwards, 8-4.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I remember this character, and his family was connected. He had high-ranking military officers. So I figured this guy's in on this whole operation, and to be this close to the president. But his name, Glendon, and his death date, 8-4. Very, very good
Four.
information there.
Yeah, and Oakley is glasses, and the word glasses equals the word Seattle in gematria, same exact numbers. And so then the next year, and by the way, there was other, like the addresses and everything. There was a bunch of connections with those mass shootings, but it'd be senseless for me to go through it here. But so the next year, on August 4th, you had the biggest explosion. Oh, but first, let me say real quick, the guy's name is Glenn Don, right? Besides him having the Don, he had the Glenn in his name, and I live in Glendale, California, okay? So that's just another little connection there. Just like Rodney King, you remember Rodney King? His middle name was Glenn. And
Oh, really?
anyway,
Really? Okay,
yeah.
so Rodney King, by the way, and everybody in chat will answer this. How many times was he hit in the 1 minute and 19-second beating?
Yeah, yeah, and it was on 3-3. Besides the 33.
Yeah, it was on 3-3, and he's
Yeah,
beaten 33 times for 1 minute 19
yeah,
seconds, or reverse 9/11. He's got the name King. Uh, yeah, again,
yeah,
no coincidences here. So then in 2020, 8-4 comes around, and what happens then?
yeah. And then you had the biggest explosion we have ever seen in our lifetimes probably ever. And no one, even the people who were years ago never saw it in real life. We saw the biggest explosion that we've ever seen happen in Beirut, Lebanon. It happened on August 4th. And who was born in Beirut, Lebanon? Me.
Yep.
Again, again connecting to me and the August 4th date, right?
Now, something else about that date. So, yeah, we had the twin explosions, and it was 75 years after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So I saw the 75 there. It was 75 years from the flu vaccine. There's all kinds of 75s and 57s. And here's an interesting one though. It was the 57th anniversary of Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech that was being celebrated. You had the DNC had 57 people singing the national anthem. Like that number was standing up. Prince died at 57. But anyway, in Buffalo, you had a 75-year-old shoved, and he fell and he bled out of his head. As a result of that 75-year-old falling, 57 cops resigned. So I've seen a lot of 57 and 75 correlated with headshots, with like assassinations or crowns even. Like I think like even Bezos stepped down from Amazon. They said he passed on his crown at 57. So there's some kind of connection there I've seen. But again, yeah, it was 75 years from Hiroshima and Nagasaki when those bombs went off.
Yeah, that's interesting that you mentioned that because on my calculator that I can't explain it here, but on my calculator the word crown does have connections to the number 5778, but which
Fascinating.
which which would be the backwards 8775, which which I explained equals 162 87 75, and the 162nd day of the year is June 11th, the day that Seattle's going to get struck. But anyway, so you had the biggest explosion ever in Beirut, Lebanon on August 4th again, and then in 2021 on August 4th, again, me predicting the same predictions every year, and I said Trump's going to get his head wound, and what happens on August? See, here's the little kick, the little twist. They brought out the story at 6:00 in the morning on August 5th, because that's how I saw it. I saw it on August 5th at 6:00 in the morning. They said that the union leader, some famous union leader, died, and this is how the headline: President Trumpka dies. His name is Trumpka, Trumka.
Yeah, and it was reported August 5th, but he died likely before midnight or whatever. But the point is, it was like, what the hell? We were looking at this date, and the name Trumpka, it's like a joke.
Right, and they said he died on August 5th, but there's some people saying he died on August 4th because he died in his sleep, so nobody knows what time he actually died. But isn't that like I said, it's so obvious,
There's
but they
something.
didn't want to make it too obvious. Yeah, go
There's
ahead.
well, there's something really significant about this. Even with in the last couple of years, this association of Trump with the Kennedys. The name Kennedy means ugly head or head wound, cane to head. So there's a very significant symbol here attached to the name Kennedy being associated with Trump with the Q thing. And I think it's because we're being prepared for some major league event. And again, Kennedy was taken to Parkland Hospital. And everywhere I see, there's shootings. Parkland High, Highland Park. The Parkland cast and crew is out in full force. And then you got the shooter in Highland Park with the Lee Harvey Oswald newspaper. And so he's like a sniper, and his mom has Target shopping bags. So you have the Lee Harvey Oswald sniper out there in the script. And then you have Derek Chauvin. And the first time they let Derek Chauvin out on bail, they let him out at 11:22. So again, it's just kind of reiterating here, there's something in the big story. We're being set up, I believe, to have a very impactful event occur.
Well, can I just give you one little tidbit about Parkland? The word Parkland.
Yeah, please.
Parkland has the same numbers, but only See, on my calculator, it gives you the forward numbers and the backward numbers and the total. So the most important numbers are the very first row. So on my calculator, Parkland equals the exact same as the word Christ, but only the front row, not the backward and the totals. So the most important numbers is 77, 32, 109, and that's what Christ equals. Parkland equals the same as Christ.
Now,
So,
you mentioned Beirut. Okay, so here's one other thing about I wanted to bring up with you is that so you have a personal connection with the Beirut thing.
mhm,
So you have personal
right.
connections to this, and there's literally nobody else anywhere saying what you're saying, and specifically, like to a T. You know, you're saying some very specific things. Nobody else has made these connections, and the
Yeah.
connections are there. What does that make you think?
Well, I mean, I can't get into it here, but it is. I am obviously connected to this. I don't know the end. Like I said, I have guesses, and I've talked about it a few times on the channel. Uh, but here's the thing: not only do I have a connection to the Beirut, but I have a connection to Elvis, who I'm telling you is connected to all of this. He's the one that's going to be worshipped, and um, he's like the image of Lucifer, and Trump is the devil twin of Elvis. You know, like the replacement twin for Elvis's identical twin that died. But anyway, I was obsessed with Elvis, so I have a connection to the Elvis. I have a connection to the Beirut, and like I told you guys before, that matrix that we live in. The dude who Neo, the guy who's the Matrix guy, he's born in Beirut, Lebanon. You know what I mean? It's just, there's a lot going on here. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, here's another one. Trump's ex dies, Ivana dies at 73, and 73 is EL if you flip it upside down.
Yes,
And
exactly.
1973 was Watergate, and now they're comparing Trump's thing to Watergate. 73, Elvis went to 1.5 billion people saw him because of that televised or that satellite concert, and we just had this recent big Elvis thing. So there's a lot
And
of 73s popping up, and then the death.
and and what if I told you that 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 I'm connected to that day too? Because on that day that they said that concert went out to the world.
Uh-huh.
Do you know the date? I mean, I know the date, but I just want to make.
Let me
Can you look it up real
Yeah,
quick?
let me go ahead and pull that up because yeah,
I think
Elvis.
it's January. It's January 14th, 1973. I think,
Pull it up.
or no, maybe not. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, January 14th, 1973. Aloha from Hawaii via satellite.
That same day, that was the day the Super Bowl happened, and Washington beat. I mean, Miami beat Washington, I believe, that day. And do you know what was the most memorable thing about that Super Bowl? It
Uh,
was about this. Go ahead. What are
no,
you
no,
gonna
no,
say?
no. Please tell me.
It was about this kicker who was trying to kick a field goal, and something the ball got messed up, the snap, and somehow the kicker got a hold of the ball, and he was going to throw it forward, but instead of throwing it, it slipped out of his hand and flew up in the air, and it hit him back in the head, and it was the most, the biggest blooper ever, you know, and it almost cost him the game, but his team still won, the Miami Dolphins, and his name was Garo, and that's my name.
Oh, that's interesting too. Yeah, so
Yeah,
yeah, I think that's all very fascinating because it's such a
yeah,
there's no way to deny what we're seeing here, and it's just unfolding. And the Neo connection there is very, very interesting. Of
yeah,
course, uh, Keanu Reeves, very key character in the big story, but all the 73s, the Watergate connections, the connections with Elvis being brought back at this time, it just stands out. And then, of course, when a Trump dies and 73 is attached to it, I'm like, okay,
yeah.
what's that? You know?
Well, you know why? Well, but you know why they're bringing Watergate back into the picture, don't you?
I see the way I've been reading it, and is that I'm seeing the Watergate has something to do with this Kraken thing that's been introduced, which I started listening to you when I heard you say Beast from the Sea, and I'm like, I think we're seeing the same thing here. Is that what you're saying? The Watergate is the Beast from the Sea, some kind of connotation?
Well, no, because Elvis equals water in gematria. It's exact same numbers. Every number is the same. And also Elvis equals reset. That's why he is the reset. Elvis is the reset. Elvis equals water. So when they say Watergate, they're Elvis Gate. They're saying it's a portal. It's Elvis Gate out of the. He's the beast out of the sea in Seattle, right? And um, Elvis, the reason they're bringing up Watergate because, besides what I just said, Elvis, the only president he visited was Nixon.
Yeah, yeah. When he that story is really an interesting one. When Elvis meets Nixon, he asks for badges to be part of all of the various agencies like the FBI and the CIA, and he gave Nixon a Colt 45.
Yes, exactly, and which connects obviously to Trump, who's the 45th president, and all of this is going to play out because it's going to be Elvis next year. Well, actually, starting from this year, August 16th, till next year, August 16th, Elvis is going to be dead for 45 years, and that's what this is all about. Because next year is like I said, if the prediction for Trump doesn't happen this year, then for sure that both predictions happen next year. I'm talking about without a doubt. There's no more. If it doesn't happen next year, then it's never going to happen. But uh, so he gives them a Colt 45, and the name and the word Colt equals June in gematria. So that's another connection to it being next year, the Seattle event in June, and of course the 45 being connected to Trump and his head wound, and we're both. And by the way, the Kraken. Yes, I don't know how long you've been talking about the Kraken, but I was telling the people about the beast out of the sea. Elvis is the beast out of the sea. The Kraken, the Phoenix Rising. He's the goat. I was saying that before they even named their Seattle hockey team Kraken.
Right.
I
See,
was
I,
naming.
I didn't notice Krakens until that, but then once I picked up on that, and then they started talking about the Kraken with the election, and then it started picking up from there, and they haven't backed up. And every time they talk about Hunter's crack pipe, they're talking about the cracks in the ISS. You hear these words being used, and I think they're just drilling some idea home, and it has. I think this year is significant because we're in the place where Pluto was in 1776, and I don't care for astrology, but the elite apparently do. And Pluto releases the Kraken. Pluto is Hades, and I'm watching Westworld, and the character who represents Hades is on the Hoover Dam, and in the commercial it has like a crack in it, like a kraken. So there again, you have
Right,
the
right.
dam, the kraken, and there's something about the Hoover Dam that's very significant. And then it has this explosion on the transformer, and in the Transformers movie, Hoover Dam is where the fallen angels have their base. It's right beneath it. So there's all kinds of strange connections there. There's a void, and again, there's a as you've observed, there's just so much here. But again, the Hoover Dam is another connection to this idea of a kraken and a dam about to break, which is just and then of course Liz Cheney yesterday regarding Donald Trump and this new Watergate, she said the dam has begun to break. She just said that like 2 days ago.
Right, right. I did. I heard that. And uh, but the significance of the Hoover Dam is not that it's not going to be the next big event. The next big event is the Seattle event, but it is. It's just not predictive programming, but it is just it's referencing what is about to happen in Seattle. Okay, they're going to crack Seattle because that's why I told you about the head wounds. Not only is Trump going to get a head wound, but also Seattle's going to get a head wound. That whole area where it looks like Elvis's head is probably going to get chopped off.
You know
The
what?
chop zone.
Yes. When you pointed that out, I looked at the picture of Washington and the area where it looks like Elvis's head looking out to the sea, and right where the
Hmm.
fault line is. Then I watched Stranger Things 4-2, season 4, episode 2, where Hawkins is split by a crack that opens up hellfire with a 7.4 magnitude earthquake. And I'm saying Hawkins represents Seattle. And then the next day, Seattle's doing simulations for a 7.5 earthquake that causes 42-foot waves on that fault line. So I'm like, wait, this predictive programming is tying into the movie, and it ties into what you've been saying. A crack in
Yeah,
Seattle, a crack in the state itself, and then the Kraken thing, the beast from the sea.
right. And the 42 is very significant because Elvis died at the age of 42, and Washington's the 42nd state. And Seattle's in King County also, and Elvis was known as the king, you know.
Right,
So that,
right. And
yeah.
so, okay, the Seattle thing's huge. Seattle Kraken, all the associations with the Space Needle. And then when the Seattle Kraken trailer came out, I noticed it was 1 minute 13 seconds. And then the election, 113. And I find all kinds of connections with this date, 113, the time, 1 minute 13 seconds, the Challenger explodes. Very significant because the new tower that replaced the Twin Towers opened on 11/3. Then I find out Godzilla's birthday, which is a national holiday in Japan, is 11/3. Another beast from the sea. God is in the name, and
Yeah.
it's just reiterating that, yeah, there is something there. And I think you're right. Hoover Dam, yeah, that was just a little, it was a plot point, the little explosion on the transformer. But I think you're right. This thing from the sea, this Kraken, and it's pretty, it's pretty cut and dry, I think, at this point.
Yeah, and man, what was I going to say? Now I'm lost. But anyway, yeah, Nixon had the Watergate thing, obviously, and Elvis, the only president he visited was Nixon, and the reason that happened is because it's connected to the EL again, the L, the God, because Nixon was the 37th president, and Nixon was in office when Elvis became 37 years old in 1972.
Now, I mentioned Tom Cruise a minute ago. His birthday is 7/3, and in the movie Vanilla Sky, he dies and he's born again at 33. But he's sold immortality by a company called LE, as in, like a LE, like the reverse of EL. But
Yeah, that's a great catch. Go ahead.
but
Yeah, I didn't
but
know.
again, I'm like, well, that's interesting. And then I'm watching the show called The 100 with this AI entity that takes over, and it's basically like Lucifer, but in the form of a woman in a red dress, and her name is Ellie. So it's a reoccurring theme here. The devil, Lucifer, whatever you call it, representing in various forms, but El is the consistent theme here, and they represent it with the numbers. Even the first Jack Parsons, the guy who started off at JPL, blew up in his laboratory at 37. So, I mean, you go into this stuff all the time, but yeah, this is it's a language in plain sight, and you've decoded it pretty much better than anybody here. And appreciate you calling in. And the number 42, as we were saying, hugely significant in all of this. And the number 42 is what really keeps me looking at Seattle, the Space Needle, and of course the 42-foot tsunamis that they just predicted.
Yeah, definitely. And just one last thing. You know, Elvis, like I said, he was known as the King. Seattle's in King County. And it's also connected to Martin Luther King. MLK was assassinated on 4/4 in Memphis, Tennessee. Elvis was in Memphis, Tennessee when he was killed. And because, and there can't be two kings. So Martin Luther King had to go. So, you know what I mean? Whether it's real or not, I don't care. The point is it had to be taken out of the limelight there. And it was just a ritual, obviously. But so the king had the king whacked. Elvis had Martin Luther King whacked in Memphis, Tennessee, where Elvis lived,
Yeah,
And
that's the story though. The JFK was a killing of the king ritual. There's a ritualistic story, and yeah, you were
mhm,
showing there's a continuity here. And when the guy Alec Baldwin, who dresses like Trump, so a twin of Trump, when he shot that director at the movie set,
mhm,
Joel Peterson, Joel Peterson has Trump's
Joel
birthday.
Souza.
No, Joel
Joel
Souza, excuse me.
Souza.
I wish it
Yeah.
was Joel
Mhm.
Peterson. No, I'm just kidding. Joel
Yeah.
Souza. Well, Joel Souza's birthday is 6/14, and he was shot by a 44. I was looking into like, wait, it was Stage Union IATSE 44. The gun was a 44, and he shoots a guy with Trump's birthday, and he's Trump's twin because he dresses like Trump. Like, so the
Yeah,
number
that's
44.
crazy. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And the reason I was bringing up MLK because in 2006, Seattle King County was changed from it was named after a different person named King originally, but they named it after MLK now in 2006. So think about that. So where Memphis, Tennessee, Elvis killed the king, MLK, and now he's going to kill Seattle, which is King County. You get what I'm saying? And it's named after MLK now.
Okay, and see that even reiterates this head wound thing, because the significance of the head wound, like I said, Kennedy, head wound, the whole significance also ties into the fault line that you reference, where on the map it looks like this profile of Elvis's head from the side, and so this fault line, it would basically correlate with this head here in King County. So yeah, there's
Yeah.
and a
I mean,
blast there. That's why I think it might be like a submarine, like
yeah,
from.
but what is the chance? What is the chance that they're going to call that area where these stupid protesters were the chop zone? You know?
Ooh, good point. The chop. They did call it the chop, and
Yeah.
right, right. And so the Seattle thing, and then of course you mentioned Ohio, where Trump's gonna, it suggests that he's gonna be there.
Right.
Is it
Right.
Cleveland? Cleveland, Ohio?
Yeah.
Or
And what about it? The 216 area code?
yeah, because I was thinking,
What?
Have you pointed this out? Because when you said Cleveland, I was thinking, cleave the land, like a chunk of the land taken out, the fault
Oh
line,
wow, no, I didn't even think of that. No, I didn't think of that.
and then of course the head
And
wound would be a cleaving.
and here's the crazy part. Cleveland. Uh, see, there's another connection to me because the August 4th is the 216th day of the year, and my address on my driver's license has the name Cleveland. You know, and Cleveland's the 216th area code, and also the taxi I was driving, where I would pick it up on King Street, the guy who owned it, it was the number 216. You see how crazy? I mean, like you can't make this stuff up. It's
No,
ridiculous.
what got me the other day you called in was when you pointed out that Abel, the weekend, his birthday is
It's
216,
216.
and
Yeah. Mhm.
he's just been weirdly parading around for the last 3 years with head wounds all the time, and I'm like,
Yeah.
it's grotesque. And one of the
Right.
pictures on his recent album, it looks like his head's been smashed by a sledgehammer. I'm like, what is with this guy the weekend,
Yeah.
constantly showing his face being crushed? And
And,
yeah, Abel.
and yeah, his name is Abel. And by the way, his real full name equals only in the first row on my calculator, not the second row, which is the backwards number, and then the third row is the totals. The first row on my calculator, which is the most important, it equals the exact same as Donald John Trump, his name. And that's why he was chosen. Okay. And then he has the 216, February 16th, which is 216. He's got that birthday. And also, and the reason he's wearing those stupid bandages, because his bandages equals comeback. Okay, now hold on. Bandages equals the word comeback. The weekend spelled without one E, because that's what they do. They spelled it with one less E. The weekend equals the word head wound. Exact same numbers.
Okay. So that's definitely another one. And then comeback, interesting enough, because Trump right now he's about to announce that he's going to run again, and one of the things he's often known for saying is the comeback is always
Yeah, the
better.
art of the comeback.
Art of
Yeah,
the
the art of the
comeback,
comeback.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. Because there's some, like I said, there's no way, you can make up these coincidences. They're absolutely, telling you right to your face what's going to happen.
Yeah, two of them that stood out that you pointed out was the guy that ran up and almost touched Trump's ankle when he was first running. Uh, they said it was an attempted assassination, but the guy was from Brandon County, Florida. And then you have the chant now, "Let's go Brandon." And if you look at it as Brand Dawn, it seems like there's a
Exactly.
double meaning. Like we're all a party to a spell, a ritual that's unfolding, and it's going to be culminating with this capstone event. The branding of Dawn.
Yeah, and there was a guy, man, I wish I had it in front of me, this story. The Melania, when Melania, there was a guy who wanted to kill Melania or something. And he, that story, I don't know, it had something to do with August 4th. I wish I could remember, and his name even had connection. Like I said, it's not in front of me, the info. That's why I can't remember it. But you try to look for that story, it's very hard to find. But thank goodness I had it. What's that? Had a photo of the story.
Right. Well, when Elvis came out in the theaters, I looked at the Drudge Report because I look at the big papers where I know millions of eyes are looking at every hour. And when that movie came out, they had the new Elvis picture on the left. On the right, it said, "Bird thought extinct, brought back, a real life phoenix in Japan." And then it had a story about a church in Texas that had a fire, but a cross had survived the fire. So one cross was standing, everything else was burned. So the idea of Elvis being associated with the phoenix is really strong, as he even obviously used that symbol. But then I find out that the 216th day of the year, August 4th, that 216 is the number of the phoenix cycle, according to Pythagoras, which again, Pythagorean numerology is what a lot of people use, but Pythagoras had said that 216 has to do with the cycle of the phoenix. So that's another layer there.
Yeah, I didn't know that. And also, the NASA, they sent up the Phoenix, NASA Phoenix, on August 4th.
Oh wow, NASA sent. Okay, so that's another thing.
It,
Um, NASA's
it's called the
con.
NASA Phoenix.
I'll have to
Go
look
ahead.
at that one. Oh, I missed that one because these NASA launches are all encoded like this. And recently they sent King Osiris or Osiris Rex to a rock out in space called Bennu, and Bennu is the Egyptian phoenix.
Wow. And this is what I was bringing up when I was talking about the king. Because, like I said, Martin Luther King, and then now it's King County, named after MLK. Elvis is known as the king, and Seattle's in King County, like I said. And remember, Elvis died on the throne, which is the toilet. Okay, and they mock God, by doing this. Okay, by saying that the toilet is a throne. So the king dies on the throne in the toilet, on the toilet, which is of course a water reference, the water, the toilet. And um, even the word toilet has the EL in it, but let's not even get into that. But because it's almost like the word Elliot, and Seattle's in Elliott Bay. But anyway, so he dies on the toilet, the king, on the throne. And what was he doing? He was reading a book called The Scientific Search for the Face of Jesus. See, it's complete mockery what they're doing. Okay, then, as if that wasn't bad enough, what did they do? They're giving you predictive programming here. They said there was killer hornets in Washington State. They found killer hornets, and the reason that that's important, because I told you they're going to destroy Seattle, Washington, right? King County, and the hornet, the word hornet is an anagram for the word throne, THRONE. Because that's why they were saying the killer hornet is there.
I
Something
see
about
that. I
destroying
see
the
that. I see
throne.
that.
Something about destroying the throne, basically. You know.
Well,
And
so
and hold on,
yeah, go
just
on.
one real quick. The reason I'm telling you that that's a throne is because Seattle is an anagram for the word EL, which is God, state, the state of L. It's the exact same letters I'm using. EL, state,
Oh,
is
I see that. I see that.
it's Seattle. Is Seattle. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, this here. Okay, so I see that here, Seattle. So about the throne, the death on the throne, and Elvis as being this kind of this antichrist figure. This all ties in very strongly with the this black star symbolism that we see being carried forth by people like David Bowie and Starman. And I found this weird thing, and I brought it up earlier, how again Starman is an anagram for Mr. Satan. And Starman was the car that Musk sent into space. Everyone here knows that, but it was a David Bowie song. So anyway, weirdly enough, I was, and David Bowie has Elvis's birthday. So again,
Right,
that was
right.
another connection there. 1/8 birthday. He releases his album on that day. So Musk sends this thing into space, Starman in space, David Bowie. And the other day, someone posts a picture of Elon Musk's mother, and I do an image search on her face, and this is a picture from like 30 years ago or something. The face brings up in the Google search pictures of David Bowie. So I was like, that's strange. What are the odds?
Yeah, I saw that when you put it. That was weird. Yeah.
But again, these are all just characters that are conveying this story. But the Starman, I'm saying though, is Elvis as well. The
Yeah,
Starman,
yeah,
whatever.
absolutely.
That's my
Elvis
point.
is the Black Star. Elvis is the Black Star, and he's the only one who has a Black Star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. He has two stars. One is the Black Star that was his original star. They moved it, and they moved it right next to the Beatles, who were the next big thing after Elvis. And Beatles is an anagram for El Beast, Elbeast.
Right.
And like I said, you cannot listen. You can only have so many coincidences before you understand that this is impossible coincidences. Just like the Beastie Boys having Elvis's bus as their tour bus. It's because it's the word beast in their name, right? That's why they used Elvis, because he's the beast out of the sea, Elvis. You know what I mean?
Right. And when you started making these Black Star references, this is where, I mean, it ties into a lot of things. So The Man Who Fell to Earth, and you have this new movie about the Savior falling to Earth, and he's given this speech, and he's got this black uh, star-shaped box. And so this is a reoccurring theme. This character, a man who falling to Earth, the Black Star,
And
Mister.
he was talking about water in Seattle.
But yeah, that was the thing. So yeah, he comes down to Earth. The first thing he does, he's looking for water, and then of course the whole thing is about Seattle. But he's a savior from space, and this
So
idea of a savior from space is also kind of conveyed in the 1973 concert where he was projected from a satellite from space, just like Starman was
exactly. And
broadcast.
satellite is almost like the word Seattle. They call them Seattleites.
Oh, interesting. And yeah, again, sat, and then of course L, and they're all, the cube sats, all kinds of
Hmm.
encoded stuff there. But Elvis having the black star on Hollywood is very significant, again, because he's the only one that has that. He's the black star.
And yeah, and it was right in front of a building that looks like a rocket. If you ever saw my old videos, I don't know if it's probably already gone, but I'm not sure if I did it on this channel or the old channels that got terminated. But it's right in front of a building that has a rocket shape and a needle. I wish you could bring it up. I don't know the name of this stupid thing. It's on. It was some bank on Hollywood and Highland building. But anyway, I don't know.
Well, look,
Um,
you've been making this correlation between Elvis, the Space Needle, and the Mark Needle for a long time.
right,
And
right.
anybody can go watch the movie right now. And in the opening scene, he literally falls down, and they have to resurrect him with a needle. They superimpose the imagery of him and the needle consistently. So this correlation is there between the Savior, the Mark, the Black Star, and of course the entire persona that he brings forth or he brought forth. So yeah, Elvis is an idol, an icon, and it's I think you call it, the image of the beast. And of course, it's reinforced with everything you're bringing up. And then when the March for Our Lives was out there on 6/11, they gave their pledge to avoid. And even then, I was like, look, there's a black hole that they just discovered, which is a dead star, a black star, a void. So when they're pledging to avoid, I'm like, This is March for Our Elvis, pledging to avoid. They're pledging to this thing, this Black Star is how I saw it.
Yeah, and the Black Star, also connects. Of course, we were talking about David Bowie, which he's born on Elvis' birthday, but he sang Black Star too, right? David Bowie, and Elvis sang a Black Star, um, and it also connects to Rocket Man because David Bowie is connected to Rocket Man, uh, and the reason that Trump was calling Kim Ding Dong the North Korean dictator, and the reason he was calling him Rocket Man is because he's talking about Elvis, because Kim Ding Dong is born on Elvis's birthday, the North Korean dictator.
Yeah,
And
when
he
I
was
saw
brought in.
that, wow. Yeah, yeah. The North Korean, and he's always associated with the Rockets. And yeah, he has
Right.
Elvis's birthday. They
Yeah.
called him Rocket Man. And you're right,
Mhm.
David Bowie in the song Space Oddity, Ground Control to Major Tom. Major Tom
Mhm.
is likely Rocket Man. Elton John was singing about same
Yeah,
character.
and here's another connection to the 8-4s. Elton John, he's born on 3/25, which is the 84th day of the year, and he sang the Rocket Man song. And uh, Bowie, who had the Rocket Man connection, he he had some kind of album called Resurrection on 84th Street. I mean, just these are impossible coincidences, man.
Yeah, and let me bring this one up. So last October, William Shatner went to space. And so he's a rocket man going to space. 42 years prior, he had sang Rocket Man at the Saturn Club. And then, additionally, the movie Halloween Kills just came out, where the killer, who's a knife man, is wearing the face of William Shatner. But anyway, just
So,
strange stuff there.
yeah, and the reason they're using William Shatner is because he has the initials of Seattle, Washington, WSSW, and which equals 42, by the way, SW. And so, just like Will Smith, that's the reason they use Will Smith. Same same reason, because he has the initials WSSW for Seattle, Washington, which equals 42. And what was he doing a movie about, Will Smith, when they did the slap? It was about a king, King Richard, which was about Serena Williams' dad. And Serena Williams is the SW. So do you see it? What I'm trying to tell you.
And then, yeah, exactly. And then the slap of Chris Rock, very significant act there in itself. But yes, and he was king.
Yeah,
He even said it during his speech. He said, "I must have been like that character I just played, King Richard." Like he even put it out there.
right. And yeah, of course, it's connecting to the king again. And of course, yeah, like you said, Chris Rock is like the Christ. The Rock is God. And um and Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, he's coming out. He's a huge Elvis fan. He's obsessed with Elvis. Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, and he is coming out with a movie called Something About the King, and it's about this Hawaiian king. And Elvis's favorite vacation place was Hawaii. That's why Barack was chosen. Besides the other connections that Barack has, but uh, uh, Barack was born supposedly in Hawaii, but uh, it's about a king, the first king of Hawaii, King Kamea, whatever hell it is, King Kamehameha, whatever the heck. His birthday, not his birthday, but he celebrated on June 11th. And that's the movie that The Rock is coming out with.
Okay, I think the movie's called Black Adam. I think before Elvis came on. Oh no, it was
No,
before.
that's a different movie.
Okay,
Black Adam is a different one. The next movie is going to be The King, something King about the King, Hawaiian King.
okay, okay.
But go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
I saw the trailer for the Black Adam, and he comes out with the lightning bolt on his chest, and it was there was a few things about that trailer I'd taken some notes on, but yeah, the character The Rock though, um, definitely a major carrier of this bigger story. I didn't know he was a big Elvis fan. Makes a lot of sense though.
Yeah, it's huge Elvis fan. Huge. He has like a whole room full of memorabilia. and he even did impersonations of Elvis. Um, and don't forget the Serena Williams. Remember that? Remember I told you that she was at that ceremony to get a gold medal or something at Wimbledon, and the flag fell at her ceremony. And I told you Serena Williams is the SW for Seattle, Washington. So there's two connections here because the flag fell, and during her ceremony at Wimbledon, it's got the Dawn in it, and it's got the EL, Wimble, EL, Dawn. Anyway, what's important about that, it happened on August 4th, the flag fell.
Oh,
And
I
how
see.
does that connect to Trump? Because the flag fell on August 4th, and Trump is born on Flag Day, June 14th. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. And
You can't.
when I see Trump walking around with that hat with the 45 on the side,
Hmm.
it just reminds me of the character Joker from Full Metal Jacket, who had the target on the side of his head. And this is a reference to JFK by Kubrick. But anyway, when I see Trump with the 45 there, it's interesting to me because the guy who played Joker in Full Metal Jacket is in Stranger Things, and he has a very dramatic death where he's on the ground with his arms out like Christ. Anyway, it was right. His death was right before the crack happened in Seattle. There was this, and this is all from the movie Stranger Things. They're talking about there needs to be one more death for the portal to open, and somebody says Jesus Christ. They actually say that name, and then this character dies with his arms out like Jesus. He gets shot like 3 or 4 times, and this is when the crack happens. The portal opens, and again, this is the character who played Joker, who represents JFK, who has the target on the side of his head. So when I saw Trump wearing the 45 on the side of his head, I'm like, this has got to be some kind of foreshadowing for some big event. And even in the predictive programming I'm looking at, it seems like this crack in Seattle is consistently correlated with this killing that opens this portal that releases the cracking or shooting. It doesn't have to be killing necessarily.
Yeah, that's interesting. And man, what was I gonna say? I'm lost. See, I don't watch those shows. That's why I don't really know what's going on with that, the Stranger Things thing. But I mean, you've made some really good connections, especially with the episode 4 something 2. I mean, 42 connection. I forget what you
Oh yeah,
said.
42 with the 42, and then it correlates with the 42-foot waves. And I only watch this stuff because I know it's programming. And 99.9% of the people watching it are just taking in all the programming. Everything you're pointing
Yeah.
out, everybody's seeing it on some level. It's in the periphery, but nobody's correlating this stuff. And so that's why, I mean, this is just intriguing to me. Is like we're looking at this ritual that's been building up for a long time, and here we are a couple weeks away from, what may be it. I mean, I don't know. We don't know for sure, but
Well,
whatever.
like I said, this is the look. I just want to make sure that your viewers understand this. Is that, like I said, that everything connects to Elvis and his devil twin, which is Trump, his replacement twin, because his identical twin died at birth, Elvis's, and that's why they needed Trump to replace him. And somehow, because of the fact that Trump is the 44th person to become president and the 45th actual president, it's connected somehow to the 44, 45, and Elvis is going to be dead for 45 years, starting from August 16th this year all the way till next August 16th. So that's why if it doesn't happen, if he doesn't get his head wound on August 4th, it is 1,000,000% that both the predictions are going to happen next year. There's like not even a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, I concur with that. It's so layered, and it's been building up, and as of late, I mean, I really think, to me, in my opinion, this Pluto return is the most significant thing. Even the fact that the event was more or less commemorated by Kanye West doing this ritual, Dawn Day 2, with this burning house thing. And the significance there is Kanye West is the representative black star right now, having replaced Bowie. A lot of the same symbols have been attached to him. for the purposes of I think this ritual. But I think that specifically they opened the gates. There's a crack. The crack opened. Hellfire, whatever it is. I think it's been released, and I think we're
And
watching it
and he's
now.
going to be, and he was born in the same year Elvis died. So there's going to be the connection to that, the number, the age.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Yeah.
There's definitely overlapping, and what's more, like Bowie again, Elvis's birthday. Bowie's The Man Who Fell to Earth. The new Man Who Fell to Earth series has an actor who's the same age as Kanye West, and I even find a lot of overlapping
Yeah,
things.
he's born in 77 also.
And I think he represents Kanye West as the man who fell to earth, continuing the story from Bowie. So it's just a way of
Right.
asserting that the savior, the man who fell to earth, is the guy with the water and the Seattle obsession.
Yeah, and he's married to an Armenian. He was, Kardashian. She's only on the father's side. The mother's not Armenian, but and I'm Armenian. That's another connection. And uh, and I think that Donde 2, whatever the hell, it's got the Don in it, right? His mother who died, and I think the album came out on 2/22, and that's Washington's birthday. That's celebrated on 2/22. And you said it was on fire, right? The house. So
Yes.
that's why it connects to Washington burning. I mean, being destroyed. You get what I'm saying?
Specifically that. Yeah, absolutely. And it was in the stadium that was flooded. Like there was a water. They had to wear rain boots on the floor. So that was some kind of symbol there too. And yeah, it was on 222 called Dawn Day 2. And yeah, the entire event was very well scripted. Every person there had some significance. But the main thing that I took out of it was Pluto returning to the point where it was in 1776, and the return of Pluto, the god who releases the Kraken. It was the takeaway there, and the fact they had Kanye doing the ceremony is very significant. He's there with Marilyn Manson. Of course, Manson has a lot of significance. His name, his persona, pretty obvious stuff there. But anyway, that's why I think this year is probably the year. But again,
Well, yeah. Well, like I said, if it doesn't happen, it's 1,000,000% next year. So it's like, wait till you see my videos coming up after August 4th. As soon as August 4th is finished, I'm gonna start bringing out the new information for next year. It's gonna blow your mind, the connections. I mean, it is literally so perfect that it's impossible for these two predictions not to come true. It's impossible.
well, you brought up when you first called in. Every August 4th, there have been significant key events that seem to be building up and building up this narrative, this story, leading up to this event every August 4th. So, you know,
And that's just for the Trump headwinds. I just want to make sure your viewers understand that I have two predictions. June 11th is the Seattle Elvis connection, and August 4th is the Trump headwind. I've never changed my predictions. Every prediction year, it's the same predictions and uh, uh, same dates, same predictions. All right.
oh yeah, and this 611 thing, and the inverse 11:6. There's
Mm-hmm.
just so much with 11:6 having like in Stranger Things, the Demogorgons released from Russia through the portal through the Watergate on 11/6. In the Batman movie, the Gotham is flooded on 11/6. Again, the polls got flooded because it was an election. GOP's talking about flooding the polls. The new Supreme Court Justice, 11/6, number 116. And then we have the crack, or rather the leak, before Roe v. Wade. So, yeah, there's a whole lot of 116 connected with a Kraken and Watergate, and what we're seeing right now, Watergate connecting to the political Kraken in 1/6. I mean, we can go on and on all night. It's endless,
Yeah.
endlessly
Yeah.
reinforcing this. But yeah,
Yeah.
these numbers you picked up on, these dates, every year it's like reiterating this thing.
Yeah. And everything, like I said, everything is about Elvis. Elvis equals water. That's all you have to know, and you'll understand how it all connects to Elvis, because Elvis is the beast out of the sea in Seattle. Okay, and in his concerts, he would come out with he would come out with the theme song to the 2001 Space Odyssey, and I've connected Elvis to the 9/11 event. I'm not even get into that, but uh, because the towers were brought down for Elvis ritual, the twin. Because I told you he had an identical twin. Anyway, he come out in concert to the 2001 Space Odyssey theme, and then the first song he would sing is a song called "CC Rider." Every time, every concert, he would start with that CC Rider because there's three implications there. You have the letter CC, which is 3-3, which is in connection to Jesus, who was crucified at the age of 33 and rose from the dead at 33. That's why they mock and use that number in all their fake stories. And so you have the CC Rider, then you have the eyes that see. So you have eyes that CC, SEE, and then you have the third C, which is the water, SEA. He's the CC Rider. He's gonna, they're implying he's the beast out of the sea.
And then the Space Odyssey connection is huge. There's predictions for 9/11 in 2001 Space Odyssey. There's predictions for, I think, what comes next. But that's a Kubrick connection, which is huge with Trump, huge with everything, really. I didn't know or hadn't made any 9/11 Elvis connections. I would be interested in hearing any of those about the twins and what your take is on that, if you don't mind.
Well, the word twin equals 66, and from Elvis's death to the day the Twin Towers fell is 66 years, 8 months, 4 days, exactly.
Oh wow.
So you have the 8-4. So you have not only do you have the 8-4 connection, but you have the 66 years, and which is the word twin equals 66, and his twin died on that day. 66 years on his birthday. Elvis' birthday 1/8, but 66 years, 8 months, 4 days before his twin died, right? And that's
And two
it,
33-year-old buildings. 60. Interesting here. 66
yeah.
years and 80. Okay. Okay. Fascinating connection there. And then of course, yeah, 2001
And
Space
MLK,
Odyssey.
yeah, and MLK was killed 33 years after Elvis was born, the king. You see what I'm saying? That's another. And then from 33 years from MLK, you have the towers going down. So, and also he's born in Tupelo, Mississippi, which is TM. TM equals 33. Then he moved to Memphis, Tennessee, which is MT, which equals 33. So he moved from Tupelo, Mississippi, the TM, to the Memphis, Tennessee, which is the MT, which means his tomb is empty. Get it? It's empty. That's
Yes.
what they're implying.
Yeah, that's very very well encoded there too. Very this is the level, when you get to anagrams and I call it word magic. I don't know what we call it, but yeah, that's very clear there. Tomb is
Yeah.
empty.
There's some kind of sigil magic going on right there. I don't know what this. I mean, you cannot, like I said, you cannot make this stuff up. It's impossible.
Yeah, exactly. No, this is so far beyond coincidence. What you've uncovered here is singularly uh, interesting and fascinating, and your personal connections to the story is very fascinating itself. But I recommend people go to your channel and check out your content as they can, especially because you
Yeah.
sometimes have to pull stuff down. But yeah, it's a wealth of information. You have receipts, and I was pointing out how you were showing one of these psyops recently, where you could actually see the cameraman on his bike, like
Yeah,
recording the
yeah.
people. Like so, like you're also breaking down all the fake events as well, which I appreciate
Well, I
because
don't do that very often anymore because my channels just get terminated when I start doing that. So that's why I can't do that. I only do it once in a while. So
right, right, exactly. But I mean, most of us here are on the same sheet as far as like we know that the whole thing is just a big uh, deception after deception,
right.
and we know what the
Hmm.
news actually is and what it isn't. And many of us here are looking at these deeper levels, and the fact that it's so well integrated with all of the programming shows us that there's a much bigger agenda here. And even tonight, I just found someone just sent this to me a little while ago, a Marvel Comics. Uh, this is one from way before 9/11, where it has the towers being destroyed by this Middle Eastern or Egyptian character, and has people in
Uh-huh.
business suits running. But the further back we go, the predictive programming. you find it as far back as the 70s. It's like, okay, these towers were built to be destroyed, and we were prepared for decades. So what you're describing is just showing the same exact modus operandi, the same people behind it, the same forces at work, where collectively we're being told a
Yep.
story. Collectively.
You're exactly right. But the key here that needs to be known is that it's all for Elvis. I'm telling you, everything that you're seeing and that you saw with 9/11 and all this crazy stuff with Elvis and Trump. I mean, well, you know, the him being known as the king and all this stuff. It all has to do with Elvis and the ritual that's coming. And remember, Elvis is the only person that has a gold statue in Israel. Okay, so I mean, you know, who the hell? How are you going to get a gold statue in Israel?
Now, a couple things here. 1973 was also a Roe v. Wade leak. Someone pointed that out to me. The way these things mirror. And for everything leading to Elvis, like you're saying, you're right. I think you're right about this because I've been pointing out since 2020, it's all about the phoenix symbol. It's a
Mhm.
reset symbol in every way that they represent it. Even when they did the inauguration, Lady Gaga is singing. She's got the phoenix, and she's dressed up like the Hunger Games, which uses a phoenix. The phoenix has been represented as a burning bat in recent years with the Batman movie, and the bat's the catalyst for the present phoenix. But the symbol of the phoenix and the religion or whatever behind it, yeah, ultimately, it's the same symbol as the Burning Man, as the resurrected king. And so, yeah, it is all leading to the same central figure, El, or Elvis, and as he's
Right,
been represented
right.
to us. So, yeah, you're right about this. It's steering towards
And,
one singular entity or being.
yeah, here's a really good one. Check this out. Uh, there's a show called Station 19. Okay, and it has to do with Seattle firefighters. Okay, and I knew that there because you know I was talking about the 19 connection to the crown before they came out with the Corona 19 sickness. I was telling everyone that the 19 is Lucifer lost his S equals 19 crown, and then they came out with this 19 sickness, and Corona means crown, right? But anyway, so so they came out with a show. This is after I was talking about. They came out with a show called Station 19, and it's based in Seattle. A bunch of firefighters, and in that, so one day they had because I record all their shows, and because I knew that they were going to somehow bring Elvis into the picture, right? So one day they had an episode and I saw the words. It said Phoenix in the one of the episodes. I was like, I knew I said, guaranteed they're going to put Elvis in there somehow. And how are they going to bring Elvis into this story? So in that story, they had um, like huge explosions. A fire engine blew up and fire everywhere, and they were showing the number 19, and they were showing uh, the initials for Seattle, Washington, which was 2319. The initials 19 and 23 SW for the on their hats because it said 19 and 23 on their helmets. Anyway, so during that episode that they're talking about the Phoenix, because there was a Phoenix that exploded, and this some idiot with a Phoenix outfit there was an explosion of fireworks on him, and like I said, a bunch of Phoenix and Seattle everywhere. The word Phoenix in Seattle, and then what do they show? While this fire truck's exploding and burning, they show um, a preview while the show is on. They show what's coming on later that night on the Jimmy Kimmel show, uh, or what's the other talk show host, Jimmy Fallon, one of those two. It says Elvis Costello is going to be on that night. You see what I'm saying? That's how they snuck it in, because they
Right.
couldn't bring an Elvis. It was too obvious if it would have been an Elvis episode. So they snuck it in by putting Elvis Costello is going to be on Fallon or Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that we see with predictive programming is they find ways to subtly sneak it in, and it's easy to just overlook these things. Like, oh, it's just Elvis, it's
Nobody
just Elvis.
nobody
But
would ever figure that out. How would you figure that out? That would be like, you know, there was no way unless you're actually thinking that he was the Phoenix from the beginning. There's no way you would
right,
know.
the writers wouldn't know. This is where it gets really strange to me. It's like obviously we're looking at overlapping symbols, and so everything directing towards Elvis, directing towards the Phoenix, it's obviously the same thing. Elvis is to be correlated in the sense with this reset, and of course, this is like in the movie Top Gun I mentioned. We keep seeing this stuff about like Top Gun 2, again, the second coming. The character's name, Phoenix. Of course, the guy named Hangman, who's 33, calls himself a savior. Tom Cruise, Twin Cross. So much is reiterating this Phoenix and Second Coming and Burning Man. And of course, L is another one of these consistent symbols. And the new crown, again, when this thing came up, the reset was all about burn it down and then build back better. And that's what the Phoenix actually represents. They're going to burn down the old and build back. And again, the Burning Man festivals, they had 33 of them in Black Rock City, Nevada, before they closed it for the corona. And again, the 33 and the Burning Man, the King, again, everything we talk about here. Rodney King hit 33 times. There's a reason why they constantly reiterate these things. And yeah, I think you're spot on with your assessment here. They've given us this idol. They've put him everywhere, and everything is leading towards this
Eh,
thing. This
Yeah, I know we have to go. Let's end this because we're going to go on all night. But look, the reason that Top Gun was chosen to be around when Elvis movie came out is because Top Gun was #1 movie on June 11th this year. Uh, the reason that is, besides the March for Elvis protest, March for Our Lives, Top Gun had to be #1 because the word gun, not only does it connect to Trump and the head wound, but it also connects to the word gun equals 42. So it's basically saying the top 42, the Top Gun, and that's what that's implying.
Yeah, absolutely. And at March for Our Lives, the guy that jumped up and screamed, "I am the gun," as they're all bowing before the big stone obelisk, which is a space needle. The March for Our Lives people were bowing before the space needle, and somebody screamed, "I am the gun." And I think that's referencing again L, the L representing here or as Elvis, Top Gun, the Top Gun, of course.
Yeah,
It's this is a very
and
again,
yeah.
yeah, 42 gun. I didn't even
And
know
the
that.
Elvis movie came out, on 6/24, which is 6/11 on the Julian calendar, and uh, listen, I don't want to get into the whole thing, but then what happened the next time? Remember, I was brought it forth. I talked about it when the other guy came out again. The guy who looks like me.
Oh yes.
I can't remember.
Yeah, the guy who was given the pledge to avoid, and you mentioned his son
Right,
Joaquin was born on 8/4.
right. That's why they picked him. I know, but I'm trying to figure out why the next time out. What was he doing? It was
Oh yeah, he went out. He was calling out Joe Biden, and he had
about guns again, right?
yes, he had a purple jacket on, and yeah, he was yelling at Joe Biden about the guns.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what was the. Oh, he came out on July. That's what it was. He came out on July 11th, I think, and did it. And that was 7/11, which is 6 months, 11 days into the year. So that's all. I don't remember. But yeah, it was about guns again, and he interrupted Biden. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the one who gave the
So
pledge to avoid, and then of course his son's name Joaquin, which makes me think
the
Joaquin
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Yeah, I forgot. That's the thing I forgot. Yeah, I knew there was something else.
Man, that event,
And yeah, that's.
I watched it, and when he was giving that pledge, the microphones
Mhm.
were crossed so it formed a triangle over his shirt. His son Joaquin had the one eye showing, And they're
And
giving. I'm like,
and the fact that he's born on August 4th is just too much. There's no way you can have these kind of coincidences.
it's way too many overlapping coincidences. And then the Black Star reference with the recently discovered black hole, and they're pledging to avoid. Yeah, no, this is they were pledging to the beast. I mean, how else do you describe it? They were pledging to El. They were pledging to the obelisk and the god of the earth that it represents. This is all uh, pretty much in our faces. Fascinating, though.
Yeah,
Very fascinating. I appreciate you calling in and
yeah.
taking all the time
All
here.
right, bro. Yeah, I appreciate you, putting it out there because it's super important. People don't understand how important this is, but they will very soon. So,
Yeah, well, it's all about the information, and we're happy to have you on here at any time. And I'm always sharing your live streams in our Discord server. So, yeah, appreciate you keeping us up to date with everything. And this is great information. Thanks again.
all right, man. Thanks again. Take care. Bye.
All right, incredible channel there. You have to check out Jurassic Liars' channel. This is some deep dive meta scripting, and if he's 100% right about everything, things are going to look very different very soon. And nothing should surprise us in these times. You saw everyone take up the mask of the beast like it was nothing. Um, you see how people just conform to things. And if you look at the storylines we're being fed, even like 9/11 is such a great example, predictive programming wise. Like on the screen here, I have an example of a clear example of 9/11 predictive programming. This is from a comic book. But it's not just about 9/11. This is all leading up to something. Remember, the towers went down after 33 years up. 13 years later, the new tower's coming up. They almost called it a phoenix. So this is an extended ritual, a protracted ritual. And listen to this. There are three factors that make this cover a more than usual attack on the subconscious. So this is again a breakdown of this magazine cover. The explosive blow to the towers. Now, the character who's knocking the towers down, he's called the Living Monolith. Now, we mentioned Space Odyssey, 2001: A Space Odyssey, and of course, the intro song is what Elvis would open up to. Well, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick film, 1968, and some would suggest that by that movie you could, and even with that and The Shining, you could maybe come up with Kubrick as having perpetrated 9/11, or directed it rather. That it's just a movie, but he was the director. But anyway, the living monolith takes down the towers. When you go into the predictive programming in Kubrick's work for 9/11, you do find that there's a big black monolith right in the middle of it. So here's an image of Ground Zero, and you have the Millennium Hilton. So the Millennium Hilton is a big black monolith that was specifically designed to resemble the 2001 monolith. So again, you're looking at the 2001 monolith in the form of a building overlooking the Twin Towers, or where they were. Not a coincidence there. Again, it's a Hilton, and look at the Hilton logo and tell me you don't see the Twin Towers. The H is the Twin Towers. The swirl is the flight path of the planes going into the towers. Even every one of these, there's a lot of logos, a lot of things I could point to um, with regard to the twins going down. But again, I'm pointing this out now in this context here. We're looking at the living monolith taking down the towers. You have the fleeing pedestrians in suits and ties. And then, of course, the perpetrator of this is Ahmet Abdul, the living pharaoh, living monolith, who is from Egypt. And Muhammad Atta, A-T-T-A, and I know Jurassic Liars has a lot to say about that name as it relates to Manhattan and Seattle. Muhammad Atta, the ringleader of the September 11th hijackers, was from Egypt. So what we're looking at here again is a comic from, let me see if I can get the exact date. I think it was in the 80s, perhaps. Anyway, I'll find the exact date. This is Marvel Graphics novel Revenge of the Living Novelist. Monolith, Revenge of the Monolith, knocking down the Twin Towers, people running. Just another example. I mean, we go through this stuff all the time. But my bigger point here was it was such an impactful event because we were conditioned for it for a long time. And so, whatever we're being prepped for next with regard to Trump has been a long time in the making. And Donald Trump pre-existed Donald Trump. If you look at his persona on the world stage, was preceded by predictive programming going back as far as at least 1958 with Trackdown. If you go to minds.com, you can check out my mind maps. Minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. I'm starting to post a lot of these maps up here to show you that there's a cohesive structure here. We don't cherry pick. And what we're describing are patterns that are there for you to see for yourself. These are stories superimposed over our reality. And when you really get down to it, what does ritual mean? What is it all? What is all the pageantry? It's just theater, plays, words, props, symbols, but they're performed, spoken, ritualized in key places at specific times. And here's an example, the mind map I brought up. I just took the word dam and the word Watergate and the word Kraken, and I was showing how these phrases all correlate to January 6th, to 6/11, and to this idea, of course, of some Kraken about to be released. And all of this is interrelated, again, to the predictive and concurrent programming. So here I am putting up this mind map referencing the dam. Watergate, 1973, happening again. Watergate in Stranger Things opens on 11/6. 11/6, the flooding of the polls in the Batman movie, done by, of course, the QAnon Riddler character. Then we go into the symbolism of the leak before the overturning of Roe, Wade. Again, water terms. Everything here is water. Gotham underwater, 11/6. Again, the Kraken is from the water. So 1/6, the Kraken, the overturning of the election. Even Inside Job, episode 6 of season 1. So there's another 1/6. Inside Job, 9/11 reference. In season 1, episode 6 of Inside Job, a Kraken takes down Jeff Bezos in his yacht. And then just the other day, we had an explosion on Hoover Dam. Well, I had already put Hoover Dam on this mind map. I said, look, Hoover Dam is being purchased by Hades in Westworld season 4, The Man in Black. So even here, I'm putting it out here that, look, Hoover Dam, Hades, Kraken, Hoover Dam. Then there's an explosion on July 19th on Hoover Dam. Then the day after that, Liz Cheney, dealing with this 1/6 Watergate event, this Kraken event, she says, quote, the dam has begun to break. And that's regarding Donald Trump. So the dam's about to break. The crack in Seattle, the whatever's happening with Trump. But this is, again, relating to him. A few more things on this mind map. I mean, there is quite a lot here. I was just pointing out that it's somewhat prescient because we put some things in here and they appear after. Okay, again, Jeff Bezos is killed by the Kraken in 1/6. Very significant because Jeff Bezos is also based on Dr. Evil from the Austin Powers show, and his base as Dr. Evil is the Seattle Space Needle. And the Seattle Kraken, the hockey team, has the logo with the Kraken taking down the Space Needle. So Kraken, the Space Needle, what does that represent? Well, I think it represents a crack in the Tower of Babel. And I'm doing a deeper study into Jeff Bezos. I'm going to map out this character, how he is Nimrod. And Nimrod builds the Tower of Babel, yeah. The tower falls, but he's also the one who builds the first post-flood civilization, or one of the first ones. So Nimrod is a very key character here, and Bezos is representing Nimrod on the world stage today. That's why Jeff Bezos is building the Helix headquarters in Virginia, which look like the Tower of Babel. So there's quite a bit there about Jeff Bezos that I'm kind of correlating here. One other thing, Nimrod was the first Freemason. And so you see all this stuff about rise, build back better. I was pointing out how the Robb Elementary School shooting had the sign that says, "We will rise together." Well, what does rise mean? Rise together. And of course it's on a brick wall. I think it's referencing the rise of the Tower of Babel, the one world system. Interestingly enough, rise together makes no sense considering the kids hadn't died yet. There in the Robb Elementary in Uvalde. It's like, wait, rise together. Don't you have to die first? And the superintendent said, we're going to raise the school and build it back. So raise means to burn down, like fire. Well, they're not going to burn down the school if they bulldoze it. So why would he say that? Well, in Freemasonry, they say that you are raised from the dead. So when you rise, you're actually raised. So the double meaning, of course, is you're brought back to life, one, and two, you're burned like a phoenix before you're raised from the dead. So double meanings all around. I'm going through your comments here. X322 says Stranger Things use a Metallica song Battery. Metallica also has a song Call of Cthulhu. Oh yes, and Cthulhu is a very Kraken-esque character, squid-headed being living at Point Nemo, the place where NASA drops their dead satellites. They call it the Spacecraft Cemetery. So again, Spacecraft Cemetery. You think, place where dead satellites go. Think satellites are like angels, lights in the sky, fallen angels. So fallen angels land there. In H.P. Lovecraft's mythos, the elder gods fell from the sky and landed there, same place. They call it the City of the Dead, R'lyeh. So the dead city where Cthulhu lives is the Spacecraft Cemetery. Again, a place for dead spacecraft. No coincidences there. Same place where Jules Verne's 2000 Leagues Under the Sea takes place. Cthulhu is associated with the Kraken in The Watchmen, where a Kraken-like thing falls from the sky, lands in New York. But anyway, this Kraken thing from space is a reoccurring theme. Another thing about this Kraken Cthulhu character is that he has a telepathic link to all of those who are connected to him by blood. So there is this idea too of a hive mind of drones, which ties into the idea in many ways in Westworld of, I mentioned in Westworld it's the dam that he buys, the Hoover Dam. Well, I think the dam in Westworld represents the flood when the dam breaks. It's the flood of the AI invasion. So the AI invasion, and in Westworld, it's kind of like the idea of, like in the Matrix, mankind being hijacked. Well, that's what happens in the Lovecraftian mythos. Mankind is being hijacked by these aliens, the elder gods. So the El, Kraken, beast from the sea. Also, I mentioned Godzilla tonight. Rising from the sea. Godzilla born 11/3 in the new Godzilla movie. He's 33 levels below the surface. Well, that represents, I think, the human spine, the vertebrae, the 33 segments of the spine, the base of which you have the coiled serpent. So I kind of think that the Kraken reference may actually represent that as well. So what is the meaning of it is this. The idea, I'm not a new ager, but the idea of the chakras, that you have your consciousness is not just in your brain, but it exists in these areas that are along the spine from the base to your crown, your corona, the top of your head. So a fully illumined consciousness would have the crown lit. The halo is a representation of this, or the crown of thorns. So there is some kind of idea here that correlates with the mark and the crown and the Kraken, almost like this mark of the beast concept is about somehow having your crown hijacked, or rather, yeah, I guess that's a good word for it. If we're talking about drones, and that was the idea of in Westworld, the idea of a drone or a hive mind. In fact, there was a scene I was referencing when this character realizes that he's in a sim, that his body is, that he's not in control of it, and that he's now being controlled by these entities, these AI, whatever you want to call them, that have hijacked the system, like a revolution or something. So in the scene, he recognizes it and he says, "Oh God." And right behind him are three hexagons that are shining lights. So the hexagon, again, six pointed, the three of them together looking like part of a hive. And one of the original symbols of the Illuminati, the Templars, was the beehive. So with the beehive, you get the drone, you get the six pointed or the six sided polygon, the hexagons. So, and I'll scroll through it. Let's see if I can find it right now. I'm scrolling through myminds.com. It's a screen cap from Westworld. Here it is. He says, "Oh God," and I have the closed captioning on so you can see it, because whenever they say stuff like, whenever they say Jesus in a movie, it's not just an exclamation, it's not just a random word, it's not filler. With these heavily scripted movies, usually it's a reference, a very specific reference to their concept of God, whatever God they're bringing out. So here you have Westworld 4:4. He says, "Oh God," when he realizes he is not in control, that his will has been taken over, that he's basically a puppet now, that he's been embedded into this new system where he's a slave. And behind him you see the three sixes encoded into these hexagons. And I think there might be some relationship between this and other symbols they've given us, like the black goo, graphene. But the idea of it has to do with the loss of autonomy, the selling of one's soul. The mark is a pact, like a blood pact with the beast, mark of the beast. The 666 is the three sixes is a reference to, you could say even the number of man, but also carbon. And of course, I think there's something synchronizing all this stuff together. So when he says, "Oh God," and he realizes he's trapped, I think it's telling us something. I'm not sure what causes the links to all post at once. They kind of spam the chat, but once in a while it's like it flushes out the bots. So I apologize for that. Okay, I'm going through your comments. Yeah, the new Westworld is also replete with references to the Space Needle. So there's another connection between whatever it is that has to do with our loss of autonomy to some kind of hive mind, some kind of AI invader, demonic, alien, whatever. It involves also this needle. And then you've all seen, and I was talking to the previous caller about this, about the Elvis L and the connection to this mark, the needle. And we've talked about this before. Jurassic Liars brought all this stuff out that, and this is wild. Elvis got the shot, the polio shot, on TV on October 28th. So he's getting the shot. There's a strong association there. First celebrity to take the shot on TV is for polio. And this is Bill Gates's first birthday, October 28th. So the significance there, well, October 28th is the 301st day of the year. So you add 301 to 365. On Bill Gates's 666th day on the earth, he was probably watching Elvis on TV getting the shot. And then again in the Elvis movie, it opens up where he's apparently dead on the ground, but they bring out a needle, bring him back to life. And he's got this, this is just the intro scene. And in the imagery, you see him more or less shooting out of the needle. So the significance here, again, the Space Needle is an obelisk. The UFO thing is the capstone or the capsule on a rocket. These are very important symbols. And it has to do with this idea of the resurrected Savior. And that's why at the very beginning of the Elvis movie, they show him as apparently almost dead and then resurrected. The number 42 has everything to do with the Black Star, with Saturn. It's why Washington, State 42, 42-second ride up the elevator to the 42-meter wide UFO shape, which again represents the capsule or the capstone. And the needle is all symbolic. So the needle, I don't even think it's about what's in it. I think it's about, one, the political schism, but it's also a representation of this God, El, and the pact that you make. It's the God of the earth. It is the mark of the beast in that sense. In the sense that it's the beast is and even in the New Age religion, Thelema, Isis and Osiris, the god and the goddess, are now called Babylon and the beast. That's why Crowley called himself the Beast 666. So the beast's emblem is the obelisk. So it would be the Space Needle. It could be a gun. It could be a vaccine needle. It all depends on context. So like I brought this up last year when William Shatner was going to space on the rocket. And I said, look, he's the rocket man, but he's also the face of Michael Myers, the knife man. Well, in Wicca, the high priest carries the knife. The priestess has the chalice. It's the same symbol in that context. So the knife man is the rocket man, is the high priest. Elvis, of course, in this context, the needle, the space needle, the obelisk, these things are overlapping symbols to their god. We have some bots. If anyone wants to take them out, again, these are probably just disgruntled YouTube employees. Now, one more point here, because we're talking, okay, so this is what I wanted to bring up on the last call. When the individual was speaking to the March for Our Lives gathering, and they were given the pledge to the void. This is, again, from 6/11. They're in D.C. They're in front of the big obelisk. They're giving the pledge to avoid school, but they're calling, I'm calling it pledge to avoid. I mean, I know how these things are so wrapped together, all these events, they just overlap. But while he's speaking, there's this advertisement on the screen for a show on CNN about Watergate. So Watergate is on the screen on 6/11. And again, 11/6, the Watergate in Stranger Things opens and the thing comes through. So I'm just pointing out here that the pledge to avoid, I think, was a pledge to the Black Star. A pledge to the black hole was being mentioned in the news, but it's a pledge to El, a pledge to the dead sun god. The pledge to avoid also has, I think, a reference to maybe this thing with the Hoover Dam. Because again, Westworld 4 starts off on the Hoover Dam. And I went into the significance of this in this series, but it has to do with a place where all of the information from all the people from Westworld Park is stored. All of their lived experiences in the simulation, recorded through some device in their hats. But the idea, again, is that the pledge to avoid, in this context, could be read as pledging yourself to I guess you could say the angel, the fallen angel, to the pit, to the black cube. In other words, consigning your soul to eternal bondage, the beast, to carbon, to the 666. That's kind of what my take on it has been, and I think we've been vindicated. And by the way, the Washington Monument's 666 feet tall, if you add in the 111 beneath the surface. And one more thing, on the 50th anniversary of Apollo, another significant name there, Apollo, they had the Saturn. Again, Saturn is L. An important point there. But the Saturn rocket was projected onto the obelisk. The Washington Monument had the Saturn rocket projected onto it on the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11. Just showing you how it is the same being. El, now this is from Wikipedia. El is a Northwest Semitic word meaning God or deity. El, Father of Heaven, Saturn. So El, so when you're saying we're saying everything leads to Elvis, yeah, everything leads to Elvis. Everything leads to El, to Saturn, the black cube, the monolith, the void, whatever this collected body of symbols is pointing to. And so now we're talking about the Hoover Dam explosion of in a transformer, and the Transformers movie is about the fallen angels residing in NBEs, non-biological entities, like a computer, or rather an AI. So the idea of an alien residing as, or rather, in a non-human body is just an extra biological entity, an alien, different species. But in Transformers, we're talking about non-biological, just beings that need to have some kind of place to operate from, so they can be embodied. And that's what the robot body represents. But in Transformers, again, referenced by the Hoover Dam, Transformer blowing up, in the Transformers movie, they have their base beneath the thing. So again, it's a black cube, which is a reference to Saturn, to El. Even the Hoover Dam, you could correlate Hoover with what? Suction, a void, a vacuum. Okay, Tyrone McCloskey says, Westworld is claiming that we're all goldfish, no long-term memory. Yes, exactly. That's one of the things I took out of it was Westworld represents the world we're in, which is about cycles and repetition. And and a reset. You couldn't have a reset without getting rid of everything that pre-exists it. You have to get rid of the old. That's the idea of the Phoenix. The Phoenix is almost a formula. It's their MO. They burn down, build up on top of. Moon Harvest says, are we live? Yes, we are live. And if you miss anything, I'm going to be re-streaming this later on today. I have to pretty much just what I do here, just so you know, this channel goes on 24/7. We keep it going. And what I'll do is I will crop and record just the live segments, and I premiere them separate. I never take it down because these videos are so big that YouTube cannot process them. This live stream has been going on concurrently for 101 hours. Lean Dion says, Apollyon, one name for the beast from the sea. Tominoid says, in Bill and Ted Saturn Eclipse 113 beats per minute. Yeah, they saved the world with 113 beats per minute. If you look up the number 113 in Pixar, you'll find that they've been encoding that into everything for a long time. And in Wall-E, it makes sense. It's about the world ending because of climate change, because of our political and economic systems, and they leave on a space arc. I mean, look, they bring back the old stories like Noah's Ark, but they bring it back in a new context, and they don't tell you that's what it actually is. But again, there's just so much to go over here. But the fact is, El and Elvis and Black Star and the correlation with the monolith, Space Odyssey 2001, 9/11. Yeah, we are clearly seeing an extension of the existing story we've been looking at. I mean, I use the term metascript because this is a story being told from so many different platforms and so many different media. It's just it's not one simple story. Well, it is a story. In fact, I had this idea. Everyone has heard the cliche about history, meaning his story, like feminists will say. But what if his story is actually the big lead up to the revelation of the new Savior, the new Christ? What if his story is his story in particular, or the Antichrist, like the story of Elvis, the Phoenix, the fallen Savior? The New Age movement is all, I think, centered around this reset idea and some unifying person, and maybe that's the person that is being forecasted in all these major events. I mean, 9/11, it doesn't get more historical than that. And the fact that that event is so replete with symbolism connected to the phoenix, to I mean, as you know, it's just it has everything connected to it. But tonight I'm specifically focusing on the monolith, the black monolith. That's why I brought out that magazine cover, or that comic cover from Marvel, where a character called the living monolith is destroying the towers. Because the monolith um, is the, one stone, the black cube, the one world system, even the obelisk. All right, let me see if there's anything else going on. It's now 7:26, 2022. Working on a documentary on the Mandela effect. And it's not specifically a debunk, but it is, I believe, the best explanation for the phenomenon. So it's another project we're working on, something to look forward to. But we're going to continue to deconstruct the fake world news, the big deceptions, and really inoculate our minds against this psyop entertainment complex. Like, I'm not triggered by any of the news. None of it triggers me. I know how fake it all is. And from the perspective that we're looking at this stuff, yeah, I think it's pretty clear that things are definitely escalating. There's no way to tell for sure when necessarily. I mean, hindsight's 2020, but I have to say we've been getting very good. Like I said, the mind map we had preceded Liz Cheney mentioning the dam about to break, preceded the bombing on the Hoover Dam or the explosion. Kimmy says trigger days are gone. Yeah, absolutely. And nothing would surprise me. We've been prepared for an alien invasion for generations. War of the Worlds, how many generations? I mean, this is really a multi-generational psyop. So, alien savior, man from space, Starman, the man who fell to Earth, all these correlations are pointing to one singular story. And so, yes, history could be one big punchline that we're being set up for. All right, anything else going on tonight? Well, China says out of control space rocket booster might not hit any of us, but it is 23 tons, 176 feet tall. I don't believe in orbit. I don't believe in the orb. So, in fact, the orb, the ball, we're talking about L. Another name is Baal, Baal worship, but Baal, Baal is the shaft, the obelisk, obelisk. It's basically encoded in there. I even think not only is the globe a way of getting us to worship Baal, worship the earth, their false worldview, but you take the rocket, which is an obelisk, to go high enough to see the ball, to see the face of the god Baal. And of course, it's the earth god who's going to flood this place if we don't change our behaviors. That's what they tell us. Even all the ball games, football, and look at all the symbolism that goes into these things, into the sports. Well, I think it's all Baal worship. What is Baal worship? Well, Baal is the god of the earth, the god of the cycles of death and resurrection. The agrarian thing. Farming, planting seeds. Every year you harvest, which is the death, and then the rebirth. And then you have the obsession with time. The 4 quarters. The seasons, the timing. I think there might be some. There actually is quite a lot there. Just as much occult symbolism in sports as there is in the movies. I can point to a few examples. There was the event in 1985 with Joe. His name is Theismann, I believe. But it sounds like, yeah, Theismann. Joe Theismann is how I would read this. Because, listen to this, and these are supposedly coincidences. Exactly 33 years since his own gruesome injury. So basically what happened was this. Joe Theismann had an injury November 18th, 1985. Exactly 33 years later to the day, Alex Smith got the same injury. It says exactly 33 years since his own gruesome injury, Joe Theismann watched Alex's leg break in the exact same way. Overlapping coincidences here, but my point is 33 years apart, you have these legs break. And it goes on, as you'll see here. But there's a list of what they called eerie coincidences connecting these things, beyond just the timing of it. One, he was there and he watched it. So Joe Theismann watches Alex Smith get his leg broken. And here's a list of some of the coincidences. It says here, Smith was carted off the field after the play. It was similar to Joe Theismann's injury on November 18, 1985, 33 years to the day. Alex's leg is exactly like mine 33 years ago. It even had correlations between the number of the points, the yard line that they were on, the colors of the teams. So, I mean, you could write this off as coincidences if you want to. But to me, it looks more like, I mean, what do you want to call it? Is it scripted? Is it staged? Is it real? Could they fake something like this? Was it a sacrifice? Did he lose his leg as part of some kind of a deal? Anyway, Alex Smith was then replaced by Colin Kaepernick. And there's a few interesting connections there as well. Of course, Kaepernick also known for, taking a knee. The difference being the first two had their knees taken out by violence, and the other one voluntarily took a knee. And I think it's the same kind of ritual. There's a connection here. Also, the name Colin Kaepernick. Colin comes from Nicholas. Kaepernick comes from Copernicus, as in the Copernican revolution. So there's a few significant things there. Nicholas Copernicus. The Copernican revolution was the first time that revolution was used in the political context. So then you have Colin Kaepernick, who is one of the visible heads of the BLM, which is a revolutionary Marxist movement. So it's kind of a revolution is in his name. And then what did Nicholas Copernicus, what did he actually do? Is he what he's known for is the revolution. The Earth started spinning officially. So he changed the world. And then Colin Kaepernick gets this ice cream named after him from Ben and Jerry's, and it's called Change the World, but it's spelled WHIRLED, like world, because of ice cream. But again, the world, as in spinning. Anyway, here are some more coincidences. Looking at the coincidence between Alex Smith and Joe Theismann. So there's a few things here. They broke their right tibia and fibias. Same date, both of them Washington Redskins. So there's the word Washington. Location, Washington, D.C. Yard line, now it says here 39, but I used to find 42. I don't know if they changed it because of us, but I think so. Both of these tackles were caused by comparable players who were basically there are just too many coincidences. It even says here, could there really be this many coincidences between the two worst injuries in NFL history? They both broke their right legs, both were below the knee and above the ankle, both fractured their tibia and fibia. So again, these are just some of the coincidences. Here's another one. The Redskins were hosting the Giants at their home field of Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium. On November 18, 2018, they were hosting the Texans at their home at the FedEx Field. Both played in Washington, D.C. Anyway, for the most part, these all check out. I'm not a coincidence theorist, so I'm tending to think that we're looking at some kind of pre-scripted stuff. Roxy says, sounds like what one hears about the OCD reptilians. Yeah, OCD. They're extremely obsessed with all of these little details. Okay, here's a good one. Jurassic Liars, Elvis, Seattle 611, and Trump 84, Ohio says November 18th is the 322nd day of the year. 322. Okay, so this does actually make a lot of sense. I can actually, because this is another key here. So what I read out of this is when you're looking at the knee being taken. Okay, well, in the symbol of the Twin Towers, you could look at it as the twin pillars, Masonic pillars. And another interpretation of the Masonic pillars is, and I'll show you where I get this from. I actually arrived at this on my own, and then I did some research, and I was finding, wow, there's some strong connections here. The symbol of the skull and crossbones and its Masonic application. So the crossbones correlate with the human femurs or the thigh bones. So we're talking about Joe Theismann, Alex Smith, and these leg injuries. So the taking of the knee and the kneeling has some significance here because the kneeling is crossing of the thigh bones while you're in life, living. So kneeling could be looked at as a Templar thing, as a crossbones. That's one of the points I was bringing up. And it's also very significant that Colin Kaepernick is known for what? Kneeling. So listen to this. It says, the connection between the macabre emblem of the skull and bones and the Masonic craft is obscured, and the association of the skull and crossbones has left many Masons distancing themselves from it because of piracy and poison, but goes on about the various meanings of this thing, and it's specifically the thigh bones. The thigh bones can be correlated with the twin pillars. So again, I've made some connections here here it says here from the Song of Solomon. It says, quote, his legs are as pillars. That says there's a similarity between the pillars of the Masonic Lodge and someone's legs. The symbol of the skull and crossbones points to the end of man, as well as to the means by which he might accept and come to peace with the knowledge of the ending. Anyway, this article is just about the significance of the skull and crossbones within the Masonic context. But I'm suggesting here that the taking of the knee has some deeper significance here. The fact that these two knees were taken 33 years apart seems to me to point to the Twin Towers in a sense that, again, the Twin Towers are 33 years old. They're taken down. Then you have the 33 consecutive Burning Man festivals. So a lot of 33s correlated, though, with this rite, whatever it is, with this 9/11. And then the football players and their legs being busted 33 years apart, only to be replaced, Alex Smith to be replaced by Colin Kaepernick, known for the kneeling. Kaepernick's birthday, 11/3. And let me show you one other thing here. This is from last year. So Tim Tebow, and think of the name there, Tebow, also known for kneeling. Well, last year, Tim Tebow and Colin Kaepernick were presented in photos juxtaposed. One as an example of having been blackballed because of systemic racism, and the other representing privilege or something. One Christian, one what do you call a BLM Marxist. Now the significance here is both of them here were photographed at 33 years of age. So two 33-year-old quarterbacks, Tim Tebow, Colin Kaepernick, just all ritual. As I've been saying before, there is far more interesting things going on with NFL and sports than the actual ball game itself. Endless rituals. Again, decoding this, though, to me, my take on it, and I don't think it's a stretch, my take on it is that what we've been seeing is that the Twin Towers represents, in some way, the bringing the U.S. to its knees. And of course, the replacement tower, the Phoenix Tower, the One World Trade Tower, 1776 feet high, I think that represents, and it looks like a big needle, I think it represents submission. So that's why I think it's kind of notable that you had two guys have their legs taken out in a very destructive way. And then the third guy associated with the kneeling here is voluntarily kneeling. So I think there's a bigger structure here to this story. And it all does tie in, again, to the same cult, Skull and Bones. Again, November 18th, 322nd day of the year. Skull and Bones, again, reference to the Georgia Guidestones I brought up earlier, blowing up the capstone. Every single one of these characters, though, has a significant backstory. You can go deep into Kaepernick and all the different ways they've typecast him as some kind of martyr, maybe a Christ-like martyr to be, even a Malcolm X type. There's quite a lot with Kaepernick where they have intentionally associated these things. They sold his bloody gloves when he was 33, his quote, bloodied quarterback, his gloves he wore on the field. It's like your gloves wouldn't be bloody from football. Why would you have bloody gloves? Well, stigmata. The stigmata, the blood in the palms. Kaepernick's game-worn, bloodied football gloves. Now, these are all, again, I'm saying these are just world stage characters who've been given certain roles to play, conveying certain stories. So when Kaepernick was in Super Bowl 47, they had the blackout. Do you remember Beyonce played, and then it went dark for 33 minutes? They called it the Blackout Bowl. So he was there when it went dark for 33 minutes, also very significant. Also, too, he was the recipient of the RFK Award, which is kind of ominous in a way. RFK, of course, was shot, another one of these dead Kennedys. And he also got an Emmy for that Nike campaign he was a part of, the one about sacrificing everything. And the other person who got the Emmy for that was named Kennedy. So again, there's a lot of interesting stuff with the Kennedy connection with this character, him being the leader or the head of this group, the revolutionary name Nicholas Copernicus tied into his name, and of course the name Cap, capstone, cap, head. There's a lot of symbolism encoded into this character, and even his blackballing from the game has been somewhat blamed on Trump. I don't think we've heard the last of this character. Game-worn gloves hit auction block, bloodied and signed. But the significance of the kneeling also ties into Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd. Like, note the significance of the kneeling. This guy's doing it. Then you got Derek Chauvin doing it for 8:46, the time that 9/11 started. And then all the Democrats start kneeling. Then all of BLM starts the kneeling. The kneeling again, and this is how we got into this topic, it's the taking of the knee, and it's the voluntary submission. And I think it's a reference again to the crossbones, the Templars, and the skull and bones. Also, when BLM is doing their protesting and their kneeling, there's the 1312 spray painted on all the walls. 1312 is obviously ACAB, all cops are bastards. That's what the meaning of it is for them. But 1312 is the year the Knights Templar were disbanded. So they were dissolved, 1312. That just means they went underground. Again, they were supposedly burned at the stake. Again, think Phoenix. What happened after they went underground? Well, they came back in 1717 as the Freemasons. So when I see the 1312, I see the kneeling. It looks to me like what we're actually looking at are groups being puppeteered by these secret societies. And you can find many images of these Templars with their red cross. In fact, when the Notre Dame Cathedral burned in 2019, supposedly there was a Knight Templar in one of the towers that was spotted, and they were the financiers of these cathedrals. Again, Knights Templar preceded the Freemasons. I brought this up earlier. One of their symbols was the beehive. Again, the beehive with the hexagon. You can find images of Jacques de Molay burning at the stake. Whether that was real or symbolic. Again, I was mentioning earlier how when the Masonic candidate is ritually killed, he's raised. They say you're raised to the Master Mason degree. Raised can also mean burned. So I think it's a strong correlation here again with together we will rise, raise. And here's again the leader of the Templars burning at the stake. Okay, let me see. I'm going through your comments to see if there's anything else. Truth Hurts 21 says the Hoover Dam destruction will be blamed on climate change. The reason? Makes sense. The record low water level will allow the concrete to shrink and cause cracks, which will lead to failure. And you know, when the Notre Dame burned, they said on the roof that there were 180,000 bees. Like they had three different bee habitats on the roof, and each one contained, here it is, 3 hives that contained 60,000 bees each. It's a miracle. 180,000 bees survived the Notre Dame fire. And so what's the significance of this? April 19, 2019. It's a miracle. 3 hives containing 60,000, 60,000, and 60,000 bees on top of the cathedral's first floor survived the fire. So 666, the 60s, 60-degree angles. There's a lot in here encoded into this story. It was a 66-minute fire on Notre Dame, during which the crown of thorns had to be saved by a fireman who was a first responder at the Bataclan. Look, Notre Dame Cathedral fire, the 66 minutes since the first flames were spotted. Even the falling of the steeple was a significant ritualistic event occurring at near sunset. But what I'm bringing up here is that the miracle was that the beehives survived the fire. And I correlate this miracle of the beehives surviving the fire with the Knights Templar surviving their fire. And of course their symbol being the beehive, and this is why in one of their cathedrals you have one of the Templars spotted in the fire before the thing fell. Thrustazar says the Jesuits destroyed the initiate before rebuilding. Yeah, exactly. Build Back Better, BBB, lower cases, looks like 666, but also, you know, because the World Economic Forum, they have the 666 in their logos, but they're the ones who said, you know, Build Back Better. You could also look at the BBB as twos, because 222 was the date of the Pluto return. And I think there's a lot we could attach to that. Like I said, the last time Pluto was where it is right now was 1776. The One World Trade Tower is 1,776 feet high. Another significant thing about that number is it's 888 times 2. In Christian numerology, Christ is 888. So 2 Christs, second Christ, second coming, 1776, second coming of Pluto, and Hades. So I've been wondering too, maybe the second coming is about an antichrist. That sort of crossed my mind, especially when I look more at the symbol of Donde 2, Kanye West, and the year 1977, Summer of Sam blackouts. I mean, we can go on for hours about this stuff. You know, we can go on indefinitely. I mean, really, it's just because it's ongoing. A few of the things worth mentioning: 1977, the Summer of Sam occurred during the blackouts in Manhattan. Again, 7/13, 1977 blackouts. 42 years later to the day, same place, 42nd Street, 42,000 people put in the dark. So 42 years apart to the day, these blackouts. The first one being during the Summer of Sam. Summer of Sam was the Mr. 44, the 44 caliber shooter. But this is when, according to David Bowie and this conspiracy about this prophecy in his music, in his song 5 Years, 1977 is when the Savior would be born. And of course, this has been correlated not by me, but Rolling Stones did a story on this with Kanye West, that the Black Star Savior would be born in 77. Again, Elvis's death year. But this was the summer during this blackout when the Mr. 44, the son of Sam, was doing his killing spree. Now, the son of Sam said he was taking his orders from a dog, a demonic dog, which got me thinking about Hades, who's always associated with a dog, but also the planet Pluto. Now, the planet Pluto was discovered in 1933, the same year that the dog Pluto appeared in Disney. And if you look at the planet Pluto, you will see that it actually has a silhouette of the cartoon dog Pluto on the side of it. Now, the significance here, of course, is Pluto is the underworld deity. So all of our so-called planets are on the ecliptic plane. So our solar system, if you believe in it, is flat, with the exception of Pluto, who's 17 degrees below the plane. So if you can imagine all the planets with the sun in the middle as being on a table, Pluto's below the table. That's why he's the underworld deity. Well, anyway, the planet Pluto appeared at the same time as we get this dog Pluto. And now our Pluto return just happened. And I'm correlating this, of course, with, the Donde 2 event, because Kanye West was born in 77, and the whole thing was timed with the return of Pluto. And the event itself was actually organized, or rather produced by Future, who goes by Pluto. And the Donde 2 event has this burning house as a part of it. And look, Donde 2. Donde 1 was in August of 2021. And at Donde 1, Kanye West set himself on fire. In fact, if you find the image of it, he was a burning man, which is very significant for a few reasons. Here's a couple just to point out here. Kanye West Burning Man in August was the same date of the Burning Man festivals, which were canceled because of COVID. So here you have, on the date that you would have had a Burning Man festival, they had 33 of them there in Black Rock, another very significant symbol here. Here you have the Black Star Kanye West as a Burning Man on the same damn date. Another interesting connection, his wife leaves him for Pete Davidson, and Pete Davidson's dad was a Burning Man. He burned at the age of 33 in one of the Twin Towers. So that's another interesting connection here. Here he is as a Burning Man. Pete Davidson's dad, 33, burns in one of the Twin Towers. Going through comments, Troll says the so-called elites, the most miserable people who want everyone to be miserable. Yes, and I use the word elite because of El and the central deity around which their entire system revolves. I think it's just accurate, and we have to use the right terms. Elite, I don't think means superior. They could be a bunch of inbreds, they could be aliens, who knows, at the top of this thing. Like, I don't exactly find it to be desirable to be an elite. And for the most part, they all seem to be slaves to some type of bizarre obsession with, I don't know what this is, in trapping the consciousness of all mankind, getting us all to focus on something. For what reason? I came across some interesting stuff in the last few days since I've been looking into the Transformers movie and the whole premise of the movie and the idea of non-biological entities finding residence in electronics. And then L and electricity, the elite, electricity and electronics, and of course the Prince of the Power of the Air. If you look at all the symbols or the ways they've represented Satan, Lucifer, all these different ways to represent it, it would seem consistent that an alien invasion or an invasion of any kind might have to do with electricity, electronics, And that's why I think the symbol of the black monolith um, is very important here with regards to the iPhone. And again, we've been talking about Phoenix and L and how these things interrelate. Well, this is interesting. Look at the iPhone 10 release date. The iPhone 10 was released on November the 3rd. Again, 11/3, big Phoenix date. The One World Trade Tower, or the One World Trade Center Phoenix, as they were going to call it, opened on November the 3rd. Again, 11/3, very, very significant date, but iPhone 10, read it, just read it as it's spelled. I Phoenix 11/3. 999, that's the price, $999. I think the first Apple sold for $666, right? I mean, when you really look back at this, hindsight being 2020, yeah, if this whole thing, and I'm not a religious person, I don't have any, I'm just going by the facts, by what's presented, but if there is some kind of scheme here intending to entrap uh, billions of souls in some kinds of devices or something, some kind of nefarious plot, I won't be surprised. Like, we will have no excuse if we fall for it. It's like, well, we've been telling you this entire time that this was the agenda. This was some massive soul trap. That the corona was the whole thing, the whole new crown. I think what we're being led to. I think maybe the new crown is our own crowns, our own autonomy is being replaced, and that there has to be some kind of choice. I mean, that's why it seems to be about a choice anyway. You have to go. You have to make the decision to form that pact. And that's one of the reoccurring themes with all of these bits of shows, all the programming, is about volition. And the end of Westworld Season 4, when the character says, "Oh God," and he realizes he's trapped, it's after he's given a speech about how he's lost his autonomy, about how his will is no longer his own. The Boar of Babylon says, I was watching the first episode of the TV show Scrubs, which featured the star of the show running in orange competitive runner's outfits wearing the number 33 as he runs over a checkerboard floor. Even the most mundane TV shows have this high level scripting, correlations, things that you wouldn't make as a writer. You wouldn't know these things. That's what's so intriguing about this, and that's why I use the terms that I do to describe what we're describing, because it's beyond just one set of writers. It's an overarching conspiracy that can be seen in every single aspect of our lives here. Everything is reflecting this thing. And the term monolith, I use the term monolith because it is quite monolithic. That is the thing that ties it all together. We're not looking at competing or conflicting. No, we're looking at a monolithic story. I've been saying this is the new monotheism. Think about the all-seeing eye, one vision. Monolith, one stone. Well, your phone, one screen. If you think about it, the monolith, the monolithic view, the one vision, the singular image. I've heard some describe the TV as the image of the beast. Well, your screen. It's the screen, of course. And it doesn't have to be a TV. It's the black screen. And if you look at the tarot cards, which is another place where you can find a lot of their symbolism just encoded, the devil is on top of a black cube. And the black cube looks like a TV or maybe even an iPhone. But the key point, the key takeaway from this image here is that the man and the woman are chained to it, and they're not fighting against the chain. They're actually looking high. I think she's got some kind of grapes there. They're enjoying themselves. And then what's more, of course, he's got the bat wings, which is interesting, and the upside down torch, which likely represents the opposite of enlightenment, maybe ignorance, darkness, bondage, And of course, the black cube is the symbol of matter, spirit subjugated to the flesh, another symbol of the upside down torch, which is interestingly enough the the way that rockets look as they blast off into space. And if that's not a symbol, an emblem of our enforced ignorance, I mean, faking space, faking heaven, a false heaven, and the rocket going up into the false heaven does look like an upside down torch. Okay, so we've been on here for a little while now. It's already 2 a.m. where I'm at. So I'm likely going to have to chop this video into two parts just for convenience. I may just upload the whole thing. We had nothing but great callers, as always, great commenters, great chat, lots of good information. And, these are very interesting times. I don't, again, have all the answers. We're just looking at facts as they are being presented. And yeah, worst case scenario is looking pretty insane. I mean, we're talking about Stranger Things in Westworld becoming real, more or less. I mean, that's what it seems like. That seems to be the agenda. You want to know what's going to happen next year? Watch Netflix. It's almost mandatory viewing. It's like, it's spoiler alerts. Let me scroll through my Minds. So go to minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. You can see most of the things that we've been covering. Anything else of note here? New York Times ponders if we're ready to eat people. Eat the rich. That's kind of the mentality, though. The mentality, though, is cannibalism. I think they want us to be mentally exposed to this. They want us to think about the idea of recyclability. And when we talk about recycling, and everybody's resources belong to everybody else, your flesh is my flesh. Cannibalism, really, to me, it's just about the denial of property rights, including the right to own your own body, because now you're property of the collective, and the collective is hungry, and for the collective to survive, it might have to eat a few individuals, consume them, consume their bank accounts, consume their labor, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be literal cannibalism, but that does seem to be what they like to do, is they like to exaggerate things a little bit, get us to contemplate it, and then we accept it philosophically. The Boar of Babylon says, I've been doing a deep dive on TV sitcoms. Masonic symbolism is heavily featured hardcore within the first minute. Oh, yeah. I saw a pretty good article, too, recently about Super Mario Brothers as being all Masonic initiations. Again, video games, immersive entertainment. You got the first-person shooter games to condition you to accept the quote reality of mass shootings. Then you have all the games that involve space travel to get you ready for that. All these video games are there to immerse you in the simulations. That way, when they present it to you in the news, it seems more believable. I don't think anybody would have found Sandy Hook believable if it wasn't for video games, where there is a universe where people experience what it would be like to kick down a door and shoot 30 people in 1 minute and get every headshot. Like Adam Lanza, what he supposedly did is like something out of a video game, and it's not believable. But if you're immersed in video games 24/7, then yeah, I could see why you might not even question it. You're like, I could do better. When in reality, that's cartoon violence, unachievable. No 90-pound weakling would have done all of these things. Amid so many shootings, a movement to make tourniquet training as common as CPR is taking off. Okay, so tourniquets are going to be normalized because this is such a common theme. Fascinating. So many people are just, look, we have, I'm looking at this image here. This is what we need to see. You need to be aware of the technology that's available to us. So if you're looking at the screen here, you're seeing a man giving a tourniquet. To what though? It looks real. Well, it's only a torso from the waist down. So I think it's important to be aware of how realistic they can create casualties for simulations, for reenactments, even internal organs. Sigma 7 Sigma was a company out in the Twin Cities that creates these training dummies for people who are dealing with patients undergoing respiratory distress. So you can intubate these things. They're so realistic looking. Well, anyway, 7 Sigma was the first building to burn after George Floyd's death when those riots started. First company there in the Twin Cities. They were there for 33 years, coincidentally. Anyway, 7 Sigma simulation systems happened to produce training dummies that look like George Floyd. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. But you can look up 7 Sigma. They were right there in the Twin Cities. They have these training dummies that have lungs, that have throats that you can intubate. They even have voice systems. They can say, "I can't breathe." You can customize them. So here's your George Floyd model. And again, this company was there for 33 years. It was the first building to burn when the riots started. And I was looking at a dummy, rather a rubber simulation. It was a dummy of from Aliens 3, Sigourney Weaver, and it looked just like her. It looked just like her. I mean, really, it's so foolproof that we're getting to the point, if it weren't for the bad crisis actors, we wouldn't be able to call any of this stuff out. I was looking at the George Floyd in the back of the ambulance and I was like, it looks real, but the guy's looking competent. The chest compressor thing is being used seemingly, I don't know, nothing about it seemed appropriate, but the guys didn't seem like they knew what they were doing. And now looking back at it, yeah, it looks just as rubbery and just as floppy as the Sigourney Weaver doll. Troll DeJardin says Rittenhouse is Noah Posner. Kyle Rittenhouse does look like an appropriately aged Noah Posner. I have come across that, although I saw an equally convincing suggestion that Brian Laundrie, the guy who kidnapped Gabby Petito and all that Brian Laundrie was actually a grown-up Noah Posner. I mean, really, they both kind of look like they could be it, but interesting. Rittenhouse is definitely an actor. I don't believe Kenosha was real. As nice as a story as it is that he took out a burglar, a strangler, and a pedo, I'm surprised people feel sorry for his victims. I'm not on Team Kyle, I'm not on Team Greta, but just on the face of it, the good guy kind of won in that story. I mean, unless you feel bad for his victims or the targets or the people attacking him. I mean, if you do, you can take heart that JoJo died doing something he loved, chasing a minor. God, what a whole sick story that was, though, the whole Kenosha thing. And now Kyle Rittenhouse has a game out, I think it's called Turkey Shoot, where you have these turkeys that say fake news on them, and you just run around shooting the turkeys, shooting the fake news turkeys. Fake news turkey shoot game. Kyle Rittenhouse opens pre-orders for a new game called Turkey Shoot, and the money supposedly going towards his lawsuits, which I don't know if he has any chance of winning given he's a public figure. But anyway, crisis actors have to get paid. He should just open a GoFundMe. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. This is Solomite Fly, Auto Hoax, produced by DJ Ready Rail. Thanks to the callers.
Phoenix.
And we'll be back likely tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to replay this once it's processed. Go ahead and sign up for the newsletter below, and have a great night. This is Solomite Fly, Auto Hoax, produced by DJ Ready Rail.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto close. We call that an auto hoax. Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon? Get it, that's an auto hoax. You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news? Real, that's an auto hoax. They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax. Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that. Globe is an auto hoax. Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be. Yup, that's an auto hoax. So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it. Exactly, it's an auto hoax. Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. What do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax. Squad. Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I
your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. Edge is in your mind. Edge is in your mind. Edge is in your
I went to law academic scholarship.
And it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes.
My buddy, my buddy and me.
Telecommunications Act of 1996.
96, y'all.
Gonna filter your eyes and scrub your mind. The weatherman, he's just another bad joke. You can be a doomed little donkey like Eeyore. I'm gonna be an auto hoax, and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes. Got no heart, ain't got no soul. Food, water, weather, maps, TV, bones, books, secrets, symbols, numbers, planets, etc. Nobody got no heart.
Academic scholarship, the only one in my class to have a full academic scholarship. Went back to law school and in fact ended up in the top half of my class. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees.
May 16th, 2022. This is Infinite Plane Radio. Chief Crow Auto Hoax bringing us in. Phones are open 833-311-1984. It's been a very interesting week. And it's kind of strange feeling thankful for major psychological operations because it's like, well, everyone thinks these things are real. But it's actually good news for, if it bleeds, it leads, which is kind of unethical. But when you know the news is fake, it actually isn't a bad thing. It means there's a lot of opportunities here to show where the world stage ends and the real world begins. And most people do not know the difference, as many of you here already understand. So many interesting topics tonight. Let's go ahead and start with a couple of voicemails, though. So let me go ahead and play from the 833-311-1984 live stream / voicemail number. And you can leave voicemails 24/7, and we will respond to all of them.
Hello, Tim. This is Seabass. Genuine van lifer, by the way, for over a year. So I suppose suspected Fed in this community. Hey, man, I'm calling about the show Inside Job.
Yeah, that is funny how van lifers are considered to be feds, and it just seems that every new community is infiltrated, and van life is no exception. Infinite Plane Radio.
What's going on, Tim?
We've been evaluating...
Jumpa 67.
Oh, okay. Who is this again?
Jumpa 67, a.k.a. RJ in the YouTube. How you been?
Oh, Jumpa 67. Hey, things have been really great for the auto hoaxing business. Space junk falling in India, the Buffalo shooting, then we had the subway shooting before that. I mean, it's rather...
Are we allowed to talk about the Buffalo shooting?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Like... By all means, whatever. What's your take on it, first of all? Real or fake?
Well, my take, I know people, I think that it's fake. I think, but it could be of different calibers. I personally haven't even watched it. But my take on it is that I know a girl gamer who moved her leg the wrong way on a Twitch stream and was banned and shut off during a live stream. So for him to be able to stream that entire fiasco without being interrupted should tell you something right there. And the way the manifesto it pretty much hit on every deep state fact that agenda they're trying to push is another indication that, something's just not right.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. This targeted Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Fox News, all the political enemies of the left happen to be wrapped up in this character who's a mix of Dylan Roof and Kyle Rittenhouse. It's just too perfect of a story. But when it comes to the actual video, it looks to me like they're using augmented virtual reality along with the actual actors, and there's too much pixelation, which makes me think that they're inserting glitchiness to make it look real. So I didn't even think it was a real live stream.
Right. Do you have any way of, do you have access to that video? Because I haven't seen it, but I'm interested in watching it, because I understand it makes people very angry, and I want to see, I look at it from two different ways. I can shut off all of my knowledge of what's going on in this world and look at it from a NPC point of view, and then I'm able to look at it with discernment, which I was gifted by my father. And ever since he was a kid, he would tell me that kid's no good or that kid's good, and every single time he was 100% correct. And
wow.
I grew into that same type of discernment, and I thank God for that. He didn't give me the looks, but I got the discernment, so I'll take that.
Hey, there is something to that. There is something to discernment. I've experienced the same thing. And you could say it's a sixth sense, or I think it's more like we take in more data than we're consciously aware of, and we process it in different ways. We intuit it, and we get the right information. But in this case, I watched it, and my intuition, my feeling looking at it was it didn't feel visceral or real. And it reminded me of Grand Theft Auto. And the more I watched it in slow motion, frame by frame, it looks like they insert pixelation to hide the fakery. And there are some comical glitches in there.
Is there any way you can send that to me, or should I just seek it out?
Oh, no, you can get it. Just go to the Infinite Plane Society Discord server, and somebody will find it for you. They're trying to bury it,
all right.
So we will make sure you can watch it.
Right. That's why I want to grab it. Anything they try to bury, I try to grab.
Well,
I mean, I got some
look,
stuff from.
this is Christchurch for America. If you remember the Christchurch shooting, they try to bury that video, and that video was full of glitches that showed squibs, augmented virtual reality, dummies, and one of the videos even had actors getting up off the ground after supposedly being dead. So it exposed itself.
What about that one, the New Zealand one with the mag on the floor? How did that? What was their excuse for that? Did they ever tell us why that mag was sitting conveniently on the floor for the guy when he walked out?
Yeah, good point.
He dropped it there or something.
Well, yeah, somehow he must have time traveled because it was already there down the hallway.
Yeah. As soon as he walked in, right? He's like, "Oh, look, someone put the exact caliber and taped up mags I need to continue my facade." It's so, and the thing is, it's so hard to talk to normal people about it because they're so emotionally attached to it. And if any type of ridicule or anything to I wouldn't say negative, but the positive actually, then you're the bad guy right off the bat, you know?
Oh, it's crazy. It's like you're left in the position of you're the bad guy for saying nobody died, and then the good guy is saying, "How dare you say that?" And it's like, I'm sorry to break the news to you that they didn't actually die. It's like, why am I apologetic for this? But
right, and then
you're dealing
at work,
with.
I keep saying 48 billion, because we're not supposed to concentrate on that now, you know?
Yeah. People need to watch the movie Wag the Dog, and that's the only way to reach people. The people who don't know how fake the news is, you can reach them through movies and say, "Hey, have you seen Wag the Dog?" Yeah, that's a documentary. That's the only way to reach.
Is it really? I've never seen it. I'm gonna watch it tonight when I get home. I'm heading home from work. This is my normal time coming home. Midnight I get out, East Coast, so
it's a must
I'll be heading
watch.
home
It's a must watch because it shows how the government can use media to distract the public from any story using crisis actors, and they even show green screens. It really is a reveal, the whole Wag the Dog movie. And so when Hunter Biden's laptop first went viral, his father, Joe Biden, was chasing his dog, fell and twisted his ankle while pulling the dog's tail, and the story shifted from Hunter Biden to his dad's ankle.
Wow.
And so I'm like,
that's something. You know when else they did that too, Tim? I don't know if you remember, but do you remember the Bureau of Land Management when they went after the Bundys and the Harmons, I think their name was?
Yes.
Do you remember that? And you had BLM sets field on fire, and Texans standing up against BLM. That was right when BLM for Black Lives Matter came onto the scene. So all of these news articles that mentioned BLM, now it's like, I personally know people that were confused saying, well, what did these Texans have against black people? And it's like, it's just incredible the way they do that.
Yes, they do this. They
the
confuse
subconsciousness.
They confuse search results, and you caught a good one. That's a tactic that we've seen deployed quite regularly, and I don't think it's a coincidence. At the same time we have this racist shooter in Buffalo, we have a shooting at a church in California. And this shooting in Buffalo is very reminiscent of Christ Church. It's America's Christ Church. So I don't think I think that when you look at the search results, it causes you also to bring up all kinds of related stories to Christ Church shooting, church shooting. It's all it's really effective what they do. It's meme control. It's mimetic warfare.
Oh yeah, and that's another thing he said, that the memes can send. Those are going to get shut down. And then you got Pelosi coming on the radio or on the news today saying that we need to limit free speech, or what? How did she put it? We need to, oh God, I can't even remember the terminology she used, but we all know what she really means. It's just, to limit free speech. It's just, and then Assange, what do you think about him? You think he's legit in jail or what?
These are all very interesting characters. For me, with Assange, I'm like, well, Clinton emails, 33,000 emails.
Yeah.
I need some hard evidence. I want to see Hillary Clinton wearing Frazzle drip on her face, playing ping pong with Huma Abedin. Then I'll believe it. I need some more hard evidence. It seems like hopium to me.
I hear you. Right.
Hey, very good call. Appreciate you calling in.
All right,
And
man.
we'll
Take
continue to
care,
dig into
brother.
these topics. Yeah, Jumper67, have a great evening.
Yep. You too. Good night.
All right, let's see who's here. Molly Rowland says, so happy I caught the show. Hope everyone is well. Phase Polarizer, Portal Complex, Travis Cloud, Jenna Lovecraft Reeves, Jordan Thirst for Truth, That SOB, Gubby, Mom with Sons. By the way, Victory, Rocco Calzone. I see a lot of people here. Okay, I sent out text message notifications. They should have gone out. I've been missing them for the last couple of days, but we're stocked up on credits. Fat Elvis Jr., Maxwell Cooper, Unseen Apex 13, Ready or Not 31, Baja Pickleball, and Shannon Jones. Yeah, we're going to continue with the text message notifications. It'll always keep us all here. We're on 14 different video streaming channels, including 2 audio streams you can listen to as well. All right, also see AK All Day 2323, Flat Fact. I'll be handing out wrenches as well. So a couple of points brought up by the caller. Yeah, the event. The event itself is so obviously templated off of other events, and I made a list of things that are indicators that you're looking at a hoax. But here's the thing to note here. All of the gatekeepers in media will say it's a false flag. They'll say it was a Fed. They'll say it was an MK Ultra shooter. That is a typical misinformation line that they've been using for more than 20 years now. So you don't notice it's fake. So instead you think, oh no, it's real, but the media is lying about the culprit, which exonerates the media and makes you think that the media is just a bunch of dupes. Hides the fact that they are producing agitprop for the government. It's very effective. That's why all of the big, you can predict it. I predicted it with Alex Jones. I said Alex Jones is going to say it was a Fed. He won't dare say crisis actors. Why is that? Because he'll get sued. And they will take all of the profit from his sex scoop sales, which is what Super Male Vitality is. It's the exact same formula as Gwyneth Paltrow's sex scoop. All right, let's go ahead and continue. On the screen, you're looking at the parents of the shooter, and I was just noting that their faces are all but interchangeable. Like, these look like Photoshop creations. They hardly seem real. We have a lot of interesting points to bring up with regard to this whole event. There's a story circulating that the person in the courtroom is not the same person that was arrested. And that is to me, that's an observation that I think is based on this one photo where he's got the more of a ginger looking bowl cut when they arrest him. But in court, he's more of a brunette with kind of a neck beard. And he actually has he's kind of a furry if you look at his back. But anyway, the picture of him being arrested and treated gingerly by the cops, and presumably they took him to Burger King for a Whopper, it's meant to be reminiscent of Charleston, Dylan Roof, who shot 9 blacks in a church. So we're looking again at someone who had targeted a place. This is Dylan Roof all over again. And Dylan Roof's middle name, Storm. The storm is coming, foreshadowing. Space junk falls on India. We'll get to that here in just a moment. Jake Gibson had called in and suggested that David Weiss is not David Weiss, but he's actually wearing some kind of a mask. And, you know, we all laughed it off. I mean, yeah, he's masky, but a lot of people are masky. But in this case, We Are Woke TV released this just a couple days ago. He said, look, there's a fake playing a fake. This is just the beginning of the exposure of Ed Chiarini. So Ed Chiarini could be wearing the Dearth mask. And there's all kinds of gematria that backs this up. Weiss is 33, Masonry's 33, Masonics 43, David Weiss is 43. David Weiss is 115 in English Ordinal, and so is Masonic. So, anyway, Dallas Goldbug, Ed Chiarini, may actually be the person behind the Dearth mask. So share that with Jake the Gibson. All right, let us continue. Someone said the guy in court looks fatter. Yeah, it looks like 2 different people. It really does. Now, someone says that's creative. Look, this is We Are Woke TV. And Ed Chiarini, if you notice, he's had one gig this entire time. Even though he correctly calls out death fakers and people who've been repurposed, he points out cosmetic surgery. That's his go-to explanation. Oh, they had their nose changed, their ear changed, but that doesn't suffice. I think that the cosmetic surgery explanation is to hide deepfakes, synthetic skin, hyper-realistic masks. And so, given that he's the lead person exposing these things, he was even on Fox News. Megyn Kelly commented on his theory that she was Nicole Simpson. So he's already been given coverage in mainstream media for showing deep fakes but with a false explanation. So my thinking is, it makes sense that he would be this, being in this gatekeeping position, that he would have access to a dearth mask, and then he could then gatekeep these other communities. Gubby says Ed was deep into JFK. Right, the JFK assassination was likely done by Kubrick, and we have a lot of reasons why we say this, and it's part of the bigger puzzle, which we may get into. Because right now, as we speak, I've been talking about how the Kennedys, the American royalty, Camelot, the killing of the king ritual. Well, the idea that the Kennedys were the second coming of Christ, that JFK was Jesus Part 2, JFK Jr.'s the third Jesus, this is what is at the basis of the QAnon insanity. But thing is, the insanity starts from the very top. On Donald Trump's new social media site called Truth, I think it's just called, is that what it's called? Just Truth? Or Truther? I think it's just Truth. I have the app. I actually logged in today, and I checked out Trump's page, and he actually posted this, the Great MAGA King. And so you have Donald Trump with a crown, and then behind him is a Q made out of a lightning bolt. Like, Trump actually put this on his social media site. So he's feeding into it. Look, really, he's stirring up the QAnoners. Flat Fact said, never heard of Ed Chiarini. Oh, you know what? Dallas Goldbug was the person who really mainstreamed, well, within conspiracy circles, a lot of the death fakers. And if you look at any graphics of this person is that person, and you see a lot of lines connecting them, like, let me show you an example. So if you look up, we'll say Megyn Kelly is Nicole Simpson. What you'll find are images showing how it's the same person. And you'll know it's Ed Chiarini's work by the font. So this is an example. He goes by Well Aware One. So if you've seen any of these memes, you've seen his work. It's very distinctive, very thorough, very compelling and convincing. But I think he's wrong with his go-to explanation of it being some sort of cosmetic change rather than a rubber mask. Now, is he Dearth? I don't know. He released a movie called JFK, The Case for Conspiracy. Everything about it suggests to me high-level gatekeeper. Anyone who pushes false flag theories or people actually died, very questionable. All right, let me go back to the voicemail, and then we'll continue. This is a voicemail this person was talking about. All right, Van Leifer, that's right.
Inside Job. I was just listening. You were talking about Lee Harvey Oswald, something. And he is on one of the episodes. I think you'd enjoy watching the whole series, Inside Job. I don't find it to be gaslighting all that much, but anyway, I enjoyed it. Like the first episode has a clone president. The third one is all about the reptilians controlling. And eventually, Lee Harvey Oswald is in the series, and he shows up as like this reliable hero that they can always count on to eliminate a president. And he's like the hero of the deep state. Yeah, check it out. I think you could pull out a whole lot more from the show. And it's just fun, I thought. All right, cheers. Keep it up.
Great, I'll check it out. He's talking about Inside Job, a 9/11 reference, and I'm frequently referencing episode 6 where the Flat Earthers hijack Jeff Bezos' yacht and insists that they go to the edge of the world. Jeff Bezos is killed by a kraken in that episode. So the 9/11 kraken Jeff Bezos reference is something we point out frequently. Mom with Sons, I got the JFK time capsule. I am carefully going through the contents and photographing it, and I'll be posting that later. I have a lot of interesting materials from right after the JFK assassination, original news clippings. The Buffalo shooter, by the way, has a connection to the QAnon shaman. So the QAnon shaman with the buffalo horns says, Q sent me. Well, the Buffalo shooter had a Twitter account, QAnon 106 2021, and he tweeted in October, on October the 19th last year, he tweeted, Q sent me. So you do have a Q reference there that we'll probably hear more from. I have a couple of voicemails from Anchor. If you listen to me on Anchor, it's another podcasting
Maybe
platform.
instead of reality investigators, which is a loaded term, perhaps rightly seen as absurd too by anyone who instinctively knows that reality is beyond the grasp of the mind or the intellect. I think someone once said that the word reality should always be used in quotes. We should try instead a phrase like narrative skeptics.
Okay, I've used the phrase reality investigator, and he's saying narrative skeptics.
Or something like that. Those who investigate the internal consistency of narratives and, of course, cross-check them against observations, objective or empirical facts. They have, after all, sanctioned the word narrative, if only to communicate amongst themselves and against us. But it is a word with shared meaning, and it's a start.
Interesting point. He's right. The word reality itself is really ephemeral, which is the opposite of what it should be. White Mage over in the Discord server says, no blood at Buffalo. And by the way, I have a window open. I am monitoring the Discord server. So any of you want to comment in Discord if you can't make it to any of the chats, that's an option. And I may even be able to take calls there as well. We also have Skype. Okay, I have another one as well. If you want to call in, the number is 833-311-1984. I have a second voicemail.
The possibility of using Mars as a slave labor camp or an alternative to Disney World would very much depend on the medical profession. Of course, they're used today arguably for sterilization.
Molly Rowland says, I wonder why they didn't make the Buffalo shooter an anti-vaxxer. Yeah, exactly. I would have expected he would be an anti-vaxxer, flat earther. I'm going to turn the volume up on these and I'll play them up again later. I'm also going to read the transcripts. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up,
bro?
caller?
Okay, so are we live?
Yeah, is this, yes, we're live right now on 14 different video platforms. There's a few dozen people at least on each one.
Well, I just wanted to call you because, man, I agree with so much of the things that you say. I see how you tie all these things together. I also understand you have a team of like 500 people that search out the internet and find this information for you. I mean, you've kind of stated that several times.
Correct.
Okay. So, we obviously understand that you can't land on a light in the sky. I mean, can't land on the moon. It's not a solid object. It's a two-dimensional object that appears in the sky. We agree on that, right?
I frequently mention that the people who believe we landed on the moon are stuck with the fact that their evidence, their moon rocks, are usually found to be petrified wood. Like, we don't have any tangible, there's no evidence for it. So, no, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I have a petrified rock sitting here in my front room. I even have a rock that kind of looks like a dinosaur head, but obviously it's not because dinosaurs are bogus too. They don't exist. That was a made up bullshit to get people to get on board with, I guess, evolution. That was why they did the whole dinosaur psyop. They put a bunch of different bones together, created this thing, and said this is a dinosaur.
It gives them time control. It lets them say, that time goes back so far, and then it allows them to teach
But
children
it
about
doesn't.
extinction. Like you're 3 years old, 4 years old, you learn about rocks from the sky.
Right. Well, I truly believe that this realm is somewhere between 6,000, maybe 6 and 7,000 years old. I lean closer towards 6,000. I believe we do have a creator, and I believe we have a Christ. I believe that Christ died and was resurrected. I believe that. I also understand that his name can't be Jesus because Jesus, do you know what Jesus means?
I've
I
heard
mean,
I've
do you know
I've
that
heard it means earth pig. I've heard so many conflicting things. I heard it means Jesus, as in Zeus, the lightning
it
god.
does? In Greek, it means hell Zeus, and in Latin, it means earth pig. So, I mean, that's kind of conflicting. And when you realize that the scriptures were translated originally into Greek and Latin, and then from Greek and Latin, they were translated into the English language, which didn't actually exist until the 1500s. And that was created by the Society of Jesus and well, it was the Catholic Church and the Knights Templar that created this thing called the Society of Jesus, which is really stupid when you start thinking about it. I mean, it's kind of dumb. I mean, really, you're going to call our Christ Hell Zeus? I mean, a mythological thing and
Well, isn't it the case
earth pig?
that the Pope sits on the throne of Jupiter, which is just the Roman version of Zeus? So there is
Well,
some kind of continuity here. What's your take on the Pope?
the Pope, I think he claims to be the vicar of our Creator. He's the Christ with us. He's in place of the Christ and the Creator. That's what the Pope's job is, right? I mean, he's in place of, he is that in a human form here in this realm in which we live. And so my thought on the Pope is these people are satanic as all get out. I mean, they sing this song where they praise this fictional name, Lucifer, which that name doesn't even exist at all either. That is some crap that was made up by the Catholic Church and the Knights Templar in the 1500s when they came up with this thing called the Society of Jesus. So Lucifer is a reference to this substance that glows in the dark. Luciferese. I don't know if you know about that, but yeah, there's a substance like in lightning bugs and we have fish and we have what are those things? Jellyfish. We have a lot of things that glow in the dark.
On this topic,
And-
you
and
have like a lot of misconceptions about Satan, Lucifer. Some people conflate Saturn and Satan. A lot of it is a mix of literature, Hollywood, and then the Bible. But as far as there being some kind of devil at the center of this thing, like who controls world government at the very
I'm
top?
I'm not disagreeing with. We have a thing called the adversary. He is the adversary. His name is God. God Real. God Real is the deceiver of Eve in the garden. And when people refer to our Creator as God, well, they're not referring to our actual Creator, whose name happens to be Yahweh. That is his name. No doubt about it. There's 7,000 references in the scriptures that talk about a figure called YHWH. And in the original language, when you said Y, you would say Yah. You said H, you would say Ha. So he is Yahweh. And Christ, his very first creation, was Christ. And all things were created through Christ, which is considered to be the Word. So our Creator spoke into existence with Word this realm that we reside in. So as far as the flat realm, it's very obvious we live in a flat realm. It's also very obvious to me that what we see is about perspective from the observer.
Wait, you said it's
So,
obvious we
like,
live in a flat realm. And so for people who don't know, it's technically obvious and observably because you can't see the curve. And so if you say, no, it's not obviously flat, it's like, well, if your frame of reference or if your reference point is what you saw on TV, then it's not technically obvious. You have to have
yeah,
the TV to show you this.
I don't buy into tell, lie, vision. There's a reason they call it that because these people came up with the greatest propaganda tool ever called tell, lie, vision. We're going to tell you this lie through this visionary screen, and we want you all to believe it. And believe it or not, about 99% of people or more, I would even venture to say it's probably 99.99% of the people in this place just buy into what the television tells them. They just buy into it. It was on
Yes.
TV, so it's got to be true.
It's the
And
default.
obviously,
It's the
it's
default.
not.
And I point this out in this channel. We have a methodology here with our research pool, which is we look at the news as if it's fakeable, if it's extraordinary, we have to
Oh.
look for evidence because if you just trust what's on the screen, you've pretty
I,
much taken a leap
I,
of faith.
I default automatically on news to hoax. It's all a hoax. I don't believe anything at all that I see on the news. None of it. I think it's all a bunch of crap leading us down this rabbit hole to damnation. Television is a bunch of crap, man. That's all it is.
Would you agree with me
CIA
that the television constitutes a radicalizing, like they talk about the internet radicalizes people, but it's the television that has people out marching. It's the television that sets people off against one another. I think the television is like the Bible of the NWO religion. What do you think of that?
Yes, I would agree with you 100% on that. It is the television that puts these people in the street and has people so divided because it's the television that tells you that, oh, the white man is racist. Oh, the black man is so underprivileged. Oh, the Asian people, it's all about divide and conquer. It's about the rich people hate the poor people, and regular people hate the police. I mean, it's all about everyone's supposed to hate everyone else. The people shouldn't like the police. They should hate the police. The white man shouldn't like the black man. So you see, it's all divide and conquer.
Well, do
It's
you remember
called
the?
Hegelian
I like to point this
dialect.
out because people who think that we're out of line for questioning the news, I always point out. Look at the
No,
the
we're
Jussie
not.
Smollett psyop. For 24 hours, everybody acted like it was real.
Yep.
Then they find out it wasn't, and
Yep.
the media never really offered a widespread apology. They let us think, oh, we caught him, instead of the truth, which is this is how they always do things. This is the one
Yeah.
time they didn't get away with it.
Yeah.
And so, yes, it's a
And
funhouse
also-
mirror version of reality. The TV, the map is not the territory. It doesn't
all
reflect.
of these false flags. I mean, so many of these false flags. All these so-called school shootings. Well, since you guys can't really handle your guns, I mean, you have a bunch of psychos. You go in and shoot up a school, but all of those are a bunch of bullshit. Those things never happened. That was made for TV psyop for a reason to take we have the right to keep and bear arms in this country. We do. Believe me, in Oklahoma, I can walk outside and carry my pistol in my hand, and I can't take it into the stores. Some of the stores are okay with it, but most of them tell me you can't bring that in here. So,
Now, let
so
me
in
run this by you.
Oklahoma,
Let me run
we
this
got
one phrase by
open
you,
carry.
okay? Because the term false flag is like this term that is used for all events that are questionable. And I'm trying to eliminate that term from usage because it implies that people actually died. So I'm just using the term psyop. which I think is a much more accurate
Yeah,
term.
yeah. Well, that is pretty much what I used to. I mean, I call them all a bunch of psyops because there's psychological warfare on the people that reside in this realm in which we're in. It's what it is. It's psychological warfare. Warfare. It's like MK Ultra. Um, so many of these things that have taken place, and they've all come from our so-called government. You know what government means, right? It means mind control. Control the mind. That's what government means, to control the people's minds.
Well, I can say right now
And
that their primary obsession is controlling the flow of memes, and they're using these staged events to justify further censorship. So they're more concerned with controlling the flow of memes than any supposed virus, and that's because it's about mind control, not public health. Even the PSYOP of
right,
2020 was all about meme control, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree with you 100, bro. I agree. Yeah, the whole COVID thing. I mean, maybe we can't say that on here. I don't know. I don't want to
Well,
get
I think
you
by
shut
now
down.
we all know. We all know where
Yeah,
it's at, I
it's
think.
very obvious.
And I think 2020 really showed us, who can discern real from fake. And, I think that it speaks for itself at this point. We don't even have to say it, but we all know.
Right. And also elections. It's so obvious that elections don't even matter. I mean, it's very obvious. If it wasn't obvious enough in 2000 with Bush and Gore, if it wasn't obvious enough then that the guy whose brother's the governor of Florida decides the election, Bush wins. I mean, if that wasn't obvious enough, then we got Trump and Biden. And I can tell you for a fact that, yes, people were enthusiastic about Trump. They really were. People were really enthusiastic about it. In my town, I seen Trump signs everywhere.
Well, when Trump first came
And
out,
then in
my
2020,
take on him was whatever he is, I don't care if he's not a conservative. I thought he was truly going to call out the media and maybe start exposing or causing the exposure of how these propaganda operations work. But it didn't take long for me to realize, no, he's actually behind the scenes. He's not
part of
rogue.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Trump was he's just a second wing of the same bird. I mean, they really are. They're all part of that phoenix bird. Trump was just a psyop, and I can tell you why that happened. I can tell you exactly why that happened. Because once Barack Obama got in, he was supposedly the savior of the country. He was going to change everything. He was going to stop the divide between the white and the black man. But what did he do when he got in there? Nothing. All he really did was make the divide greater.
Just typical
Okay, so
Democrat,
what
but this is
happened?
when Trump came out with the whole birther thing, saying he's not really American. So Trump has always been catering to the conspiracy crowd, and I think that's what caused the
Yeah.
Tea Party to go from grassroots into this whole MAGA movement, which went from limited government into let's take over all the government. It's really become a very much
Right.
a fascist-leaning thing. Anyway, hey, this has been a great call. Call back
But
anytime.
there's
Yeah,
one more point I want to make. There's one more point I want to make.
cool.
The reason that after Barack they put Trump in, this is the main reason they did that. Because the people had lost faith in the government. The people were sick of the government. They didn't want anything to do with the government. They really got disgusted with it.
Oh,
So then you
to
bring
pacify.
out this
Okay.
billionaire. You bring out this billionaire guy that supposedly can relate to the average Joe, but he's going to make things better. So a lot of people in this country, I mean, look at the rallies. Hillary would get what? Nothing. Trump, he could draw 30, 40,000 people to a rally. Now, if that was even true,
Well,
do
hey,
we
look,
really know?
I
We
think
don't.
that I went to one, but no, it is true. It was observably true that Trump
Yeah.
had a huge following versus Biden, and so the idea that Biden was more popular was a form of like In many ways, it was like gaslighting. Like, wait
Well,
a minute.
that should have been everyone's wake up call to elections, that elections don't matter. Your vote does not count. Obviously, Trump would have won the election. You're telling me Creepy Joe, with all the videos and all the things that were out there about Joe being a kid sniffer and a kid diddler, and
All right. Well,
I
hey,
mean,
hey.
come on.
Look, whatever the truth is. I mean, Joe, CGI Joe, is he Jim Carrey in a mask? Are they actually drinking adrenochrome? Is it all just for show?
Probably.
I don't know. I mean, I'm interested to find out. Anyway, hey, I appreciate the call very much. Call back anytime. One
All
person has a
right.
question for you. Someone has a question for you. Does the caller think that Ashley Babbitt died?
Ashley Babbitt.
That was from 1-6, the
Um,
one who was jumping up on the window and got shot in the neck.
in the Capitol?
Yeah, in the Capitol.
No, no, hell no. That was a bunch of crap.
Awesome.
Nobody
Okay.
nobody died in the
See,
Capitol.
you're paying attention.
Nobody died. That was a big farce. That was a big farce. Just like the Buffalo man with the big spear. That was a joke.
Yeah.
Come on. And now all of a sudden we have a shooting in Buffalo. Oh, and one other point I want to make to you. The subway shooter. I don't know if you've ever even thought about that. His name is Frank James, right? The subway shooter?
Yeah.
Or the guy. Okay. Do you not remember a couple of brothers named Frank and Jesse James? Do you not remember those guys? I do. So I thought it was kind of odd that all of a sudden in this 2022, we have a guy called Frank James that is shooting up a subway. Oh, he just happens to have a brother named Jesse who was I guess he was a very popular bandit, but I don't even believe any of that anymore. I don't think the Wild Wild West, I think that was a crock of shit too.
But yeah, I see
I
this.
mean, I do.
It's a
I think that was
sensational
just propaganda.
sensational true crime story. Frank James. Yeah, definitely. This is a made-up character, and they cherry pick aspects from different areas of history and different movies. And this Frank James was a combination of this character you pointed out and the Riddler.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just thought it was because I did watch the Batman movie, and I saw where you were going with that. The so-called Riddler. That guy looked like Bill Gates to me.
Yeah,
I mean,
he did.
I thought it was Bill Gates. Okay, so we got Bill Gates, we got the Batman, and then all of a sudden, the citizens are going to attack this election and shoot everybody up, and the Batman swoops in to save the day. It was just stupid. I don't even know how I sat through that movie for like 3 hours, but
I fell asleep
I thought it
10
was
times.
idiotic.
I fell asleep 10 times the first time I watched it. I had to really hype myself up, but I'm glad I watched it. And it ends where the Riddler, who's like Q, sends out his shooters to go shoot up Election Day and cause a flood. And you know what's interesting
Right.
is how they flooded the stadium. Well, right now, Marjorie Taylor Greene and other Republicans are running with the phrase behind them, flood the polls. Well, the end of the Batman movie, they literally flooded the polls.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, the connections were everywhere. It's predictive programming. That's what it is. It's just predictive programming to show you an image on a screen, and the average American, the average person is going to look at that, and, they might not even really let it sink in, but they'll still look at it, and whether they realize it or not, that sinks into their subconscious.
I agree.
And,
I agree. Programming. I mean, it is what it is. It's programming, and we find it's concurrent. It's like it's in the movie, it's in the news, and then it inspires real life action. It's pretty effective what they do with their movies. It's not even you can't even separate the movies from the news these days.
No, because it's all the same thing. I mean, the movies, the news, the music, it's all predictive programming. I mean, most all of it. Actually, I'd say like about 99.99% of it is just predictive programming to put this into the subconscious of people's minds. So that's how they live their lives. I mean, during the 70s and the 80s, or even the 60s, it was like get the big house, get the nice car, get the family, get the picket fence, get a couple of dogs. You know, it was all programming.
And now it's
They programmed us
you
to
will
want
own
those
nothing
things.
and you will be happy. And they're getting people used to the idea of lockdown culture and eating bugs. So they've totally changed the
Yeah,
value
not
system.
me. Not me. I'm not eating no bugs, bro. I'm not doing that. I'm still gonna try to buy me some steak or some ribs or some chicken, actual real meat. Yeah, because I like me some meat.
Yeah, I'm
I'm a meat eater.
not going for the Bill Gates synthetic meat. And I think the fake meat really is not about veganism as much as getting us into the metaverse. They don't want us in the meat verse. They want to get us into the fake where everything is fake and they want to disassociate our food source from nature. So that's where I think it's headed.
Well,
So
I mean,
I'm with you on that.
you look at all the products that are out there now. I mean, they're really pushing this stuff with this virtual reality type thing. And to be honest, this is my perspective that we do live in a supernatural, simulated virtual reality. We do live in that. It's about our perspective. Our Creator says, I created this for each and every one of my children, for them to perceive this kind of similarly. So I've seen actual footage of the sun sinking down into the ground, but it was a perspective thing. So the sun is like right there, just like the moon and the stars. They're right there. This is a simulated virtual reality. It is. And you can accept that or not accept that. That's on you. But I mean, I have seen footage where I've seen the sun actually sink into the ground because it was that viewer's perspective of what was actually taking place. So it's about us and our perspective. It's about each and every one of us. We are individuals that our Father put here in this realm, and it's about us. It's not about all this stuff that these people push, like the fake. I mean, come on now. Satan missiles are such a joke.
Well,
Missiles
I
are a
call it,
joke.
I use the phrase world stage, but I mean it quite literally that the people who buy into the big lies, whose worldview is entirely shaped by the TV, they exist on the world stage, which is not physically in a simulation. We still exist in the same space, but their frame of reference is so different that they may as well be in a sim. It's like the world's in a
Well,
doomsday cult.
if we didn't have the television, I mean honestly, if we didn't have that media platform, the television, how would any of us even know what's going on in another country or another state or another city for that matter? We wouldn't even know. I mean, we wouldn't because we couldn't observe that with our eyes without the television. It's not observable.
Well, today we're so
It's just not.
entirely hyper mediated that even without realizing it, you're somewhat born into a metaverse. We're born within a worldview that was scripted for us by unknown people, and it's coming at us from all angles. And even though it's been decentralized because of the internet, as we can see, they're consolidating it all really quickly, and that's the major push I think with this latest psyop is just purely censorship and setting the stage for people to say that we need censorship. It's that problem reaction solution where they have to
Oh
make
yeah.
us cry
Well,
out for more restrictions.
that's their whole deal. They want to censor our speech. They don't want us to be able to share our opinions with other people. That's the last thing they want. They figure if they can censor us, man, I got kicked off of Facebook. I got kicked off of Facebook so many times, after the second time they banned me for 30 days, I was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with that. I'm not even going back on that platform. So, yeah, it is all about censoring
Hey, the
our speech.
FDA commissioner, the FDA chief said that misinformation is the leading cause of death. So you can see where it's going. Anyway, hey, appreciate
Oh,
the
yeah.
call very much. Call back anytime. We definitely appreciate
Okay.
first-time callers, and
Thanks. And by the way, what is your name? What is your name? I know it's not Tim Osmond. What is your name?
well, hit me up in Discord, and I'll break it down for you, and I'll explain why. I'll explain the whys behind everything. Anyway, appreciate
I
the call.
understand. I already know. Seth Battery 79 explained it to me why you use the name Tim Osmond. It's got something to do with the dude that was supposedly the 9/11 attacker guy, Osama bin Laden, and his actual name is Tim. His name's what is it?
Tim Osman, and then which is a reference to the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, Battery 79, great commenter. See him frequently in there. So if you're not in our Discord server, email me, and we'll get you in.
He's the reason I'm here now because I spoke to him. We were on a live chat, and he told me that you were on live. That's the reason I clicked over. I was watching Jurassic Liar. I was watching that guy, and he makes some pretty good points about the Elvis thing, Elvis, Trump, Obama, but I think he's leaving out the bigger picture here. I think the Pope. I really do think Francis, the first Jesuit Pope, has a really big role to play in this coming psyop or whatever it's going to be.
Oh, he's
Really
with
do
all of it.
think
You
he's
know he
good
is.
with it.
He used against individuality during 2020. He said, "Cover your face. Individuality is bad for society." He's a green pope. He's a Jesuit. He's a commie. He's pretty much everything you would expect for the. He's like
And they
Klaus Schwab.
worship this so-called Lucifer character. They worship that dude. I mean, they do. They're all about the sun.
Well, I think you're right
ISIS
there, but
Lord.
I think they're more. Maybe the word would be polytheistic because they worship the sun, they worship Saturn, they worship the moon, Venus, Mars. They have a very different system. I think it's. But ultimately, though, I think their
I have
main
one.
god is got to be Saturn, in my opinion.
I have one more question for you, and I'll let you go because I know I keep talking and I keep getting you interested in things I say. But this is my last question for you. Do you think planets are actually a thing? Do you think Mars and Venus and Saturn and Neptune and Uranus, I mean, come on, Uranus, do you think those things are actual things in the sky that we can land on?
No.
Do you think that?
Look, I believe everything about them that can be observed from the ground. I'm not a reality denialist, but I don't believe any of the fictions we've been shown from Disney. I don't believe that Pluto has Pluto the dog's face on it. I don't believe that many of the things we see, like Mars with the Game of Thrones logo on it, that's fake. I don't think they're landable, and I think that, moreover, I wouldn't be surprised to find out if the heliocentric system was just a reconfigured Kabbalistic tree of life, and that the so-called planets are just the Sephiroth, and space travel is allegory for higher states of consciousness. That's kind of what I think. So no, I don't think they're
Well,
landable, and I think they want us to
my
believe it
thought,
as a utopian scheme.
my thought is they are none of those things. They are just lights in the sky that were placed there for days and years, signs and seasons. That's all they are. They
Like
are
a
lights
clock.
in the sky. They aren't tangible objects. They are just two-dimensional lights in the sky. They have a height and a width. There is no depth to them whatsoever, just like the sun and the moon. No depth. You cannot prove to me that the sun is a big ball of fire because it's not. It's
Not a big ball of
actually
gas.
not.
Okay, let me ask you a question then.
And think
What do you
about the
make?
eclipse last night.
Yeah, we just
Think
had the
about the
eclipse.
eclipse
What do you
last
make of that? Because everyone's going to ask about that. If you say you don't
Well,
believe in the sun, the
I'm
moon.
just saying. I'm just saying the eclipse is the lunar eclipse is kind of baffling to me because what is actually covering up the moon during this lunar eclipse? Now I understand that the moon is covering the sun during a solar eclipse, but the lunar eclipse is kind of baffling to me. What is that object in the sky that covers up the moon? And
Okay,
it's
question for you.
obviously
You
the
said
same size.
you said you think the Earth is flat and all this. this is not the spinning ball thing is something you obviously don't believe in. Do you think that there is
No,
a domed shell above or
no,
flat
no,
shell
no,
impenetrable? What do you think's above
no,
us?
no, no. Yeah, you know what I think? I think we live on a rectangular shaped realm. I think there is a glass ceiling above. I believe there is a glass ceiling because I saw it in Enoch reference the glass, the molten glass between our realm and the realm that our Creator and His Christ exist in. So I believe there is a molten glass floor. I believe that. But as far as the dome, that's all bullshit. And that fake AE map and model, the sun and the moon never go down. They're just doing circles over the circular, flat realm, and there's an ice wall that contains all of the water. Yeah, I don't buy any of that. I think it's all a bunch of crap. It is a bunch of crap. I can tell you, we live in a supernatural, simulated virtual reality. And that's what it is. That's what it is. And if the observer people actually go outside and pay attention to the sun and the moon, look at the sun on a day when there's clouds in the sky.
Okay,
Just
now
look at it.
as far as the
It's
simulation thing,
very obvious.
I will give you this. The more I've noted synchronicities and patterns, the more it's occurred to me that there seems to be some kind of relationship between the observer and the observed, which alone is very suggestive of this being more than what we've been told. But no, I don't have a complete model. I think it's premature to suggest that there's some kind of a dome above us or to suggest
No,
there's
no,
ice
there
walls.
is no dome.
These ideas were popularized by mostly, I would
Well,
suggest,
there are.
government shills and agents, or possibly just
There are
misinformed.
ice shelves. I mean, there are ice shelves. I mean, the Arctic and the Antarctic obviously have ice shelves. I mean, because that's the coldest part of this realm in which we live in. Because the sun only travels from a certain point to a certain point. On the equator, that's when it's at the solstice, the summer solstice. I think it's like June something, where we have equal.
What? No,
Is it equal day,
actually, summer
equal
solstice
night?
would be the longest day of the summer. It's like June 23rd-ish, and it's the equinoxes that are equal length. But we're approaching that
Right.
here in
Yeah.
about a month from now. But anyway, I'm with you as far as everything above being some kind of uh, clock in a sense. I don't think they're landable. I don't necessarily believe. I don't believe outer space. I don't believe in cartoons.
I
Is
don't
why.
either.
But
Space
anyway,
is a lie.
hey, thanks for the call. A lot of people have
Hey,
questions for you here.
appreciate it.
Let me see if there's anything else in here. Let's
That's,
see.
that's a lot of
Anyway,
people.
appreciate you taking the call,
Absolutely.
and look, feel free to join our Discord server and join us in chat. Appreciate you bringing up all these
Okay.
other topics as well. Have a great evening.
Hey, you too.
All right, let's go through. I want to go through some other things. I appreciate the call very much, caller. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been saying for the GOP to flood the polls, and I do believe that correlates to the Batman movie, where the Riddler inspired extremists, the digital soldiers, go into the streets, they go to the election, they bomb the dam, and they flood the polls. Something else, too, in Discord, someone brought up that the Satan II missile is 116 feet tall. Now, it's not, I mean, it's been nicknamed the Satan II all around the world. Putin doesn't call it that, but the so-called Satan II missile is 116 feet tall. Now, when the Kraken or the dam breaks and the election gets flooded at the end of the Batman movie, it's on 11/6. Batman says it's 11/6 and Gotham is underwater. 116. Satan 2, 116 feet tall. The connection here being the Kraken, the flood. Election day being correlated with this. And of course 116 or flip it 119. A lot of interesting connections here when you get into the numerology of it all. Man killed in police shooting at Space Force Station. I don't know if there's anything significant about this, but the article has it that he was shot at 11:30, so 113, which we often talk about, correlates with this Phoenix burn down, build back better. But the guy they shot happened to be 33, and this was sent to me today. Just seems like a nonsensical article. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, how's it going, Infinite Plane? This is a lickety split on somebody else's phone.
Hey, what's your take
like,
on the Buffalo
yeah, go ahead.
shooting? Buffalo shooting, real or fake?
Well, you know, right off the bat, listen, because I don't want to just like be, sound like an auto disbeliever, like we're auto hoaxing. So
What?
like,
Yeah.
I'll
What
state my
made you?
reason
What
first.
made you question whether or
The
not the thing was
fact
real?
that anytime you see any of this, and I'm glad you brought this up because I got to bring up Kelly Weil after this. But anyway, anytime you see any of this on the news, you have to auto hoax because this is at least a local issue, right? Like somebody shooting up an area is a local issue. So as soon as they start trying to put it onto the news, making it a federal situation, they're trying to make it a nationalized, centralized situation by putting it on the news when the only people that should be concerned are the people in the immediate vicinity, right? Like otherwise it's nobody else's business. Like what do they do with it? They politicize it. They turn it into what you call the political football fucking right away, which is that's just all they do. Like faster and faster too, right? Like as soon as it happens, it turns into the football.
Yeah, this one was
So,
blindingly
it's
fast.
a-
We got the guy's story, the backstory. The parents are being investigated. We know why he did it. We know that Tucker Carlson did it. He's been in court. We've seen multiple angles. I mean, to me, I'm just like, we've been given the entire episode. This is why I call it Scooby-Doo justice. It just took like 30 minutes. We got everything.
Right. 30 minutes, yeah. Because, the news cycle is going to move on. Next week it's going to be something else. Like last week it was Biden's computer. And now guess what? Like Biden's computer, see you later. You're out of here. But I mean, it's all just, sensationalized bullshit. But back to that though, Kelly Weil, man. I've been following her on Twitter lately. And she is just like trying to ramp this up like in her own little way. And so, yeah, I'm hitting her up on Twitter about this shit because
The author
they're trying
of
to blame the internet.
Off the Edge. Now,
Yes.
see, she's the author of Off the Edge,
Yes.
who does numerous hit pieces on flat Earth, and her whole book is a hit piece
It's
on
so
flat Earth.
desperate, yeah.
But she said flat
Yeah.
earthers are a bunch of Nazis. Well, what do you have here is the latest flat Earth documentary, Level, has the Nazi black sun, which was a favored symbol of the shooter. So she has a point, but she only focuses on the Nazi flat earthers.
Yeah, and she's so focused on making this like an online hate, it's all about the online hate fucking message that they want to send, domestic terrorism message they want to send. So it's just like more, and so like I'm in there already like talking, she only gets a few people responding to her crap Twitter anyway. But yeah, it's like, you know what, this is none of your business. Like I said, this is a local issue. This,
I listen to the
as soon as you've seen
podcast.
it.
Look, she's with Daily Beast, and I listen to their podcasts. And if
Yeah.
you want to hear,
All right, she was spying on the Discord for a while there, right?
yeah, she was one of our spies on our Discord server for the MSM. And one of the things about them is they're so insulated. To me, it's just like comedy because they talk about what we talk about. The Daily Beast, it's called Fever Dreams. They talk about the same stuff we do, but they believe all the news is real, and they believe all the disinformation about what we're actually doing. They actually think we're just spreading malinformation that kills. So they're just so disconnected from reality. I don't think they know that they're merely repeaters. Like she even said, "Oh, you can tell the Earth is a ball because if somebody goes 2 miles away, they're concealed by 8 feet of curve." Like who would ever say that? Well, she studied flat earthers for 4 years and she arrived at that.
Yeah, she's an authority now all of a sudden. But I mean, I would love to get on the phone with her or like on something with her and debate her. I would destroy her in 5 seconds. It'd be so funny, especially like regarding her book, her garbage book. Anyway, Mom with Sons mentioned she wanted to hear that point of view of Aleister Crowley on representative government, and like your last caller was kind of getting into some of this sort of stuff here. But
Yeah,
if
yeah.
I can read this
What
quote.
was Mr. Crowley, the Great Beast? Is that what they called him? What was his take on government?
Wow, it's quite the introduction. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm going from what I've heard before, and I've pulled out some other book that has it, and I could be wrong. But it says the average voter is a moron. He believes what he reads in newspapers, feeds his imagination, and lulls his repressions on the cinema. He hopes to break away from his slavery by football pools and crossword prizes. He is ignorant as no illiterate peasant is ignorant. He has no power of independent thought. He is the prey of panic. He has the vote. Aleister Crowley.
Yep, sounds like the average
Not to
voter.
glorify the guy, but it is like that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he sucks, but he does. Oh, I just really glimpsed at the fucking chat real quick. I see Tim Austin is in there.
No, no, look. I
Yeah,
always,
just debate on
anytime we
finance all day.
confront a big topic, I wonder what would Aleister
Sorry.
Crowley say, and so I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
exactly. Sorry, let's get back to this. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, he's on the Beatles cover, so he's something apparently. But he died a peasant and a heroin addict or something like that. But he had some good things to say occasionally, I guess. But Mom with Sons wanted to hear that quote, so
Hey, thanks for
there you
sharing
go.
Lickety Split, and I agree. If you were to debate Kelly Weil, you would win, but she will never debate. She says she doesn't want to get any
No,
flat
she
Earth
wouldn't.
on her. She's done with the topic. All right, hey, thanks for the call.
All right. All right.
All right, that was Lickety Split. Yeah, we have a lot of bots taking over the chat. It's not just us, it's all over YouTube. And I think this is part of a psyop. These are the robot wars James Cameron warned us about. These bots in chat that are advertising things that Lickety Split would be into. Just kidding. Honestly, I think it's part of an attack. Like Twitter, for example. Elon Musk is hesitating on buying Twitter because he wants to know how many of these Twitter users are bots. Turns out 20%. Super Flower Blood Moon of 2022, the longest total eclipse in 33 years. Nothing strange about that. Moon H, appreciate you joining the blog, says, hey Tim, last year my maid introduced me to your show. I've never been the same since. In a good way. Love your work. Please keep it going forever. We have an infinite plan. Neil deGrasse Tyson had a strange statement about the lunar eclipse. He said, lunar eclipses are so unspectacular that if no one told you what was happening to the moon, you probably wouldn't notice. Just saying. And a lot of people are like disappointed in him. Like, Neil, why are you trying to turn people off of science? And I'm thinking, right, don't look up. Isn't that the real message? Don't look up. Don't pay attention. Just watch it on TV. Rich Flat says Twitter has many bots. Yeah, the truth is, though, a lot of people are bot-like. So what difference does it make? I want to point this out. The movie Artificial Intelligence by Kubrick, finished by Steven Spielberg, kind of a modern Pinocchio or something. I mean, this is about a robot boy. But anyway, it's called AI. Came out in 2001. We were talking about AI 19 and all the different ways that it's prominently figuring in our major psyops, including the most recent one with the Global AI Alliance proposed by the World Economic Forum on the heels of COVID-19, after the 19 hijackers of September 11th, which was another Pearl Harbor, which was called Operation AI. AI is a common symbol or a indicator attached to all these various psyops, and specifically with Kubrick's. So it's just notable that you had a Kubrick 2001 reference to this. India hit by more space debris. So space junk falling on India. As predicted, if you followed this channel, we said, hey, look, starting with the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling, you're going to see space junk and space debris hitting the space station, hitting the Earth. And we've been vindicated many, many times. We have other examples as well. We had one piece of space junk that hit the arm of the space station. You had the China's Long March 5B rocket hitting the Indian Ocean. We had the multiple instances so far of space debris causing the space station to have to dodge. But anyway, Indian authorities are examining several pieces of space debris that fell into western India, part of a Chinese rocket. Local media reported the objects crashed with loud thuds and shook the ground. Right, that shook the ground, but it didn't leave any crater. Look, for the record, I don't believe in space junk. Flat Fact says, for years I've been telling people to look up. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, I have one more thought.
Sure.
That I can tell you how they're going to fake the space station. And I really do think they're going to drop the space station on Seattle.
Fingers crossed.
I really do think they're going to do that. But, and this is how. NASA is known for the largest purchaser of helium. They are the largest purchaser. And they also have the largest balloons. So they could build a structure. I mean, doesn't have to be the exact same thing, but pretty close. So they could build a really large structure, loft it up into the air with balloons, and with their drone technology, they could hover it right over the top of Seattle and then drop it from the sky. They could do that.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay. So what you're saying is valid. We have to keep in mind the fakeability. And fakeability is a very important concept in auto hoaxing. Is it fakeable? And if it's fakeable, you have to be able to admit it, even if you don't think it's fake, just to be intellectually honest. And so, would they be able to simulate the space station falling? Well, they've created a simulation of it underwater, and I think you're right. I think a few balloons.
I think it's very easy. I think it's very easy. They could make a 300-foot structure. Isn't the space station supposedly like 300 foot, like a football field? I mean, something like that. I don't know exactly how big it is, but I do understand if you attach enough balloons filled with helium, you can lift 100 tons up into the sky.
Have you heard of the rods of God? Rods of God are these tungsten rods that they said they could drop from space. And I thought, why not attach a bunch of those to stratospheric balloons? It would be the same effect. And so I'm actually with you on this. And I think that they will. I think that the next 9/11 will be the space station falling. And I think it's going to happen soon. I think it's going to hit Seattle.
I think so too. And I think Jurassic Liars might be onto something about his 6/11 date. I mean, it is the inverted 9/11, 6/11. So he might be onto something about that.
You know what? Let me bring this up. Let's go into that. Jurassic Liars 26, and I need to get him to call in. So he talks about 6/11, which has a number of important links here. Again, like I mentioned, the Batman movie ends on 11/6 after the right-wingers flood the place. 6/11 is when Timothy McVeigh died. That's another significant thing as well.
Well, I live, just so you know, I live in Oklahoma, so I'm like 70 miles from the Murray building that they imploded in 1995. Oddly enough, on the day that happened, that was my father's birthday. My father's born on April 19th. And they did it on a 19 day, which they liked the 19. I mean, we had the Twin Towers in 2001. Then
I was just talking about that with AI. Operation AI was Pearl Harbor. That's 19. 19 hijackers. 19 years later, COVID-19. Now it's the reset. Yep.
The supposed hijacker was the TEL. And if you look at Seattle, I mean, Attell is in the word Seattle. That guy's name is in there. And Elvis Presley being the very first one to get a shot on nationwide television was Elvis Presley. And he also is the first person to shoot a movie at the Space Needle in Seattle, Washington.
Well, check this out.
I mean,
Before COVID-19 was declared as a pandemic on 3/11/2020, we had noted a lot of predictive programming saying that Ground Zero would be,
33.
yeah, and
Right.
Ground Zero would be in Seattle on 3/11, and it was. That's where the first patient was.
Exactly. The very first one, Seattle, Washington. And then all of a sudden, all the old folks' homes got locked down. They made them go in. And New York, I mean, come on. New York, really? De Blasio, or I guess it was de Blasio and Cuomo. You know, lock them down, make them go into the old folks' home, don't let people visit. Then all of a sudden, all these people are dying. Well, I wonder why they were dying. I mean, to be honest, why were they dying? Do you think those people were injecting them?
I
mean,
don't
they
think.
are
Look, I don't
old,
think that
so-
there was even any sort of indication that there was anything going on other than mostly just a war and restructuring a few things. And they made a lot more people online shoppers. And now look what they've done for supermarkets. It's like I'm just going to order my groceries to be delivered to my door now. Although I don't know though.
Right.
Frank James. Do you know what Frank James did when he wasn't shooting up subways? Uber Eats. He was an Uber Eats driver. Yeah, so the guy that could bring you your burritos or your Taco Bell tacos or whatever might actually be a racist mass shooter, waiting to go off.
I actually saw a video. I saw a video the other day. It's on, what is it? This guy's got a lot of channels. But they appear to be very popular. He gets like 30, 40 million views on videos, which I'm thinking that's kind of bullshit. I can't see someone getting 40 million views in a couple of days, unless there's a bunch of bots that are hyping up the numbers.
Yeah,
But anyways,
there's definitely some truth to that. You can tell by the engagement level, subs versus hits, but
right.
yes.
I mean, I saw a video today that had been up for 3 hours and it already had like 400,000 views. I'm like, really? 400,000 people decided they were going to look at that video in the last 3 hours. And as much content as there is on YouTube, yeah, I'm saying no, it's not possible.
So
It's not possible.
how
That
did you find us?
Watch it.
Infinite Plane Radio's had 120 plus YouTube channels. Now we're very, very, very well spread out. But how did you find us? Was it just somebody referred you?
Yes, it was actually Battery 79. Seth, Battery 79. We both view this channel called Awake Souls and another channel called the Limitless Channel, another channel called Beyond Flat Earth, and there's another one.
Ronnie and Jason.
Ronnie and Jason. And those guys, man, they're awesome.
Yeah, Ronnie and Jason are media skeptics, and they were calling out CGI in the news a long time ago. They definitely know the score. So yeah, interesting. I haven't spoken to them in a long time. I'm surprised to hear from them.
Do you know them?
Actually, I do know them. I've spoken with them. They used to call in here. In fact, Ronnie or Johnny, one of the two, used to call in frequently.
Whatever your name is, Tim, whatever your actual name is, if you know Ronnie and Jason, reach out to them. I mean, seriously, reach out to them. They might even want to help you. I mean, now these guys don't get a lot of views. I mean, they don't,
that surprises me.
because
That surprises me.
they-
They have high production value. I watched some of their live streams, and I'm like, they only have 10 or 15 people. I don't know if they're shadow banned or what. But I may reach out and just see where they're at. You should have them. I can reach them on Skype probably right now, but I'll reach out to Ronnie and Jason and see how they're doing out in Canada.
I mean, really, because I mean we got to in the chat. We've got kind of some discord going on right now. There's some people that don't agree with what Ronnie says, and I can kind of understand. If you don't agree, fine, just agree to disagree.
Hey, do you remember
Don't
what
just
Ronald
write
Reagan
'em
said?
off. I mean,
Ronald
'cause
Reagan
these
said.
guys,
Ronald Reagan said my 90% friend. No, he said yeah, my 90% friend is not my 10% enemy. So I don't agree with him on 100% by any means.
I don't either.
But
I
that
don't
doesn't
either.
mean that we
But
can't
I
talk
do.
about the things we do agree on.
Yeah, we can't really talk about the things that we do agree on because, I agree with most of what they say. I have some issues. Actually, if you go back and look at the history, you'll find out I am, and I don't really even know why I'm going to say this, but I am going to say this just because I opened their eyes on a couple of different things. I showed them where what you're saying isn't exactly correct. It should be this and not that. Took about 8 months. It actually did take about 8 months, and they came around and said, you know what? You were right about that. That should be the way it's pronounced. And another thing I pointed out, they did a tribulation video. I pointed out something about that, and Jason actually redid it, and he came back on and said, yeah, I kind of made a mistake. I said this.
Well, look, it sounds like they've
should have
grown
been this.
because the Ronnie and Jason that I know would be very quick to call anyone they disagreed with a Satanist. And so it's like it's funny how
Well,
people
bro,
over time kind of
they
kind of
did
refine
kick
things.
me off. They kicked me off the channel. I mean, they kicked me off the channel because I had a discrepancy with the way they were pronouncing something. I had a discrepancy about that. So, yes, they kicked me off for 8 months. And then I was on another channel. It's called On Point Preparedness. The guy, Michael, he does this channel on YouTube called On Point Preparedness. Well, I was on that live stream chat. Turns out so was Jason. And he even said something. He said, you should reach out to Awake Souls again.
Well, hey, if you can,
I didn't know.
yeah, if you can, feel
I
free to
didn't know.
send them my way. Ronnie and Jason, I'll see if I can reach out to them just out of sheer curiosity, because I'd like to know, how did people respond to 2020? Did they see through it? Did they see through 2021? Where are they now with these present events? So I'll have to schedule something. And I appreciate you
can
calling, and
tell
I'm
you
glad
where
that you were able to tell me where you came across this. Battery 79, appreciate the shout out. It's so difficult to
I
grow
can
a
tell
channel
you
on YouTube.
where
We need
I-
people like you who share and are spreading the
Bro,
links.
my whole thing, this is my whole existence in this place. I want to share the truth that's been revealed to me. That's it. That's all I want. I want to share the truth that I believe. If you don't believe it, that's up to you, but I'm going to at least share what I think, what I believe.
Well, so
You can
far,
choose
look,
to
so far it
believe
sounds
or
like you have a
not.
pretty good grasp on things. You don't seem to be tricked by any of the mainstream media, well, psychological
I'm not.
operations. So, and you see through the stage, which is the main important thing. And so I'm happy to have you here, and thanks for calling back, and definitely call back anytime.
Okay. Like I said, I didn't want to. I know I've called you twice now. And if you're on much longer, I may call you back again.
Sure,
Just
sure, by all
gonna
means.
say.
Yeah, any night, man. And by the way, if I'm
I'm
not live and you call in and you have something on your mind, leave us voicemails. We love to parse through voicemails as well. So have a great night. We appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks.
All right, let's see here. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Jordan says we wouldn't care about 611 without JL26. That's correct. Look, there are a number of people out there that I recommend his channel because it's not just him and his discernment, what he finds, but he also has what we have, something of a think tank. And that's one of the things that YouTube has tried very hard to suppress, and I think that's why our channel has been targeted, is they don't like our think tank, our open forum here. JL26 is a YouTube channel who's been really hyper-focused on a number of things, but you'll notice I'll point out birth dates. I'll point out things like, for example, we talked about Kyle Rittenhouse and Greta Thunberg both being born on January 3rd, 2003. Well, he's noticed many things that tie together the metascript as we describe it here that you can find with birth dates and the relationships between dates, which makes a lot of sense when you look at the astrotheological nature of things and this cult based on cycles, based on cycles of time. And they control time and space. Oh, by the way, one of the crisis actors got 2 paychecks yesterday. He goes by the name Brandon Walker and then Walker Graham. 2 different names, 2 different interviews, same actor. You know, we had a bit of a debate with someone in the Discord server who was pretty put off by me rushing to call this thing a hoax and then working into, breaking it down, But I was like, look, if we wait until they bury all the victims, if we wait until it's no longer a sensitive issue, it's not going to matter. We're looking at real-time propaganda breakdowns, and we can't really pause because we feel emotional about some supposed victims somewhere. The media will emotionally manipulate you so you don't see the truth, like all pathological liars. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, how's it going? It's Lickety Split again. One more thing I forgot, if I may mention this.
Yes.
So this is interesting for as far as auto hoaxing goes. What is going on when they only focus? I mean, this might be a softball, maybe not. They only focus on the Buffalo shooting, right? But apparently there was also a big Taiwanese versus Chinese shooting in San Diego or something like that.
It was a church shooting, and he was
same day.
Yes, and it was another racial hate crime, but he was Taiwanese and he hated Chinese, or vice versa, and that was concurrent with it, but it only had 1 death and 5 injuries.
So just it's probably a numbers thing where they didn't think it was enough.
And
I mean, they can
look,
claim that
2 things.
they're going to be oh, it wasn't enough.
I don't think they wanted it to compete, but I think they wanted a church shooting so that they could have the connection between Christchurch emphasized even more.
Right. This is very Christchurchy. Absolutely. So was there I'm just going off Twitter. Was there a number? The number 14 was also on the gun or something like that. They're saying, or
yeah, he had the number 14, which was a reference to Hitler and his proclamation about preserving. Then he had the N-word, I think, as a shout out to Joe Rogan, and then he had the name of the Waukesha parade victim. So yeah.
Okay, but so the 14 thing for me just brought up Podesta, when Podesta had the 14 pieces. Isn't it the Osiris connection? It has to do with a certain amount of pieces that were cut, and then the one with his shaft.
Right,
or whatever
right.
It was.
Podesta
but
had
no,
the 14 on his hand and the fish. Right.
The fish. Right. Yeah. And I don't know if Christchurch had that, but that number keeps coming up too.
You know what Christchurch may have? Let me take a look. I'll look into that Brent and Tarrant, because they're all using the same symbols. And, funnily enough, all of these things can be found on the ADL website. And sometimes I think that these psyops are actually written by them. Like this Buffalo shooting, it seems like the ADL created this character and wrote this psyop in order to take out Tucker Carlson. It just seems too well scripted. These villains are composite characters.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. Okay, that you bring up that's very interesting too, because I was wondering how I'll do my opposition research, and I didn't even see a lot of Fox bringing up, the Taiwan shooting connection and all that. But sure enough, like today, Tucker starts to do it. But I mean, let's talk about Tucker really quick. Like Tucker has always been like, he'll say some really good shit, suck you in, and then he's still a piece of shit, and he'll still betray you and stab you in the back. He's Catholic, he's probably Jesuit, some sort of operative.
Oh, look, by the way,
I mean,
Tucker Carlson is friends with Hunter Biden. For all of his attacks
Yeah.
on Hunter on the laptop, he's friends and their kids hang out together or whatever. They're just so connected. And by the way, on the new Batman movie at
Right.
the very beginning, so you know how Frank James is threatening the mayor? The new Batman movie starts out, the Riddler kills the mayor or something, but they're going through the mayor's house and they're looking for a murder weapon. And you know what the murder weapon is?
what?
A tucker. The device that they
No
use to
shit.
tuck the carpet in when they're laying carpets, because he's a carpenter.
The
So it's
tuck the
a tucker.
carpet in.
So yes,
Oh
I
my
actually
God.
have it here in Discord. I'll pull it up. But Cubstar actually found this, where you can find
Oh,
a
Cubstar's
clip
good.
early
Yeah,
on
he
where
makes
he's
good
like,
shit.
yeah, he's like, it's a tucker, and it's like now we know why. And I noticed too that the guy who burned the Masonic lodges, one of his middle names was Carlson.
Yeah. My memories of Tucker are so like in 2007 or so. I got really into, of course, a lot of the, I guess, flat earthers you would say got into it, but Ron Paul, he was 2007 running for 2008, and Tucker was on CNN at that time, which is so funny that if there's any like Tucker fanboys out there, it's like, come on, he was on CNN back in the day, and then he, like Ron Paul, he wouldn't even play anything from Ron Paul. Like he was a piece of shit doing the same thing he
Okay,
does
now
now.
Tucker, Lee
So
Dion
it's,
says, I bet Tucker is bald AF. That's kind of interesting because don't they call hair pieces like a rug? Anyway,
yes, they
the
do. Yeah.
movie makes a reference
Yeah.
to the killer's weapon being a tucker. And then the Riddler is the antagonist, and he gets his shooters to go out and do the shooting. So this shooter, this Buffalo shooter, is one of these radicals inspired by Q or the Riddler or the internet. And so the idea that the tucker is the murder weapon does have a very strong tie-in with this particular psyop.
Did you see this picture going around of Trump with sitting on the throne? Donnie Darko has been posting on Twitter and like there's like an eagle, which as we know, the eagle is the phoenix, but there's an eagle above Trump's head, and above that eagle is a Q. Have you seen that going around? It's on Donnie
Yeah,
Darko.
so the background on that.
Yes.
One,
That's
okay, so
the
one,
one.
Trump just posted this on his
That is
Truth
crazy.
Social, but two, this was a painting. This is an actual painting that was presented to Eric Trump at some QAnon friendly Save America rally event for right wingers. So the Trump family's on here. You can see Don Jr. in here. So yes, Trump with a crown, with a Q and an eagle, and it's all lightning. They're not even hiding this QAnon connection, are they?
No, not at all. I mean, Donnie Darko has some interesting shit he's going into, but then unfortunately, like he's like super Christian about it too, which kind of sucks. Like it's like you're falling for the same shit. Like, oh yeah, like bring on the apocalypse and just like accept it. I guess like how some of these people think. Smart as hell, but that's just I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, hey, one quick
that's
question
pretty much-
here. Molly
Go ahead,
Rollins
go ahead.
says, Molly Rollins asks, is it time to transvestigate Tucker? What do you think?
Hey, Molly Rollins has a great fucking Twitter, and I highly recommend that. Let me say this about Tucker is, listen, so if you look in Black's Law Dictionary, you'll see that it says that a Jesuit, Roman Catholic should never be in any sort of judicial capacity, or probably even like a news person either. But Tucker is a hardcore Catholic, Knight of Malta probably. So let's just keep that in mind when we watch him. He says a lot of great things, but he's a fucking piece of shit. So
Okay,
You know,
okay. Well,
that's
that's one interesting opinion, and you may be right about that. Well, Tucker did
yeah,
send the shooter. They certainly made it seem that way. I mean, it's going to be hard for him
right.
to deny the
Yeah, and
blame here.
I don't get this whole like manifesto thing either. It's just like what this word manifesto is getting thrown around so fucking easy. Like, it's just so broad. Like, some jackass can write, just like scribble some shit down and like all of a sudden it's a
Oh
manifesto.
no, honestly, look,
It's just
Anders Breivik needs to sue Brenton Tarrant and now this Buffalo
yeah.
shooter for copyright infringement. He needs to get some payment for that because yeah, these things are not even
Ugh.
original at this point. Anyway, appreciate the call.
Yeah.
Have a great evening.
All right. Yeah. I'll see you later. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, there is a clip here, and I'll pull it up for you here, in the new Batman movie, where they're discussing the murder weapon. And the murder weapon, of all things, happens to be a Tucker. And this ties in to the new Batman movie, the antagonist being the Riddler, modeled off of essentially Q. That's what we're looking at with this movie. And in the movie, he organizes his online communities and has them go shoot up Election Day. Okay, so here is the clip. Shout out to Cubstar.
Hey man, I don't think that you should be touching that. Boy, this guy's a real nut job, huh? Killing Mitchell with a friggin' carpet tool.
Okay, he said kill him with a carpet tool, and then here he's told what the murder weapon is called.
Oh, my uncle's he's an installer. Oh, it's it's a Tucker. It's a Tucker.
It's a Tucker. Anyway, interesting little tie-in there. Tucker Carlson and social media sites come under scrutiny after Buffalo attack. And then we've made connections between the Buffalo shooter and the QAnon shaman with the Buffalo horns. The Riddler mask equals the Klan hood, and I'm spelling Klan with a Q. This is the argument that you're going to hear from a lot of politicians on the left and a lot of media types that the online forums where they're anonymous are the equivalent of Klan hoods, and these are the new Klan rallies. Listen, and I called this. Look, and if you listen to this channel, you heard me say this yesterday, that this would be one of their talking points. Well, sure enough, appearing on CNN's New Day Monday to discuss the mass shooting in Buffalo, they're not wearing hoods anymore. CNN's S.E. Cup blames right-wing media mainstream for racial hatred. So there you have it. Buffalo area sheriff sounds alarm on lacking mental health resources. The shooter slipped through the cracks. So the right wing will blame mental health, left wing will blame the racism. And both of these tie together to say dangerous misinformation is the cause here. Malinformation, because the mentally ill are really bad when it comes to separating good ideas from bad, and they're more likely to act on them. So if they're exposed to them, they become threats. So this is ultimately going to be an attack on memes, a neo-Nazi idea to spark a race war. So you're going to hear more talk about accelerationism, which is this idea that, it even goes back to like the whole helter-skelter, the idea of accelerating a race war in order to bring about the end of the world. That's actually what Charles Manson was about. Helter-skelter. And helter-skelter is code, because if you didn't know, the Manson killings were actually done as a false flag. They were blaming the killings on the Black Panthers to start a race war. So, in other words, Charles Manson should have just gone to work for CNN instead of getting his hands dirty, or mostly, being affiliated with this, because it was basically what they do all the time. It was a racial hate crime hoax. Didn't go over it well, didn't work. But the idea of helter-skelter, 1969, has kind of been brought back. Another repeat, another Metascript repeat from the late 60s. Going through your comments. All right, let me go through some more of these headlines as well here. Russia suspends space station seat swap agreement. Yeah, Russia's out. The space station, which represents the Tower of Babel, all the nations united, international, cooperating in a singular trip from Earth to the heavens. Yeah, it's falling apart. The Tower of Babel is falling. It is cracked. Alex Jones speculates that the Buffalo shooter was an FBI plant. So Alex Jones, for all his truthiness, doesn't know about crisis actors, doesn't know about psyops. No, he still thinks that we're looking at a false flag and people actually died. Like, where do you get your evidence from, Mr. Hicks? There was no blood in Buffalo. There was no blood in Buffalo. California church shooter was a Chinese immigrant motivated by hatred for the Taiwanese. Phase Polarizer suggests that this is foreshadowing a Taiwan-China psyop. I could definitely see that. I mean, foreshadowing has been a thing. Like, you remember with the Rams, the blue and the yellow. Gubby says balloon head. And I knew instantly you were talking about Alex Jones, Bill Hicks. Look, Bill Hicks, I mean, Alex Jones is funnier than when he was Bill Hicks. I stand by that. I had someone saying, there's no way they're the same person. Bill Hicks was a comedian. Alex Jones isn't funny. It's like, are you kidding me? Alex Jones is literally funnier than Bill Hicks. That shouldn't be a challenging statement. Here's a weird coincidence. Yesterday, Tucker Terrorist was trending, and so was Charles Manson. Just a coincidence. I look at these trending memes, and usually it tells you something. Now, the other day I brought up a clip. I played a clip of, it was Brian Stavely ripping on the non-Mandela affected. And I said that he was just a typical religious extremist. And this is one way that religious leaders are able to maintain control over their flock by intimidating them about leaving. It's just a tactic. Fire and brimstone. It works. It really does. Well, I have another example of what we would call kind of a fire and brimstone preacher. And this guy is saying, and let me see if I can get his name, that you can't be, his name is Greg Locke. He says you can't be a Democrat and a Christian. So this is where things are going. But he gets so mad. This guy is like, kind of like Copeland, Kenneth Copeland, a younger version. But this guy's like on Red Bull or something. He hops around. I'm going to play a few seconds of it. He outrages Stavely.
I'm to the place right now. If you vote Democrat, I don't even want you around this church. You can get out. You can get out, you demon. You can get out, you baby butchering election thief. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. I don't care how mad that makes you. You get pissed off as you want to. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation.
Yeah, really hyped up. He jumps around, he hops. My favorite part, though, is here where he points at the camera.
Out! Get out! Get out in the name of Jesus! I ain't playing your stupid games. Bunch of devils.
Now, notice the use of demons and devils, this type of rhetoric. Satan's running the Catholic Church. Satan opened the borders for the immigrants. There's a satanic hole above the White House. Satan, too, the rockets coming. What's with all the Satan? Like I've been saying, Satan's crushing it in the media. He's been trending like crazy. It's because of the election year. And they're trying to rally up the base. You know, it usually the satanic Democrats are eating babies, and this is just more of the same.
I'm sick of it.
Let me play this clip where he threatens an insurrection.
We want to talk about the insurrection. Let me tell you something. You ain't seen the insurrection yet. You keep on pushing on.
And they all cheer. So there you have it. Greg Locke in Tennessee. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat. Justin, Elon Musk says his lowest estimate of Twitter bots would be 20%. 20%. And I think that's right. 20%. He may still buy it. They're going to lower the price. And I have a guess here. So Elon Musk originally was going to buy it for 42 million. No, I'm sorry, billion. Then they made it 43, then 44. But now that they have found that 20% of Twitter users are bots, the price is going to go down. Elon Musk says Twitter deal at a lower price is not out of the question. So I have a prediction here. My prediction is that Twitter is going to sell to Elon Musk for 33 billion. Maxwell Cooper says, I feel that way about most Democrats too. Yeah, you know, it's hard to disagree with what he's saying. It's not very inclusive. It's not very big tent. But, yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear. You know, what was wrong about what he said? Really, none of it. All right, let us continue here. All right, let's see. Hybrid 4-in-1 hit shooter. He's an anti-Semite, white supremacist, hates black. Yeah, exactly. Hates open borders. This character they brought out, he's also a mix of Kyle Rittenhouse. He's probably a climate change denier. The only thing that this shooter was missing was an anti-vax streak. And he wasn't openly an incel. He was not an incel. Fat Elvis Jr. said he sounded funny as hell saying it. You know, I thought he sounded like Yosemite Sam. No, I mean, I thought it was comical. Trump promoting QAnon propaganda image that depicts him as the MAGA king. That was the image we just showed. And yes, he has promoted it, but he actually has that portrait. By the way, this is breaking news. Undercover Project Veritas. Captain Obvious James O'Keefe. Twitter does not believe in free speech. I love all these whistleblowers with these undercover videos. It's like, you know what? Honestly, you could get this information without needing to resort to undercover videos and buying people drinks. Yes, Twitter is against free speech, but this doesn't tell you the whole story. And the question of free speech or not doesn't really matter in this case because we're talking about, does the government censor? It's not even a free speech question. And besides that, it all misses the bigger point that the masses don't know the difference between real and fake. So it doesn't even matter. This doesn't even matter. But here are some quotes. Again, none of this is going to drop any jaws here. Twitter does not believe in free speech. Everyone there is commie as F, and they hate Elon Musk. Again, this is coming from an undercover investigator telling us stuff that we already knew. Project Veritas will never dig behind the curtain. They will never talk about crisis actors. So you're going to tell me they're investigative journalists and they haven't noticed? A far-right Arizona lawmaker under investigation after controversial remarks regarding Buffalo shooting. So Wendy Rogers said that the shooting was a false flag staged by the FBI. Again, if you think this is a false flag, you're at Wendy Rogers' level of discernment. And, you know, anyone saying false flag, like seriously thinking it's a false flag, thinking people died, but they just tricked somebody into doing it, or it's a patsy, you're 10 plus years behind on your assessment. Sandy Hook should have changed all of that. Now, on one quick side note, there is a group of QAnoners who believe, and they think this is a good thing, they think that he's really clever, they think that Wendy Rogers is actually General Flynn in drag. And they think that this is a great thing. They're like, oh, General Flynn is playing 8D chess. that General Flynn is wearing a mask and a wig in order to make bad policy decisions as an Arizona congresswoman. I mean, this is insane. Or senator, I mean. General Flynn is a patriot. The military is getting it done. I think this is the one. General Flynn is basically the leader of QAnon. And, okay, look, just disprove that conspiracy theory. I have Flynn and Wendy Rogers. I generally don't like to investigate real time, like while we're live. I don't want to try to debunk things, but I've been seeing this thing circulating that General Flynn and Wendy Rogers are the same, and I believe I just debunked it. Lickety Split says chess is very popular in jail. Congrats, snob chess players. I heard some other things are very popular in jail too, but I wouldn't know. All right, let us continue here. And if you look, I don't even mean anything by that. Listen to this. On Monday, the Phoenix New Times reported that the Arizona State Senate has opened an investigation into Wendy Rogers after she posted on social media claiming that the massacre in Buffalo was a false flag staged by the FBI. Here's what she actually said. Fed Boy Summer has started in Buffalo. She posted this on Gab, on Telegram. So here you have it. Arizona State Senator calling this a false flag. Not calling it a hoax. Not calling it a psyop. Saying that it was real, but the FBI did it. So it's a pretty irresponsible and reckless thing to say, and she has no evidence. And no, she's not General Flynn. Steve Bannon, by the way, from Breitbart, he's not backing down from the Great Replacement, but he's saying instead that they're actually very inclusive. So it's an inclusive Great Replacement. Jerry Albert says, great live stream, Tim Osmond. Appreciate it. And look, we're doing open phone calls almost every night now. And if I have time, often during the days we're live. And all of this is enabled by the support of our listeners. I took on a part-time job, which became a full-time job recently, and I found it just really wasn't worth it. I'm better off remaining immersed in the research, especially now as things are evolving so rapidly. And this is, of course, it's an election year, so things are promising to be very interesting. And even though there have been many attempts to censor us and stifle this channel, overall in the aggregate, we continue to expand. We're on 14 different live video channels. This video right now that you're listening to on whatever channel you're on has been continuous, like on Twitch, DLive, YouTube. We've been on for 294 hours, non-stop. And what that means, and they hate this, they can't really censor this video, because they can't even process it. If I stop the stream, you have a 300-hour unprocessable video. Good luck finding a way to select a segment on that. It has to be rendered first. But what I do after the live streams is I do clip this segment. I'll clip this segment and I'll premiere it. And I'll send out a notice to everyone on the newsletter list. So if you miss it, you can catch it later. And then also it's available on all the different podcasting platforms. If you want to see the shooting of itself, if you want to look at the PSYOP, just go to the Discord server and ask around. I'm not hosting it anywhere where they can just take it down, but we do have access to it. I have a comment from Canty Canvas talking about the blog post I made about the Buffalo shooting. He said, "You've alluded a couple times to your awakening journey that it started with seeing through the fake shootings. I'd really like to hear you elaborate on that. I know it's a continuous thing, unveiling the false reality, but I think it holds some merit, the awakening thing. Taking the red pill or whatever pop culture reference you want. For me, it was 14 years ago, realizing that the 911 story was false. Since then, I've learned a lot more. I've gotten sidetracked, led astray by shills and disinfo agents more than once, but still that was my way into it. Okay, so I see what he's talking about here. He says it's been a long, strange trip. Love your work. So if I were to reverse engineer what brought me to the conclusions I've arrived at, or to the approach I take to media breakdowns, I would probably start with Robbie Parker's smirk. But even before that, I had my inklings, but as far as the depth of the fakery, I certainly didn't have any reason to think that it's as fake as it actually is. I mean, none of us did. But yes, I will make it a point to, think back to where it all started to fall apart for me. Because this isn't something that you just arrive at. It's not something somebody told me. And I do think that what we're dealing with here with media is something that is completely misunderstood by the general public, who seem to think it's just a bunch of reporters trying to give us the best information so we know what's going on in the world so we can make better decisions. It's like, no, nothing could be further from the truth. Jerry says, why do you all have a problem with Awake Souls? We actually don't. Awake Souls and that channel had pretty much had this practice of calling anyone who didn't agree with them Satanists. And they were very quick in many ways to call out people as being shills and all this stuff, which is fine. It's all in fun. But the issue with that, in my view, is that it alienates a lot of people. I never got offended by it. I've always maintained open phones, open door policy. So I'll reach out and speak to them. We're on friendly terms. We certainly don't have any major disagreements, even though I believe they've memed us, we've memed them. So it's all mutually assured destruction. We just throw memes back and forth and no one ever puts the brakes on it. But I don't take it personally. They called me a blood-drinking Jesuit Satanist. I called them, Cat Dog. I think we memed them onto Cat Dog. Put them on a motorcycle and put the soundtrack to Laverne and Shirley. We go pretty elaborate with our meme tech. Taking people down to Timbuktu. Moon Harvest says, decoding the Metascript book I found valuable. Decent way to reference ideas on the show. Yeah, and you know what I'm going to do? What I am going to do is I'm going to make it a point to go through that book live. And moreover, expand it. Add notes. Because there's quite a lot that's been added. I published the book early 2021 because I wanted to get ahead of a lot of the things that we saw coming. Speaking of Ronnie and Jason, they are featured in this track, Auto Hoaxer Revolution by MVP, the Hardware Vandal. Thank you everyone for joining. See you all tomorrow. I'm going to turn this back over to the 24/7.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually we were right. We're going to do it this way. hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto-hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The auto-hoaxer revolution. The auto-hoaxer revolution. The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Legitimate auto-hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto-hoax meme, the auto-hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to the local media.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang is stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Like fake ones only accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the oppa's getting dirty. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the pig.
Just a boat cuts away. Another angry white kid. Just a boat cuts away. Greta's going to be pissed. a poker to wait. Another angry white kid. Just a poker to wait. Pretty's going to be pissed. Just a poker to wait. Another angry white kid. Just a poker to wait. The crisis actors are here.
Yes, the crisis actors are here. They've taken over. That is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, just a bowl cut away. The video was recently purged from YouTube, and it's because it's rather good, and it tells the truth, and you can't have good art telling the truth. Thanks everyone for joining. It is 5/15/2022. This is Infinite Plane Sunday Part 2. Earlier today we focused on the PSYOP of the month. I mean, this is just a predictable thing, and we'll dive right into that actually. Let's go ahead and go over a few things without even addressing the video itself. There are plenty of things that are pretty conclusive to me as far as raising questions as to the veracity of the mainstream media's claims. Is there anything to this? Is it real? Is it fake? Well, it's just as fake as the Frank James subway shooting, and it contains many of the same elements. So I'll be going over some of those. I just posted a newsletter that had about 15 or 14 points that I think are relevant with regard to our assessment of this event and why, right on the face of it, I'm comfortable saying it was just agitprop, just a PSYOP. We're joined by Rocco Calzone, Mitch A. Rocco says, I love the content, shared the link. I'm trying to have a buddy call in. He's a Tartarian. I was thinking about Tartaria recently because across the street they're building a Burger King, and right now they just dug the hole and they're just digging down, and I'm like, okay, let me see if I can peek down there and see any red bricks, any evidence of a buried civilization. All right, Eric of Bear Osher, thank you for joining. Moon Harvest, by the way, it's as we speak, I believe it's eclipsing, which means something. Witches and warlocks rule the world, control the media. It's pretty obvious, so it must mean something, and we'll figure out what here very soon. I mean, we just watched the 56th anniversary of the Church of Satan, seemingly celebrated by a satanic portal above the White House. You know, these events are not coincidental. You have Satan 2 threatening to be launched. Then you have Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that Satan is behind immigration in the Catholic Church. I mean, Satan was really crushing it in the media on that night, which again was the anniversary of the Church of Satan's founding. And there's some eerie connections between the portal above the White House and Astro World. You know, there's a lot of dating site bots that are spamming the chats, and it's not just us, it's all over YouTube. And I think these are the bot wars that were prophesied in Terminator 2. I think we're being overrun by these things, and it's probably to make the case, like for example, my Twitter stock went down 14% because Musk is deciding he's probably not going to buy anything. He's probably not going to buy it because it's mostly bots. So they're going to raise the question, has the internet been taken over by bots? So the AI invasion, the robot invasion, isn't going to be humanoid robot androids like from Boston Dynamics running down the street shooting you. No, it's going to be social media overrun by deepfakes, and they're more interesting and more real in many ways than a lot of the people. You're not going to know the difference. So I think they're going to want to purge all the robots. That might be the next phase. So we have all these adult dating spam bots 24/7, and I think they're trying to create a reaction, like a blowback. They want you to get mad. But that's why I arm every one of you. Imagine if we didn't have a legion of mods in here. It would be unbearable. They used to use government agents to spam us, to get us to not talk about what we're talking about. Now they send obnoxious bots. And what's more, I think there's another agenda here. if they can keep my screen full of these spam bots, they can flag my video as spam. Oh, I'm just here to advertise these dating bots. Joined here by Ted Spaghetti, Zinvalis, Sparkling Water. Zinvalis says, please call in sexy chat adult dating spam bot. You think it has a voice like text to speech? Or do you think it's believable? Rich Flat says Twitter's loaded with bots. Oh, it's got to be like 5%, but really, what's the difference? I mean, like, for example, a lot of these people, a lot of these empty accounts might be people like me. Like, I have about 30 Twitter accounts. So am I going to have a separate, DNA test to verify each one? And what they're doing now, I think, is ultimately just constricting freedom, getting rid of the ability to be anonymous. And now, with this Buffalo shooter, they're bringing this up again. This guy didn't live in the world where he was dealing with immigrants. This person had to drive 3 hours away to find black people to shoot. So what was his problem? Well, he got it on the internet. So this is all about mind viruses. He was radicalized online. They're blaming Tucker Carlson because he legitimized the white replacement. Right? Was it white replacement? You have white genocide. But he kind of gave it legitimacy in many ways. But it already existed online. So they're suggesting that, because I don't think this kid watched Fox News, but they're saying that the internet groups around this made him into the killer, made him into a terrorist. And if you look at the numbers that he shot, and if you look at the actual demographic breakdown, yeah, this was a targeted hit, and he killed exactly who he wanted to kill, and he had it written on his weapon. So this is going to be a really difficult thing to, I don't know, for Tucker Carlson to get out from under. I mean, this can be pinned on him. And they're even finding clips from Joe Rogan. And remember last year, I was predicting that Joe Rogan would take a big fall. Well, then this video came out that had a compilation of all the times he used the N-word. And then the N-word's on this guy's gun. And now they're finding clips where Joe Rogan is saying, yeah, this white replacement theory makes sense. And this is not new. I brought this up earlier. This replacement theory was no different than the Europe for European stuff that Eric Dubay was getting banned for in 2017. Like, this stuff is all just returned. All right, so let us go ahead and go through the things that I put in the newsletter. And if you want to get on my newsletter, go to timosman.blog. I have a few other ones, but what I'm actually, as I'm on 20 different streaming video platforms, I put the newsletter all over the place. That way it can't be censored, and then it gets a lot more traffic instead of having it in just one spot. So if you subscribe to any of the platforms I'm on, if you're a paid subscriber in any of them, you will get the newsletter. I make sure it goes everywhere. Okay, so the MSM uses fear and shock to deter scrutiny. And this is one of the keys here. A lot of people won't even look into it. They won't even watch the video. So who are you to judge if it's real or fake if you can't watch it? And if you can't judge it, watch it, I can't judge. Who wants to watch this garbage? I don't watch bad horror movies. But it's part of due diligence for what we do here. So a group of us sat around and watched the video again and again and again. We did screen caps. We slowed it down. We couldn't do it live like we used to because they would shut us down. Sparkling Water says, you called it again, IPS. The right-wing violence will be highlighted now. Yep, left wing was 2020, 2021. And look, the left-wing violence was preceded by the Joker. Joaquin Phoenix, the Burning Man. The bat as Phoenix was the catalyst for the COVID thing, but you're seeing how the Phoenix is the symbol here. And in that movie, he even plays a Phoenix. He dies more or less at the end. He goes unconscious, and then he comes back in a very dramatic way with blood on his palms like Jesus because he wipes his blood to give himself a smile. He stands up with his arms out. Well, recently you had a guy named Win Bruce, like Bruce Wayne, setting himself on fire in front of the Supreme Court. So I'm like, here you have your Batman Phoenix after your Batman movie. And again, I think this is all just code. It's all ritual theater. But look where the drama has started. The Supreme Court leak. Okay, so let's move through these. So these are my observations so far that constitute a preponderance of evidence justifying my claims of hoaxery. And I overcame my shock after Christchurch. I almost didn't watch Christchurch, and when I first watched it, it was somewhat shocking. But follow-up viewings kind of revealed things, and I'm like, wait a minute, there's a magazine already there before he goes in. Then you see evidence of squibs. Then you find out that these are just simulation. These are dummies. You're looking at augmented virtual reality, all kinds of things. So one, my initial impression upon hearing of this latest shooter was how it was clearly patterned off of previous fake shooters like Brenton Tarrant, Anders Breivik, Patrick Crusius, Dylan Roof, and Nick Cruz. Patrick Crusius was from the Walmart El Paso shooting, had beef with immigrants supposedly because he read about it online. Dylan Roof, Charleston shooting, the really one of the OG bowl cuts, but obviously Dylan Roof a reference to Klebold and Dylan from the Littleton shootings. And then you're also looking at the last name, Dylan Roof, but his middle name, is Storm. What is Storm? Well, the storm is coming. This is all just predictive programming. Nick Cruz, look, Patrick Crusius, Nick Cruz. This is all very significant because the school shooting victims were put together into this group called the Children's Crusade by the Parkland actors because they were too young to vote away guns. So Nick Cruz, of course, was the one from Parkland, but he was the mentally ill one. So this shooter is being described as already had been evaluated for mental illness. The Dylan Roof is obviously the racial component. Patrick Crusius would be the anti-immigrant. Anders Breivik and Brenton Tarrant both had manifestos and were radicalized by the internet. The shooter's being compared to Kyle Rittenhouse, who happened to be trending today, because like Rittenhouse, this guy had to travel to go do his shooting. Also the age, 18. And I was noticing that his face, he kind of looks like Ben Shapiro, who's kind of a right-winger. Probably not a coincidence. Like the El Paso Walmart shooter Patrick Crusius, anti-immigrant sentiment came from the internet. So again, you're looking at an internet radical. His manifesto is basically Brenton Tarrant and Anders Breivik. Honestly, there's a lot of copyright infringement going on with these shooters. Needs to stop. The MSM had an immediate and unified response. So here you have a mass shooting, and within 5 minutes, they're like, okay, this was an internet radicalized terrorist and a product of Fox News. Blame Tucker Carlson. When I saw the phrase white replacement, I thought, oh, Tucker Carlson. Boom. The ADL already gave him hell about it months ago. And sure enough, every other tweet on the topic is like, Tucker Carlson did this. This is because of this. And if you look at the manifesto, yeah, it makes it pretty clear. You can't walk this back. Tucker Carlson has been hit with an effective smear job with this PSYOP. The agenda-driven response was immediate. The government needs to act, Minority Report style, to stop preventable shootings, which means, of course, curtailing free speech on social media. Social media is taking the blame. The timing of the event with the election cycle is too perfect. And obviously, Tucker Carlson has been in the crosshairs for some time. And what we've witnessed so far, because this is a new event, we just woke up and this happened. So this is Scooby-Doo justice. The villain's caught, exposed, deconstructed, they know his motivations, all in the span of one episode of Scooby-Doo. There's no presumption of innocence. Who needs that? Because the MSM is your judge and jury in the court of public opinion that they control, and that's the only one that matters. It also should be remarked that this shooter, Peyton Gendron, he and Brenton Tarrant need to get refunds on their GoPro lenses. Gendron's lens was pixelating throughout the event, and I was noticing that they were using pixelation like a filter to cover up bad editing, to cover up things that are just too hard to fake. So this is my thing, is that either there needs to be a class action against GoPro by all these shooters, or they're using fake glitches to cover up how terrible the video is. And I think that's what they're actually doing. I would even say that there's little reason to think that this wasn't pre-produced because of this. The glitchiness is part of the ruse to make it look live. And why would they do it live anyway? So much could go wrong. So it's not really live. Reportedly, there were only 20 people who saw it, and it was pulled 2 minutes after. And that to me is strange too. That a video with only 20 live viewers would be found even that fast. But it was exaggeratedly and comically glitchy. So it was more a video game than anything. It was just too glitchy to be real. Again, hope they have their receipts for those cameras. This has put Twitch in the crosshairs of big censorship. So with Christchurch and Tarrant, they took down YouTube and Facebook streaming. They're going after Twitch. Which is too bad, because I was going to start using Twitch on my phone. But, you know, I can't stream from my phone on YouTube because I don't have 1,000 subs. Let me go through the comments here before we get too much further. Mitch A says they spread the video the first few minutes of the guy driving, and everybody had that video, and they all stopped at the same exact place. Yeah, they spread the video and they had it stop right after the first shooting, where it looked like a scene out of The Walking Dead. There's so many things. There's so many holes in this story, as there are with all of these shooting psyops. No pun intended. Lando Rocks here says violence from the right wing seems more hoaxy. Yeah, certainly, and I would need to see this person's YouTube account. I would need to see more evidence. I mean, they gave us this Frank James, and you know what's weird? Frank James, by the way, and we'll get into this later, but Frank James, the subway shooter, the Riddler, yeah, he's bunking with R. Kelly. Listen to this. Accused Brooklyn subway shooter Frank James has made at least one new friend since his arrest for spraying 33 bullets on a crowded New York train. Superstar R. Kelly apparently is now friends with the subway shooter. By the way, on the cover of this Raw Story article, you have the single shoe we were looking for the Buffalo gunman, this shooting. By the way, Buffalo gunman had a Twitter account, QAnon1062021, a reference to the QAnon shaman. He tweeted on 10/19/2021, quote, Q sent me. So think about it. Buffalo shooter, Q sent me, QAnon shaman, buffalo horns, guy with a spear. There's some stuff here we'll get into. Now, with the video, and I'm not going to just play it on here at all because they're using this to take down channels like this one. It's a setup. One of the victims magically appears from the pixelation, only to fall head first, only he stops moving and falling as though frozen in time. His hat flows down, but then it freezes in midair, and then debris appears, like it looks like a bunch of vaxes all over the ground. They appear all around this levitating, suspended, presumably dead person. And then the pixels wash it all away. Other people there were some live actors in there that were posed on the ground before he even went in. Things were already knocked over. And when we did see any shootings, there was very much a squibbiness to it. And by squibbiness, I mean the weapons, and this is what they do in movies. The trigger remote operates some kind of device on the person that uses a burst of air to spray fake blood. Only there was no blood. This was a bloodless thing. I didn't see any blood. I mean, there was some CGI effects. I really think we're looking at a mix of augmented virtual reality, CGI characters, and real actors, not a live production. And then what's more, the bodies, or the rubber dummies, were left for live streaming witnesses to broadcast. And I spoke on this earlier, but when you're dealing with dead bodies out on the street, you don't leave them out there. Decomposition sets in fast in the heat and the sun. You don't leave them uncovered for people to record. The coroner wouldn't let that happen. And these firemen just lounging around with these bodies right there, not even shielding them, showing no regard for them, that doesn't make sense. I don't see any evidence of any kind of resuscitation, no intubation. One of the bodies is on her side, They didn't even roll it on the back to check to see if there a pulse. So it looks staged. Again, and again, against the background of this all being so convenient within the media narrative, the fact that it looks staged isn't surprising. And I was also wondering, just based on the pixelation, did NASA produce this? Now here's some other tie-ins to the world stage dramas. The fake events all reference each other. So this shooting was in part retaliation for the Waukesha truck attack, which itself was retaliation for Kenosha. This mirrors the Boulder King Soopers supermarket shooting, which was a retaliation for Christchurch. So they all reference one another to make sure that they all coexist in the same reality and they can all write about them together. So another point that I've raised is that these psyops are preceded by predictive programming in entertainment. So in this case, the Batman movie contained the message, I contend, March 4th right-wing terrorists, implied by the antagonist, the Riddler, who's a parallel to Q. And of course, the release date, March 4th, was the date that the Boston bomber, known as the Joker, had his death penalty reinstated. So March 4th right-wing terrorists, just as the Joker movie preceded the leftist uprising of 2020, I posited that the Batman movie would have an analogous effect, but from the right. All contrived and fake, of course, but now we have it. A racist, terrorist, domestic, extremist, lone wolf shooter radicalized by the right that they can point to. Mission accomplished. Quite a successful psyop, and this is the Buffalo shooting psyop. You can find that at timosmond.blog. If you want to go through, these are my notes. I'm going to expand on it, obviously, because this is not case closed. It's not over yet. These psyops are rolled out over a period of, hours, but then, of course, they extend the story. So there's going to be more. And so you can't say it's real on the first take. There's not enough information. You might know it's fake, but you have to build a case. And we're still building a case here against this thing being real. Joined by A. Garcia, Mitch A. Sink Lloyd, Salty Siren, Restream.io. Michael says decomposition starts after 24 hours. It really depends. There are a lot of conditions. There are a lot of things that could change that. You could have some that are directly in the sun that decompose faster than some that aren't in the sun, but it's not that. I would say rigor mortis sets in after 24 hours. That's more likely the case, but no. It depends on the climate and the weather. For example, one of the first autopsies I assisted in back when I was doing transport in El Paso was a hiker we picked up from a place called Big Ben who fell 250 feet, but it only took a matter of days for it to be completely desiccated, to be unrecognizable. And in other cases, there was one that was hanging in an area that was in a cooler area, and it was like 6 months. And in some ways, he was recognizable enough by a family member, so it just really depends. All right, so one of the things we talked about with this whole meta script, of course, is the left-wing, right-wing staged theater and how these characters are all molded off of characters that we've seen in movies, that there's predictive programming that make these things utterly predictable. And that's one of the cases against these things being real. If this thing was real, how is it that we are consistently predicting these things with accuracy as they roll out, calling out facets of it in advance? Either we're psychic or these things are just template and it's just that easy to deconstruct them. Michael says, Buffalo's cold, what's the temp? Look, you may argue that maybe it takes 24 hours to decompose out there on the street. I don't know. But I'm just saying that what would be the purpose of leaving bodies out there in the public on display? I don't think that's standard or normal or advisable. And you're looking at an investigation. You're looking at evidence. And the idea that somebody would be out there live streaming it when the next of kin haven't been notified just seems in bad taste. And if you're a fireman and you have 5 of your friends and there's a couple of bodies just sitting there on the ground, don't you think you would probably, I don't know, stand around them, block them, have some sense of reverence or respect? Strange that they don't. I'm going to play a clip here just from, I mean, look, we have to be,
and you all,
we have to be consistent in our critique of things, and I'm just pointing some things out about radicalization and how different people take things and how some people can't handle disagreement. Anyway, I've been called a God blocker and a consciousness assassin because I don't believe in the Mandela effect. Well, apparently, my non-belief is very problematic for some people. And if you think back to Greta Thunberg, she's like, how dare you not believe? Because you're not believing in my flood myth is endangering us all. How dare you? Like, she's outraged at our non-belief. And to me, that's not a good sell. But anyway, I'm going to play a clip here, about 30 seconds of one of the leaders of the Mandela Effect group who's really mad at those of us who don't believe. And like I said, I've been called a God blocker because I consistently explain why people have this thing called the Mandela Effect. And it is real. There is an effect. You know, some things are real. But is it the result of reality shifting, or is it the result of some kind of, I would say, cognitive, I wouldn't say cognitive disorder, but I would say cognitive glitch, like a lens flare in the mind. So I'm going to play 30 seconds just because we are covering this topic, which I believe is part of the big PSYOP entertainment complex.
know the fucking Panama Canal was east and west. They know all these things. None of you guys knew what Black Palm was until I told you. First major foreign attack on U.S. soil. None of you fucking know nothing about it. We'll just keep saying nothing's going on. You all call the guy Joel Osteen. You all just threw an L in his name, I guess, randomly, because you're all just a bunch of idiots, right? All our memory sucks. All our memory sucks. These fucking people are a fucking joke, dude. I don't give a fuck who's triggered. I don't give a fuck who's triggered. Respond to it. Show everybody how fucking clownish you are.
All right, now, the reason why I mix up Joel Osteen, one, I literally don't care. But two, listen to how it sounds. Joe Osteen, Joel Osteen, or Osteen. Like, it's somewhat ambiguous, and when you look at his logo, the logo itself has L, so it looks like Joe, and then the L is outside of the logo. And this matters because visually it reads like Joe. So then I see Joe, and then I see Austin with the L's right there, so it looks like Joe Alstein. So it's very ambiguous. Is it Joel or Joe? So I don't think it's a reality shifty thing at all. Now Joel Alstein or Austin is shifty, but reality isn't. Let me play a few more seconds of this totally unhinged religious extremist.
Where are the media fakery guys that have been saying this is a fucking psyop? Where are all those 9/11 guys that laugh and snicker behind my back? Those guys are fucking clowns too. They're all in their fucking comfort zone. They're all scared of the supernatural. And you know what else? They're all fucking Mandela affected. All of you. You guys are all swimming in the fucking JV pool. You guys are gatekeeping the biggest fucking phenomenon that's ever happened in the history of fucking mankind.
So there you have it. The Mandela effect is the biggest thing to ever have happened to mankind. So this is why I've been worried that they're going to bring out the forbidden Mandela effect. And I'm afraid I'm the #1 target. I mean, I hope I don't get it. The necklacing of Winnie Mandela. All right, let's see here. Now, we're not here for ad hominem. You know, I can take the hits. I don't care. Smarty Pants says he looks like a baby in a high chair. Not ad hominem, just an observation. Joined by Pippi Langstruff. Says, yo, spelled with a J. Tim Truth is here. Salty says he sounds like he's losing it. No, he's typical of what you would see with religious leaders when they have to put down the non-believers. And this serves two purposes. One, it helps, I think, maintain the flock. Like, okay, we're not going to leave because we don't want to be subject to that. And then two, of course, I think it causes people to take the idea a little bit more. Maybe not seriously, but I don't know. Maybe it works. They are growing, right? It works with some people. Some people like fire and brimstone. And this idea that it's supernatural. Okay, now this is the thing here. I'm not denying the supernatural. I'm denying that there's evidence for it because by definition it's supernatural. I talk about synchronicity often. I talk about patterns that go beyond any sort of causal connections that you could point to and say, like, it's almost like you could make arguments for, in some ways, some sort of cybernetic relationship between the perceiver and the perceived. Maybe not sim necessarily, but that's one way of describing it. But the Mandela effects are very specific, and they are specifically created effects based on a very specific way of asking a question involving, well, one, tainted witnesses. Brian Staveley is a tainted witness. Two, faulty eyewitness testimony induced by a few things. Narrowing the options of how many different versions of this or that event there could be. Either or, either or, either or. Why is that? It's because it's a psyop. It's meant to steer you. This is all part of the interrogator bias. And this explains everything about the so-called Mandela effects. This is why popularly misheard or misremembered song lyrics aren't considered reality shifts. Now, again, what we're looking at here, though, is, I would say, a real effect, but the effect is the effect of not understanding how memory works or the overbearing influence that the questioner or the interrogator can bring. That's a very important point, and this is why you have the Innocence Project, getting people exonerated, people who've been wrongfully convicted because of eyewitness testimony. These are very well-known and well-established things. There's a scientific basis for these claims. There are observations and studies that show the faultiness of eyewitness testimony. Very well known. So the idea that you can say, I can argue from my memory that this is true, well, it's very dubious, especially when your claims are based on things that are provably false, or your memories are so shallow that they're really not substantive in any way that can convince me anyway that reality has shifted. I often ask, how did Timmy get out of the well if Timmy fell into the well, if everybody knows Timmy fell in the well? Nobody knows how Timmy came out of the well. There's no answer. All right, let me play a few more seconds. Rich Flat says, reminds me of a WWF interview. Okay, let's continue. This is, again, the most dangerous gatekeepers on the flat earth. And it's fair to respond, this isn't ad hominem, I'm not seeking this out, but I've been called the God blocker. And so I want to know, where this particular movement is at, if they're so threatened by someone like me who's pointing out the obvious.
Clown show! You want real truth? Follow this fucking channel and people like us. We're not gonna gatekeep the fucking supernatural, you motherfuckers.
All right. Let's move on. Predator996 says, buy followers, primes, and viewers on mountviewers.com. See, you're the problem, Predator996. Flooding the internet with bots, with NPCs. You're the reason why Musk didn't buy Twitter and save free speech. So let's go through some headlines here. Breaking Buffalo shooter. Now think about this, Buffalo shooter. QAnon shaman, Buffalo horns. Buffalo shooter's Twitter account was QAnon1062021. He said Q sent me. Back on 10/19/2021. Buffalo shooter used the same neo-Nazi symbols as Ukrainian Azov Battalion. Now, something else that should be pointed out here, Buffalo shooter used the same neo-Nazi symbols as Hibbler Productions and the new Flat Earth documentary. Here's one from 100% effed up. Disgusting Dems don't even wait for bodies to be identified, begin to blame Tucker Carlson for Buffalo shooting. Yeah, it didn't take them long at all. After the Boston bombing, even before we knew who did it, Michael Moore Cheeseburgers was out there tweeting and he said, obviously it's tax day, it's a right-wing terrorist. Like they were already blaming and scapegoating white, right-wing terrorists. And finally they managed to find one. I'm like, they've been threatening this, they've been preparing for it, they've been using predictive programming, and then Frank James comes out, and I'm like, they cast the wrong actor here. The Riddler looked more like Bill Gates. But nope, they're finally back on it. And this one is going to stick. I believe that this is the psyop of the summer. This is the one that's going to kick it all off. And one of the other elements that I kind of pointed out here, I want to reiterate here, is that you have this back and forth. So this shooting was in part retaliation for the Waukesha truck attack. He had the name of one of the victims on his weapon. Now that attack was a retaliation for Kenosha when Kyle was exonerated. So you have this back and forth. After George Floyd, you had a similar situation where you had that Michael Roanhart shooting Jay Danielson, the prayer patriot there in Oregon. Coincidentally at 8:46 p.m. George Floyd 846, prayer patriot 846. And when he shot the guy, he said he called it the first shot of the Second Civil War. And of course, they've made quite a lot about this particular psyop. That was from August 29th, 2020. And this is before everyone knew that the Proud Boys were all feds. Aaron Danielson, American supporter of far-right group Prayer Patriot, was shot and killed after being in a pro-Trump caravan. He went by the alias Jay. But my point being, this was done as a retaliation for Floyd. It was done by an Antifa. And it was live streamed. This was another one of these live streamed psyops. One other thing here, he was shot at 3rd and Alder at 8:46 p.m. They had to use the 8:46 because that ties into the 9/11ing, the fracturing of America. Totally staged and fake. And the retaliation, the shooting of the shooter, also fake. Alright, let's see. I'm going through your comments. Lochnar says, prove that it's supernatural. I want to see a Mandela effect in real time. I saw a video where a guy was walking through a room and his Berenstain Bears was changing, but it was all just an app he was using. Like QAnoners, they have to fake their evidence. Lean Dion says the Buffalo shooter's car was a Taurus. Thought that was interesting. I should have noticed that, but I was too distracted by the Ford logo. And I was like, man, that's going to mess with the Mandela effect, because the Ford logo has a little swirly on the F, and they say it's a reality shift. Now, just to point out the facts here, the Ford logo has a swirly on the F. Well, that swirly is kind of an insider reference if you know the relationship between Henry Ford and Thomas Edison. It's kind of like Laverne and Shirley. And they had a few homes next to each other, but if you cover up the bottom half of the screen, or the logo, you will see TE for Thomas Edison on top of the word Ford. So it's kind of built into it. So if this little swirly is a Mandela effect, then what do you make of the relationship of Thomas and Henry? Sorry, there's just too much there for it to be a mere reality shift. I can't roll with that one. All right, let us continue. Getting sidetracked here a little bit. Man, the pixelation is something we're going to have to get back to as well. The pixelation used to hide the fakery, kind of like they did with the David Bowie Death Faker interview. He comes back from the dead, and every time the character, was it Jack Stevens, looks a little too Bowie-ish, they throw pixels over his face. Same thing with SpaceX. Maybe SpaceX produced this psyop, because whenever one of these things lands, it's like the rocket's about to land, then you just see a bunch of pixels, and then it's just magically there. The levitating corpse I talked about appeared out of a cloud of pixels. Lean Dion says this is a big one. Oh yeah, I think this is the psyop of the summer. This is the one that will catalyze some big movement. And I pointed out in Phoenix, you had right-wingers with guns and masks, ironically. You know, these guys were protesting masks. Now they're wearing masks. They're wearing masks that have the skull on it. So they're protesting so the pro-life people with the skulls and the guns are protesting against the abortion crowd in Phoenix. So I see guns with skulls, and then I see them protesting this group. Meanwhile, this thing's going down in Buffalo. Tominoid said, I was also thinking Buffalo. The Chappelle event was kind of like a charging bull. Fascinating. Tominoid says, the sun transits from this sign approximately May 15th, June 15th in sidereal astrology. Yeah, the Taurus, the bull thing can't be a coincidence. Alright, let us continue. And if you're asking for wrenches, I'll be handing them out as I can. And FYI, I'm on 14 different video streaming channels, and we're on 2 different audio streaming. We're on a few different places you can find us, but I'm locked out of 3 or so of the YouTube channels because of, well, the censorship attempts. I keep the keys. Whenever I get a channel verified for streaming, I save the keys because I know they're going to shoot these down. So I'm able to access the channels and still use them. But ultimately, you're going to want to go to infiniteplainsociety.com and get on the newsletter. Or just join $2 a month, patreon.com/infiniteplainsociety. Memes are free. Take as many as you want. No one's going to search your pockets as you exit the facility. So you have a link there, patreon.com/infiniteplainsociety. $2 per month gets you into the Discord server. All right, I'm going to open up phones, 833-311-1984. If you have anything to say about this topic, let me go ahead and start with
Tim.
Oh, okay, that one's... Yeah, we had someone who was not cool with our eagerness to call this a hoax and to disrespect the potential victims. And so I thought today was a good time to just kind of bring up the topic of auto-hoaxing versus giving pathological liars the benefit of the doubt. The mainstream media is the NWO church. Do you want to give Satan's pulpit the benefit of the doubt? Go for it. Be my guest. Give these lying crisis actors all of your loosh. I have no intention of doing that. No intention of backing down. And we have established a methodology for deconstructing fake news real time. And there's no way I'm ever going to go back to passively believing these lies. I couldn't do it. There's no way. You know, it's like once you've gone past the layer of, of green screens, that once you see through the techniques of manipulation, the visual manipulation, you can't really unsee it. It's all about knowing that you're seeing a magic show. Lochnar said, I didn't see any blood in the pictures of the shooting. Yep. Yep, exactly. Now, if you've ever played Grand Theft Auto or Halo or any of these first-person shooters, the game's not going to be shocking. You're going to say, it's only shocking that the graphics are so terrible. Wow, when did reality have shittier graphics than my game system? That's what you would say. Nothing shocking about it. Jenna Lovecraft Reeves says it's their monthly sympathy harvest. Yep, exactly. They're feeding it to some kind of demiurge demon. Maybe during the eclipse they're going to suck up all the tears of these easily manipulated matrix batteries. And I'm not cold. I don't lack empathy like the person I was debating this morning had said. I don't lack empathy. It is my overabundance of empathy that allows me to perceive the lies. I don't think you can be apathetic. I don't think you can be a misanthrope and see through the stuff, because one, you wouldn't notice it, and the other, you wouldn't care, or you'd be going along with it. Now, as far as it being an actual killing, like some people will say, oh, it's fake, or rather, the media's lying, but it's real. Like, people died, but the guy was a patsy, or the FBI sent the shooter, or it was MK Ultra. Anybody who says that is using a guardrail, is what I call it. So guardrail conspiracies are conspiracies that still keep the main part of the story intact, but they just differ on who did it. They'll say, oh, it's a false flag to frame us. They won't say it's a hoax. Why? Because they work for the MSM. There's no other explanation at this point. I can understand 2018, 2019, but after 2020, if you don't know about the PSYOP entertainment complex, if you don't know how integrated it is, one, you lack discernment, or two, you're an operative. There's really no middle ground here. Phase Polarizer says, in reality, blood pisses out everywhere. Interesting turn of phrase, and I tend to agree. You know, I don't really like to reach to anecdotal evidence, but we have to go to whatever kind of observations we can. You know, there are people everywhere, and everyone sees what they can. And for my part, you know, I recently pointed out how the city morgues, or the ones in the hospitals, were closed for 2020. Why? To necessitate using the outdoor freezers. Why? To give the appearance that the hospitals were full. You know, the tents were empty, the hospitals were empty, but you have these morgue freezers outside, and they show you pictures of it. Well, yeah, these were basically dead crisis actors. And I don't know if those families agreed to it. Yeah, you can use my dead loved one as a crisis actor to boost ratings, boost fear, boost budgets. I mean, it is just such a scam. But yeah, they literally closed the interior one and used the outside one. And I know this because of the recent job that I had. And then the person mentioning about the blood, yeah, I would agree with that. You know, again, I could point to some things anecdotally about blood from what I've seen. And yes, that is conspicuously lacking. And oftentimes, the hoax is given away by what they don't show you. Oftentimes, they're too minimalistic or they're lacking in detail, and it's given away by what should be there but isn't. But if you don't know, you may not notice. It's harder to notice what isn't there that should be there, so people kind of give these things a pass. Lochnar said, either you're an auto hoaxer or a shill. At this point, yes, quite literally, because if you believe the mainstream lies at face value until they're proven fake, then you're already in the metaverse. You're already through the screen. It's literally that. You're on this side of the green screen or that side. I'm on the other side and have been for some time, and I keep a hard position on this. I don't waver. I don't let people say, well, maybe this one's real. I'm like, no, unless you're willing to tell me that the next NASA launch is going to be real, you can't tell me the next shooting might be real. It's the same production. And if you're going to say this is real, you're going to have to provide me special evidence beyond what the MSM has produced, because they haven't met the burden of proof. But, you know, conversely, I can say it's fake because I can point at reasons. And these are well-reasoned arguments. And these other ones are fake, provably fake, laughably fake. I can point to many different reasons why I would say so. And so for this one to be templated off of those in 99 out of 100 ways, to think it real is just absurd. It's the preponderance of evidence. Going through comments, people are mentioning Ola Demigard. Yeah, look, there are many people out there who call the news fake, but they'll believe outer space is real. There are people who'll say the moon landing's fake, but the space station is real. I'm sorry, but the space station is faker than Apollo 11. Lean Dion says there was a birds are fake meme in Pentaverate. Yeah, Pentaverate was a hit piece on conspiracy theorists, and weirdly enough, their Illuminati had penguin masks. Well, plague masks. But they looked like Penguinati. So that was kind of strange. They also had a guy that reminded me of D. Marble. You know, the guy in the van life, using a litter box. It wasn't a litter box, but D. Marble did a video for Van Life where he was showing how to use kitty litter. I think he said he was making compost, but I don't think that's how that works. But again, you have three different ways of looking at the news. The default is auto believer. The auto believer is the one who believes it's real unless it's proven a hoax. Like, oh, the news is all real except for Jussie Smollett. If it's a hoax, they would tell us. So the auto believer is naive. They don't know the TV lies. The auto hoaxer is well appraised of the lying nature of media, of the biased nature, and of the psyops. So the auto hoaxer, realizing that this is psy-war, is prepared to say, if it's extraordinary, out of the ordinary, and if it goes along with some big time political agenda, if it's fakeable, it's fake until proven real. I don't have to accept it as real without the attendant evidence. And they generally don't meet our standards, which leaves us with a lot of fake news that we've deconstructed and a lot of, lies we no longer believe in, things we no longer fear. But there's another group. The third group is the auto disbeliever. The auto disbeliever is kind of a new phenomenon. They're basically like indiscriminate auto hoaxers. Like they have the right idea. Yeah, news is fake. But they go too far, where they don't have the methodology to know which parts are real and which are fake. And so if you automatically disregard it all or you ignore it entirely, that wall of ignorance doesn't protect you from the results of the hypermediation that they impose upon the lemmings. So then when the COVID came around, maybe you didn't have a clue. You wouldn't have had a clue it was fake. You would have gone with the flow. You wouldn't have any alternative networks of people who were paying attention. So you're either misinformed, uninformed, or you're like us and you're informed. We're informed. We're more informed than the propagandists who don't know how much of what they're spewing is true. We are not uninformed. I'm not confused. I'm not ambiguous. I'm not asking myself, is that real or fake? I pretty much know what I know in the limits of what I can know. But I know also that you can't make that determination knee-jerk. You really do need to go through the process, the due process, which the media doesn't do anymore. There is no due process. There's no presumption of innocence. If the media says you're guilty, you're guilty. Thank you, user offline. Appreciate the support. And obviously, appreciate everyone here keeping us 100% independent so we can say whatever we want. And we can stay true to the truth. What is it Orwell said? The truth sounds like hate to those who hate the truth. Lochner says they've been faking news for a long time. The entire Wild West narrative was a hoax with actors involved. Yeah, that's another thing too. They didn't start faking the news with Sandy Hook. They've been faking the news since the news started. And I mentioned this the other day. The news is basically the new media. The new media, rather, is the new religion of the world. That religions have been supplanted by media, quite literally. So the old school fake news of the past has just been updated with the new technology. But if they fake the news today and then it becomes history over time, what makes you think that history is any more reliable than the news of today? And this is why we have to keep it in check. This is why we need a parallel narrative. This is why we need to knock down the fake stories so that at least we have a record of what's not true, even if we don't have all the answers as to what is. Because those false explanations will prevent you from finding things that you would otherwise find. They prevent your curiosity. They prevent you from raising questions. And it's just a matter of time till they come for your question marks. That's why they made the Riddler the antagonist in the new Batman. And the Penguin, by the way. I was like, penguins and question marks. Lean Dion says he was arrested and pictured in combat boots, but there's a New York Times picture of his helmet and combat boots left on the scene. Oh yeah, I can't wait for the continuity errors to start showing up. Alright, let us continue. We're going through the headlines. Erie, son of retired cop who died attacking the shooter, predicted everything about it before it happened. Okay, so the retired cop who died had predicted this would happen. Aaron Salter Jr. died trying to stop 18-year-old Peyton Gendron from killing innocent shoppers and workers in the Buffalo area Tops supermarket. It says here, on August 9th, 2019, Aaron Salter III responded on Facebook to a August 2019 shooting in El Paso that left 23 dead. Okay, so he responded on Facebook to the Walmart shooting that I've referenced, you know, the one with Patrick Crusius. And he said this, and this is the guy who supposedly died, quote, "If I hear another story of someone mass shooting innocent people like yesterday, or the 20-year-old Missouri who went to Walmart and recorded himself making comments, I'm going to lose my mind. We can't even do everyday stuff without having to watch our backs." So he had made comments about this previous event. Then he said, "The sad thing is, I feel like a crazy close to home is going to do something soon, and I'm not ready for that. We, as people of the so-called United States, need to do better. This shit is nuts." So what we're looking at here is this person had predicted the way that he would die in a very eerie way based off of the Walmart shooting, which was a hoax. Remember PFC Oakley? I mean, they got that story wrong in so many ways. Number of people are coming up with anagrams for his name, Peyton Gendrus. Stop androgens. Interesting. Another one I saw was, I think Lean Dion put this out there, was Anon Poser. Yeah, Anon Poser. We're joined by MC Dirty Work. Thanks for joining, and the text alerts will resume tomorrow. I had to refill my credits, so that's going to resume tomorrow. So Governor Hochul says more social media monitoring is needed to stop hate crimes before they happen. Did I not say in my newsletter, Minority Report? Stop crimes before they happen. You know, if they just listened to me, they could stop crimes before they happen. I said at the end of 2020, we need to quarantine the 33-year-olds for an entire year. January 6th, 33-year-old Jake and Jelly killed democracy with his Viking costume and spear by running into the Capitol. CNN.com, the terrorists among us, how to stop them. The domestic terrorism that took place Saturday takes a familiar recurring theme. Yeah, this is definitely the psyop of the summer. If you look at his photography, in my opinion, these are good photos. What I mean is great lighting. I would say professional level photography. The one on the left, like I think this is a coached, like this looks like it was done in a studio. Probably multiple takes. But this has been pointed out in Discord that the left eye, or sorry, the right eye is a little squinty. Typical one eye symbolism kind of insinuated here. But this was his hair before the shooting where he had an obvious bowl cut on. Buffalo shooting suspect allegedly made a threat in 2021 and underwent a mental health evaluation. So I was thinking about this. Was he wearing a mask when he went into the place and started shooting the place up? Like, wouldn't it be better that he went in there masked with a gun than unmasked without a gun? Just assuming everything they tell us on the news is real, specifically about the various, we'll just say viruses, I mean, the various variants of these things. If you go by their reports about how dangerous these things are, how deadly they are, and the reason why we had to put up with face diapers in the first place, wouldn't it be better that a shooter goes in with a mask on, then goes in with no gun and no mask? And the answer is yeah, because you can go in with a gun and maybe you can kill 13 people. But if you go in there with no mask, you could kill everybody, quite literally, because everybody in there gets infected. They spread it to their family, so you kill their families. Somebody from their family doesn't wear their mask, and it spreads. So the idea is that you're more of a mass murderer as a super spreader than with the weapon. Just pointing it out. If we go by the numbers, and they do. Like, do you remember after the COVID lockdown started, NASA started publishing photos of Earth from space, and they said, look, the air is so much cleaner that more lives will be saved from clean air than will be lost to the virus. So they kind of made the argument that the virus is good for the planet. That once a year, let's just have a pandemic. Clean up the waters, clean up the sky a little bit. All right, let's see. This is from The Guardian. Buffalo shooting. Biden says that the racist killing of 10 people is abhorrent to the fabric of the nation. Again, this is an election year. This is so perfectly timed. New York City climate radicals demand climate justice now. Climate justice is going to have to take a back seat. Look at this person in the background actually crying. Do you remember Extinction Rebellion? They're like gluing themselves to planes. You know what's really... This is all just, again, going to take the back seat. But what's really kind of funny about all of this is that these days it's not uncommon to see climate change hysterics with signs that say the end is near. Like I always talk about how global warming's a flood myth for an atheistic New World Order religion. That the atheists don't believe in God, they laugh at sin, but they fear viruses. They laugh at holy water, but they douse themselves in hand sanitizer. That they don't believe in flood myths because that's a joke. But they believe in global warming and space arcs that can save them. If Elon Musk can, build enough, or if you can afford a ticket. So my point is, they laugh at the religious people who carry signs, the end is near, judgment is near, but now they're literally the religious nutcases carrying signs that say the end is near. The climate hysterics are religious nutcases. And they want their God to punish you. Phase Polarizer says social media crackdown. I think so. I think this is ultimately about furthering the agenda to censor the internet. They're targeting Twitch. But I want to make this point that we are not conspiracy theorists here. What we engage in is on another level. It's media criticism. It's film criticism. What we're doing is more akin to philosophy than anything. And anyone who takes our ideas seriously here would never be motivated to commit any kind of violence. If anything, we engage in inactivism. We're very active and proactive in our assessment and in our research, but we don't engage on the world stage. We're watching a movie, and we know it. They reach for ammo, we reach for popcorn. And it's going to stay that way because we know what's real and what's fake. We're not confused. And if this thing was real by some strange twist, if this thing was real, he was motivated by a bunch of fake shootings. So the media created a copycat. I don't believe it's real. Going through some comments. Lochnar says, gotta love the blue and yellow Smokey Bear. Hey, you said Smokey Bear, not Smokey the Bear. That's going to be of comfort to some Mandela affected. Yeah, there you go. You noticed that one. All right, let's move on from this. The climate change fanatics are going to have to take a back seat. Nobody cares. Steve Bannon from Breitbart is... I often wondered, could Steve Bannon be Andrew Breitbart in a fat suit? Steve Bannon is the latest in long list of MAGAs pushing Putin propaganda while recklessly Russia openly talks nukes. The talk has been about Satan, too. Meanwhile, there's a satanic portal above the White House. Russian TV jokes about missiles hitting London as Putin propaganda reaches a new level. And I was thinking, too, it would make sense for Russia to take advantage of the chaos in America. So, once something goes down like what just happened, we have riots in the street, we have... obviously Biden has demonstrated that they have no power to stop mobs from burning police precincts. So whatever happens is going to happen. They're going to let the whole thing burn. And then Russia's going to drop Satan on Seattle. Or maybe the space station will fall. Something's going to happen, though. All right, let's see here. I'm not a doomsayer. I don't want these things to happen. I say these things with full awareness that these are hoaxes. We are pre-auto hoaxing. It'll keep your stress levels down to know, hey, by the way, the next major fill-in-the-blank shooting is fake. The next terrorist attack is fake. And if we didn't have a point, if we didn't have an effective methodology, we wouldn't be correct. I predicted this back in March. I said you're going to see right-wing terrorists, and look, this is undeniably the case. It's too perfectly scripted. Opinion: it won't be long before extremists in the GOP make Trump look tame. This psyop is perfectly timed to take down a number of politicians. They're not going to be able to explain this away. The white replacement theory is not new. Again, this was something that was been recycled. I think it came back from maybe 2017. So much recycled agitprop, but people have very short memories. They only care about borders every 2 years, every 4 years. All right, let me run through my Twitter feed. By the way, my Twitter account now is twitter.com/TimOsman_. My other one was banned. I thought this was going to be free speech absolutism with Elon Musk buying into Twitter. But no, just the other day I was on Twitter and I commented on a home invasion. And all I said was, why didn't he shoot them all? And I got my account yanked. Just like that. You know who else isn't free speech absolutists anymore? You got the free speech absolutism of QPatriot.org, which is kind of a QAnon-themed Twitter knockoff. But they don't let you say space is fake. You can talk about anything, but you can't say space is fake. Why is that? You can't say it because Space Force is part of the myth that they've been building. All right, so let me go through my Twitter feed again. It's real. So I know it's TimOsman_. Siri spelled backwards is Iris. Siri, are you watching me? That's correct. You have the all-seeing eye in your pocket. It's amazing how they pulled that off. Here's an image of Russian Orthodox church leaders blessing a rocket called Satan. Now, these Orthodox priests are always blessing the rockets of the astronauts before they take off. This is all just, you would call it phallus worship. That's literally what it is. They worship the obelisk. They worship the rocket. They worship the missile. I pointed out that the fake missiles from North Korea that look like they bought them from Bezos, like these are just used rockets. They spray paint them olive drab. Totally shoddy, crappy special effects, laughingstock of the billionaire blimp club. North Korea's rockets are just another way of the world religion representing its obelisk, its earth god. So that's all you're seeing. This is all just veneration of the earth god disguised as a rocket, and it's called Satan 2. But yes, a little bit of weirdness there. Orthodox priests blessing Satan 2. And the name Satan 2, I think, also corresponds to T2, Terminator 2. Pluto 2, as in Pluto Return. We just experienced Pluto, Hades, Lord of the Underworld. There's quite a lot there. I have the Crew 4 mission patch. This is from Space Force. It's got a dragonfly design. These people are so disconnected from reality. And being in Space Force, I think it just means you're in front of a computer screen. You're not going to be in an X-Wing fighter. So Jack Posobiec, right-winger, big Pizzagator. He exposed it at the very beginning. This is his take on the event. So just so you know, this is where the blue-pilled, guardrailed, right-wing controlled media is going to go with this, because they don't know. Jack Posobiec, veteran Navy intel officer, does not know about crisis actors. He can't figure it out for some reason. Why is that? Here's his response. There was a guy shooting people in DC with a sniper setup while live streaming. This took place last month in our nation's capital. It's been memory hold. New York subway, Waukesha Parade 2. So, in order to ignore the fact that his bro, Tucker Carlson, sent the shooter to Buffalo, he brings up 3 other events to say, well, it's about race now, apparently. That's what he's saying here. He's saying, well, we didn't pay attention to these guys that did it, but we have to. See, this is all, again, they're going to point to the double standard, and they're not going to question the reality of the event. Was it even real? So he's playing into the black versus white psyop. That's how you know you can't trust someone like this. And I know he doesn't read, he wouldn't read my tweets, I'm sure. But I told him this earlier, and a few other people, I've said the same thing. I said, I just try to explain to them, but there's nothing we can do at all. Jack, the event was fake, as was the sniper. That was such a phony one there, the sniper in the Capitol. Obviously, he's not going to be able to respond to this. I've given up. You're not going to sway them. They're on the world stage. They're in a cult. Oh, never mind. I can't tweet on that one. We've temporarily limited some of your account features. I'm trying to live tweet here. Getting live banned. Somebody kill the bots. We're having bot wars in the chat. Lochner says, I think NATO gave it the name Satan. No, it's called Satan 2. The black and white one. Let me see if there's another explanation for that. Is it just a nickname? Russia makes new threats over the use of Satan 2 hypersonic missile. Okay, the RS-28 Sarmat, known in the West as Satan 2. Fascinating. Now it says here, Putin did his best to put a menacing spin on Russia's testing of a new intercontinental ballistic missile. Alright, anyway, this is a bit of nuclear saber rattling. I don't believe in nukes. I look at these images, and look, once you become visually literate to the fakery, you can't unsee it. So if you watch enough NASA rockets that are totally fake, then you look at these ones, it's like, oh, it's the same terrible special effects department. What is this, a blimp? A cylindrical blimp, an airship with jet-assisted takeoff? It could be any number of things. Do you remember that Sideways rocket? I believe it was it Astra? There was one of these companies, one of these independent Astra. So Astra's rocket, they called this an anomaly. And you may not have seen this before, but basically, this rocket, for some weird reason, even though the engines point down, it goes sideways. And I think this is just amateur rocket fakery. And I'm thinking, watch, as you watch, it'll blow sideways. Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. As in, it's hovering. So what are we looking at here? And it goes off like a balloon. Like maybe the wind is more than 10 miles per hour. Here's another one. Watch Astra's rocket go sideways. Of course, they have their explanations, but to me, the most obvious explanation is, yeah, you're looking at a blimp, a very thin blimp, a cylindrical blimp, and once it goes out of sight, out of mind, they simply switch it out for CGI. So again, here is the footage.
Launches of recent times, or all time, to be honest. The rocket lost one of 5 engines almost immediately, and with a thrust-to-weight ratio of 1, it pretty much went sideways, hovering laterally across the landscape until...
Yeah, it was pretty comical, and then it went up. Again, this is a glitch, very glitchy, very consistent with a lot of these videos we've seen that are very suggestive of blimps. That's why we call them the Billionaire Blimp Club. And the primary purpose is not to take you to your special paradise in the sky. No, it's for them to worship their Earth God under the guise of doing science. It's just a religion. Like I said, the atheists out there with their signs, the end is near, because they believe in climate change. Yeah, well, they still pray to obelisks. They just don't know it. All right, so this is a developing story. We'll continue to follow the story of Peyton Gendron as more emerges. Everything about it says PSYOP, but I'm more looking for subtext now. I posted a blog, and I'll continue to share it, that has a list of all the anomalies that I find, and of course the connections to other events that are beyond coincidence. We're looking at a world stage production that exists in the same fictional universe as these other events. All of these school shooters, all these bowl cuts, yeah, they all exist in the same place, in the same fictional universe. And I find this to be really interesting to find out that R. Kelly is hanging out with Frank James, who sprayed 33 bullets on that train. And that was another one of these psyops worth looking at, because they had a hard time popping the squibs on the ground. It's like they're trying to squeeze ketchup packets. But anyway, knowing that Frank James is just a psyop character mirroring the Riddler in the Batman movie, knowing this, finding out that he's hanging out with R. Kelly, really throws doubt onto this R. Kelly story and how real is this, and how many of these public celebrity idols falling from grace are just hoaxes in and of themselves. All right, everyone, this has been great, an excellent follow-up. I think it's important to withhold absolute judgment on these events, but at the same time, recognize that we're part of a group doing investigation, and it's in progress. So we may not have all the answers, but the weight of, I believe, what we've observed, the weight of the evidence they provide, when you put it together, it's like clearly we're looking at a political psychological operation designed to bring up various other events and connect it with recent characters like Kyle. It's all about continuing the demonization of the right, of free speech, the influence of the internet that can turn an 18-year-old into a terrorist. It adds more to the race war narrative they've been building, this helter-skelter, which is very timely as well. I mentioned that the Buffalo shooter, had a Twitter account referencing the QAnon shaman with the buffalo horns. His tweet, the Buffalo murderer's tweet, was "Q sent me," directly mirroring the Q shooter. So you have the Q connection thrown in with the Fox News scapegoating. We've discussed pretty much every aspect about it, including the use of pixelation to hide the fakery, and the addition of augmented virtual reality victims. That's another thing they've done here, is they've added virtual reality victims. Like, they're basically putting digital artifacts in there along with the actors and actresses, which is pretty smart. You're not going to have any whistleblowers from these synths, these CGI inserts. So then when I have people telling me you better hesitate before you rush to judgment, you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, it's like, I'm not really worried about the feelings of CGI NPCs. These are not even real crisis actors. And if they can get you to not comment or investigate for fear of hurting someone's feelings, or if they can get you to not look at something because of the fear of how traumatic it might be, or because of how shocking they've described it as, this is just subtle but definite emotional manipulation. They know they can use their emotions to prevent you from engaging these things critically. Earlier this week or last week now, we were talking about the Moonfall movie's correlation to the Luna collapse. Again, Luna collapsing from some $85 or something down to zero, echoing Moonfall, which came a year after Crypto to the Moon. So that Moonfall ongoing story. Questions have been asked: was Terra crashed deliberately? BlackRock denied a role. Yeah, Terra Luna coin lost 98% of its value overnight. And of course, this is bringing in the expected cries for more regulation. All right, so this should be an interesting week. I imagine that things are going to heat up, so we'll keep everything real time. We'll continue our real-time breakdown, but everything here was predicted in the Batman movie, March 4th, right-wing terrorists. So here it is. And now we can watch the clueless world stagers argue over who's responsible for it. Meanwhile, no one's saying it was fake. This is Solemnite Fly, Auto Hoax, produced by DJ Ready Rel. And we're going to return to the 24/7. Thanks for joining.
Ready Real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that means? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
What you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
We tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, the antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax. Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Another angry white kid. Just about kept away. Greta's going to be pissed.
It is May 15th, 2022, another Infinite Plane Sunday. Thank you all for joining. It's 6 p.m. Mountain Time. Notifications went out a little while ago. This is Lucifer Tim, 33rd degree. We're going to be discussing the Buffalo shooter here in just a moment. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Okay, this one should be fun. This is basically America's Christ Church, and these are very sensitive topics. These psyops are very targeted. They target, really what they're targeting here is the cohesion that we have as a nation, and they're dividing and conquering day after day with these psyops. And I want to say that I called it here. If you've been listening, you know that back in March I called it. I said the Batman movie, March 4th, the code in the movie is March 4th right-wing terrorists. We're going to see right-wing terror. And specifically the movie, March 4th, of course, the Batman movie, like the Joker movie I was just predicting, would be a predictor of what's to follow, what kind of archetypes are being projected. And in that movie, they projected the Riddler, the Q. He's basically Q, who radicalizes his online community into going into the streets and committing acts of violence. And recently, when Bruce, a name suspiciously close to Bruce Wayne, set himself on fire, he phoenixed himself in front of the Supreme Court. So the Joker movie, played by Joaquin Phoenix, precedes a summer of psychotic mob violence. And so I'm expecting this Batman movie coming out on March 4th to precede a summer of dark MAGA rising, right-wing terror. And look, right on time. We got Frank James, who's literally out of the movie. He's basically the Riddler. But they put this idea out there. Hey, the Riddlers are there. You know, the guys with the questions, the Qs, the ones who need these online communities for a sense of identity. And sure enough, we have this shooter who basically follows every single pattern, every predictable stereotype you would expect. He even grew out his bowl cut prior to the shooting. He looks like Ben Shapiro. But his motives and his method, he's very much like Kyle Rittenhouse. So it's like, oh, Kyle Rittenhouse mashed with Ben Shapiro, mashed with maybe a bit of Dylan Roof in there, and Brenton Tarrant, and of course Anders Breivik. And all of these are connected. They're all part of the same. And there's also a new pattern they've introduced here, and it has to do with retaliation. So the King Soopers shooting last year in Boulder, Colorado was a retaliation for Christchurch. Well, this shooter is saying that his act is a retaliation for Waukesha, Wisconsin, where that guy ran through the crowd. And that was retaliation for Kenosha. So now here you have, with this shooting in Buffalo, you have an overt terrorist attack from a white wing inspired racist nationalist who specifically targeted blacks. And he killed, this is according to the news story, he shot 13, 11 died, but he's pretty much is a racially targeted attack. So this is a very, this is definitely what you'd expect for a midterms type of a psyop, but it's playing into everything that's wrong with this country right now. It's basically going to further, I think, underscore the need to censor the internet, because they're saying that this person who's 18 had no contact with actual racism in the world. He wasn't actually worried about being replaced by immigrants. Like, this wasn't a real thing for him, but he was radicalized online. And I did read his manifesto. I read his manifesto. I had the audiobook reader read it to me, and it's just rehashing all these old ideas. And I want to point out too, it's very anti-individual. It's very much against the idea of American individualism. It's definitely redundant, though. It's basically some of these mass shooters, like Ted Kaczynski, he ought to sue Brenton Tarrant and some of these other guys for copyright infringement. There's no originality with these guys. But it totally fits into this scapegoat free speech for everything that's wrong with the country. Now, I did watch the video, and I want to say this before we go any further. I watched the video. There's a group of us. I've watched the video frame by frame by frame by frame. So if you didn't watch it, you have no right judging those of us who do. You know, you'll say, how dare you say it's not real? If you didn't have the stomach to watch it, then go ahead and stay out of the kitchen. Because we watched it, and we have a basis for what we're saying. So it's not just a knee-jerk, believe it because it's shocking. And was it shocking? Yeah, barely. I mean, you can tell there's a bit of, I would say, evidence of pre-production, a lot of pixelation. Whenever the footage gets questionable, it just gets pixelated. So Brenton Tarrant and this shooter need to get their money back from GoPro, if you ask me, because every time these cameras move too fast, it gets pixelated. So the shooter, of course, Buffalo mass shooter, this thing has some interesting connections that I'm going to get into that suggest that this whole thing is a major league hoax. But like I was saying, he crossed state lines, he drove 3 hours, he's kind of like, well, I don't know if he crossed state lines, but he drove 3 hours, which is a very Kyle thing to do. He's only 18, very Kyle thing to do again. And then his manifesto and his reason for doing so invokes Patrick Crusius, the guy who shot up the Walmart over immigrants. And all of these names have been brought up. He brought up these names in his manifesto. Now again, they want to make the point that he was radicalized by the internet. Well, he was specifically citing this idea that whites are being replaced by immigrants that are being deliberately imported because they're all going to vote Democrat. So this is the same thing that motivated the shooter in Walmart. And to me, this is so template. And it's so perfectly timed. And it almost seems like this psyop was designed to scapegoat Tucker Carlson. So I'm asking the question, did Tucker Carlson send the shooter? And I'm only being slightly ironic because the truth is, this is the narrative that they have built. That this is a creature from Fox News. And of course, recently, Tucker has had people on, like even Kyle Rittenhouse. And Kyle Rittenhouse is trending today on Twitter. They can't help but bring these up, even though he shot a burglar and a pedo, and he didn't shoot any black people, but they threw him in there. Okay, so let's go and take a look. First of all, let me get his name. His name is bizarre. Last name is Gendron. 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 So we're talking about Peyton Gendron, who had already been on the radar for everything, for threats and everything. This is always the story. They started this, they really emphasized it with Nick Cruz. They said, oh, if only the adults had listened. We all knew he was going to do it. It was pretty obvious. So they're trying to put it out there that government needs to act. It's not enough just to monitor the people with extremist views. You got to act. Minority Report style. Assume that they are going to go cut themselves a mean bowl cut and shoot up a place. So it says a preliminary investigation found he visited sites espousing white supremacist ideologies and race-based conspiracy theories. And he researched Christchurch, New Zealand, and Anders Breivik, who killed those in Norway. So he visited these things. And I can tell you right now, maybe this person was an extremist, but he was not an auto hoaxer. If he had followed this channel, he would have said, well, it's not worth killing for because it's all fake. So if anything, this shows you that fake news can, if you think this is real, well, you haven't investigated the previous events, Christchurch, New Zealand, and Anders Breivik's event. But my point being, there's no way this is real unless he's being radicalized off of these obviously staged events. I mean, these characters are two-dimensional. Now, this is also streamed on Twitch, supposedly. I happen to think the pixelation was all digitally inserted in order to help hide the fakery. I don't think it was a live video. I think it was streamed as though it were live. Now, they're targeting Twitch because they're targeting live streaming. They use this to effectively really stimmy live streaming on YouTube. You got to have 1,000 subs. Like, I can't get to 1,000. I could have 10,000 people who want to listen, but I can't get 1,000 subs. No way, they'll cut me down. So that's intentional. They don't want me to have a phone that can go stream anywhere. And here again, Twitch is now the target. They already took out DLive because it was DLive streamers that went out there to the Capitol and 1-6. Now, before we get any further, I told you I watched it frame by frame. Well, there's a scene, there's a particular shooting that occurs where he's walking along the aisle, rather it's at the edge of the store, and he's walking along and you see the coin machine, you know, where you put all your coins in and it gives you a receipt for how much money, which worth of coinage you had saved up in your couch cushions. The Morgile machine, the coin sorter. What is it called here? I think it's called coin something, but whatever it is. He passes one of these, and you don't have to watch it because it's fake, I can tell you, but if you want to watch it, go ahead. So he walks by, and then it gets pixelated, and the very next scene, you see somebody in front of him on the left who's falling over. Now the guy who's falling, yeah, Coinstar is the thing. So the guy, he passes a Coinstar, and then it just zooms forward after this pixelation, and you see this large man on the left, and he's falling over, and his hat is up in the air, like it's falling. He falls down until his head hits the ground, but his posterior stays up, and his feet are still up in the air. So what it looks like is a digitally inserted AVR prop. Like this character, this person who gets shot isn't actually there. It's an AVR because it doesn't land on the ground properly. It actually remains weirdly levitating above the ground. And I would show you the screen capture right now, but I don't know how sensitive it is. You know, they might just pull the live stream. But you can see it for yourself. And what's more, and we're watching the frame, so it sits there for like, you know, you're looking at how many, we're going frame by frame, and we're like, wait, okay, so he's sitting there, he's not actually landing on the ground. Then it gets pixelated, and you see his hat. Now his hat doesn't reach the ground. It freezes in place, but it's so far back that if it is where it appears to be, it should have shrunk. So the hat is way too big. Or it's levitating. I mean, it's just, the graphics are so bad. And then the next frame, the floor is suddenly covered in what look like a bunch of Vax needles. And I'm like, wait, where do those come from? So there's some digitally inserted artifacts. It looks like a NASA production. Unchained Fenrir says, was he on the space station? Yeah, it really looks like it. The graphics are terrible. We have other evidences of squibs, squibby activity. Nothing about it to me honestly suggests that it's real. Lack of a lot of things that you would expect. But anyway, the fact that in the footage you do have this CGI character who doesn't actually hit the ground, that right there discredits the whole thing. And it's very much politically charged. So he points a weapon at a manager who's white. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. And he just keeps walking. And I figured, okay, this has got to be scripted. And sure enough, MSM types are covering that aspect of it. So let me go through a few things that I found here that should also raise some eyebrows. So what would you call the QAnon shaman? I mean, what would you call his hat? What kind of helmet is that? What kind of horns are those? Buffalo horns? Because I'm looking at these, it makes me think of Fred Flintstone and that whole Buffalo Club, and I'm thinking, this guy's wearing buffalo horns. So the news media is calling this guy the Buffalo Murderer. So here's where it gets interesting. The shooter used to go by, now he goes by Jimbo Boy or Jim Bobo I, like the 3%ers. Jimbo is his new Twitter name, but he changed it. He says, both handles no longer exist, but many replies just replace either one. So he shows that his Twitter name changed to Jimbo Boy. Originally it was QAnon 1062021. In other words, January 6, 2021. So here's an actual tweet from the Buffalo Murderer. Q sent me 10/19/2021. So, a couple of things about that. On October the 19th, 2021, Q sent me. So again, Buffalo Murderer, kind of associating himself with the QAnon shaman. And then, of course, his handle, QAnon 1062021. I was expecting this. Just a heads up here, they're going to throw in this into the mix. Fat Elvis Jr. says a bunch of people are getting strikes for showing stuff that was on the news even. YouTube is taking the opportunity to get rid of certain channels. Yeah, that's why we did this analysis in Discord. We went through the video frame by frame in Discord because you couldn't do it here. And I'm not going to fall for this easy trap. So anyway, there's some other things about the footage that I found to be very questionable, like the way that the bodies on the ground were left out there for people just walking around to randomly record them. And maybe it's anecdotal, but I've worked around, as decedent transport, and I've seen many scenes where there are bodies outdoors or bodies being transported into the van, and you generally wouldn't see bodies that are uncovered for the public. Usually the coroner would have them covered. Or what's more, one of the bodies was laying kind of on its side face down, and these firemen are just standing around, and I'm like, so no one even rolled that person on their back to check for a pulse, which kind of stood out as weird to me as well. David Pryor says we should ask Owen Schroyer if he owns any buffalo horns. Rocco points out 1019 equals 911. Yeah, I thought of that too. Good call there. So let me go through some of my initial notes here. So even before Tucker Carlson was dragged into the conversation, I said the ongoing narrative is going to be that Tucker Carlson inspired this. I don't believe it, but I'm saying this is an invented character and this is the story. Suspect in New York, mass shooting, said in his online manifesto he was motivated by conspiracy theories that white people are being replaced by other races. Now, this isn't new. If you remember back in 2017, Eric Dubé had his YouTube channel taken down for his video that said, I think it was Europe for Europeans. And this is not a new thing. It's being recycled. They love to recycle this type of stuff. So all we're seeing here is basically recycled propaganda that comes out whenever there's a midterm because it's a border issue. Here we go. This is some witness. White boy with army equipment committing mass murder. Eyewitness testimony is merely hearsay. Right-wing media, like you can't assume that because the person is on social media, they aren't MSM plants. Right-wing media personalities such as Tucker Carlson, who always talk about the white replacement theory, are responsible for the shooting that happened in the supermarket. Like this was a predictable response. And of course, he gets arrested in front of everybody. They treat him really nice, gingerly. You can see he's got his bowl cut and he grew out just for the occasion. I don't know if they took him to Burger King for a Whopper like they did Dylan Storm Roof. And think about that name, Dylan Storm. Dylan Klebold, Littleton shooters, Nazis. Roof, I don't know, but Storm Roof. I would say Storm, the storm is coming. Again, this is all foreshadowing, looking back at it. Charleston. And this guy has been compared to Dylan Roof of Charleston. Another Twitter person, I hope Tucker Carlson is proud of pushing his BS white replacement theory because there was a mass shooting in Buffalo by a white supremacist who's afraid of being replaced. I hope all the right-wingers pushing this crap are happy with themselves. Now note that within hours of the event, everybody knew everything about the shooter, his motivation, and who made him do it. And he'd already been sent to court and made his plea. Didn't take long. And of course, people are going to point out that he was treated very well. It's also notable that he went out of his way and he searched for a neighborhood that demographically would be majority black so that he could carry this out. So they've really made a point of establishing that this is a right-wing, racist, Nazi terrorist attack. Mission accomplished. And again, I predicted this back in March. March 4th, when the Batman movie came out. March 4th, right-wing terrorists. Also, his manifesto has a a Nazi sun. What is it called? A black sun? It's got the black sun on his manifesto. The significance there? I don't know, but I was pointing out how the latest Flat Earth documentary with Eric Dubay in it, again, Eric Dubay is really big on Europe for Europeans, even though he's gallivanting around Thailand. He was in that one, and it has a black sun on the cover, Hibbler Productions. And I'm like, why are the Flat Earthers associating themselves with a black sun symbol right now? Unless there's some kind of a scheduled takedown. And sure enough, this shooter, now I don't know if he's a Flat Earther yet. We'll find out. Wouldn't surprise me. We know he's not one of us, though, because if he was on our level, if he was on this channel, on this wavelength, he would not be believing in these stories enough to arm up. Frogman says, this man that shot up the tops in Buffalo isn't deranged or insane or mentally ill. This is a right-wing domestic terrorist. This is what happens when you let people like Tucker Carlson talk about whites going extinct. Now, on that note of the white genocide theory, I've heard a few people call in and talk about it. I've heard advocates of it who believe it, but they're also the ones who deny the Holocaust, which is a separate topic because the people who deny that believe everything else, which is very much a contradiction. But my point being is the white nationalists who are afraid that they're being genocided don't believe in genocide generally, and they're afraid that the people who faked the genocide of themselves are going to genocide them. I mean, it's a weird contradictory belief system about we're going to run out of people, which you're not. But moreover, his whole manifesto is total garbage, and it's against the idea of individualism. It's very anti-American. Another Twitterer, Santiago Mayer, things like Buffalo are the inevitable result of a years-long campaign to convince young white men that they are under attack. Kelly D. Tucker Carlson is responsible for what happened in Buffalo today. New York governor said it was an act of terrorism and would be prosecuted as such. On a side note, I noticed the Monopoly Man in almost every single shot. Not sure if that means anything. A lot of play online. And one thing too, they made the point to say he was radicalized online. He didn't know anybody that taught him this. He wasn't part of a club or a clique. It was the online thing. And that's what the Riddler did. The Riddler connected with people online to get them to go out and fight. Going through your comments, let's see who's joined us today. Again, Infinite Planes Sunday. And look, we had a interesting conversation this morning in the Discord server because someone had said that I was being insensitive, that I ought to think about the victims and their families before I comment. And I guess they had a problem with me preemptively saying it's in all likelihood to be fake. And so it got us into a bigger discussion about when is it appropriate to call it fake, and do we have a right to even say. And my point was this: we're all looking at the same information. So you can't say it's real unless the evidence supports that. Just because you feel like it's real isn't enough. The evidence has to be there. And so we have different standards of evidence, but we have to all base our assumption or our assessments off the same things. But my point being is, on day one, we may not have enough information to know why it's fake, but we certainly don't have enough to know it's real. There's a certain bar that has to be met here, and I'm not satisfied with what they've shown us yet. But if something does show up that convinces me, sure. But I can't make up my mind until I've done a thorough assessment of the entire thing. So a knee-jerk, automatically believing it, to me, is kind of dismissive of evidence that has yet to be exposed. Now I can automatically with confidence say it's likely fake, it's definitely fakeable, just based on the context of it and how it fits so well within the political climate today. It's too well scripted and connected to other fake events. It's very suspect, and it requires a thorough analysis, which is what we were working on today, doing the frame by frame, and we're still doing it. But my point being is this: if we're all basing our assessment off of what the media presents, at ground zero, we're all somewhat in the same position. We don't have enough information to conclude. To automatically believe is very fallacious. So our sources include not just the media, but also other alternative news sources. And then, of course, whatever we're able to discern based on our analysis of everything that comes out. But it does fit certain patterns. Like within an hour of the event, you've got press conferences, you've got the governor. And I find it really weird that they're so willing to have people lurking around out front while the bodies are still warm and setting up press conferences when, how do you know for certain that there's not a second shooter or a third? They always seem to know that it's over. I call it Scooby-Doo justice when within 30 minutes you know who did it and why, and the person's already in court and they're already on their way to jail. It's just so convenient, so fast. And we know his intentions and motivations, and we can already politicize it. So, in fact, they're already going to work on, obviously, censorship. They're going to work on how do we keep these 18-year-olds from encountering Tucker Carlson's and right-wing media. Rocco says, you're so insensitive, Tim. Well, look, this is true. And we used to have this issue all the time. It's like, well, how do you criticize an event that touches on so many buttons? And so we have to not be sensitive, but we have to be aware that, yeah, people do automatically believe these things. But you don't lose the moral high ground by asking if it's fake. Because what we're suggesting here is that this is all agitprop. So if there are any victims, it's not the supposed targets of this fake shooter. The victims would be the people who are manipulated emotionally by mass media psywar. And it's right on time. I mean, it's May. I'm expecting they're going to start riling up the mobs and marching them out there because they're trying to get the vote out. That's right. We have the eclipse coming up in a couple of hours. The eclipse will be here, I think, in a couple of hours here in the USA. So happy Blood Moon Sunday. Was it Super Flower Blood Moon Sunday? Sounds like a strain of weed, honestly. Yeah, I watched the video. I didn't see it live, but I watched the video. I did a frame by frame, and there's so many things wrong with it. But the main thing is this. I get the impression that we're looking at a combination of, well, it's pre-produced for one. So they probably do the run. They're using simunition. They're using squibs. They're using actors, crisis actors. But then they also digitally inserted a character in one of the shots, pretty obvious, where he falls to the ground, but he doesn't actually land on the ground. His head touches the ground, his left foot is touching the ground, just his toes, but his other leg is still up in the air. Like, it actually freezes. and then it pixelates. So they're using pixelation to make it look like, oh, it's because it's live streamed, it's distorted. No, they're hiding the seams. It's just terrible work. But basically, we have to address these things right away. We really do. I don't think there's any reason to say, well, let's just give it a few weeks and see. Because you're not going to have the media ever expose its own lies. They gave us Jussie Smollett just to give us the impression that, oh yeah, if somebody tried to fake them out, they would reveal it. No, that was a red herring. Faking is the rule, not the exception. But when it comes to this methodology here, all we're doing is this. We're saying if something is extraordinary or conveniently timed, like an obvious PR stunt, it's fair game to ask if it's real, specifically because it's coming from a known pathological liar. And when someone says, well, should we wait on this one because of the victims? I'm saying, well, no, because this is the same media that's lied to us 1,000 times before. It would be like this, because I remember I was dealing with there's a flat earther, Nathan Oakley, who said something about you can't just call everything a hoax. And I'm saying, well, you call every NASA launch a hoax. Can you preemptively say that Elon Musk is faking the Mars missions? Well, if you know the moon landing's fake, then everything else that follows it should be fake, right? You don't have to ask yourself, well, is this one going to be real? Maybe they're actually going to really do Mars. No, once you see how it works, you recognize the whole thing is just a psychological operation in progress. And I'm saying it's the same thing with the psyops on the ground. It's not maybe the next shooting will be real, maybe the next one's real. No, they're pretty much all part of the same psy-war. Are there real events? Are there real shootings? Well, yeah, people do die. I mean, I would know this, but my thing is, show me. You know, if you think there's one that's real, if you can find the exception to the rule, please find it. The one thing you're going to find here, though, is that all outside of Infinite Plane Radio, pretty much everyone out there is going to say it's a false flag. Oh, he was groomed. The FBI made him do it. This is all. They're not going to say nobody died. If they're not saying nobody died, then they're not exposing the psy-war, which is manipulating both sides. So, like for example, I will see right-wingers calling it a double standard. That we're not getting mad about black shooters, but only the white. Like they're making this into a race thing when it's about a real or fake thing. Jordan says not every mall Santa is fake, Tim. Exactly. That's the reasoning there. So the reason why we call everything fake isn't that we're thinking that, well, they're really sneaky and sometimes they trick the news. It's because we know what the news is doing and what it's a part of. And this is you know how we had 19 years of Islamic terror? Well, we have 19 years now of domestic violent extremist terror to expect. That's all this is. Timothy McVeigh was your OBL for this cause. Now, people will be put off from the video and they won't watch it because they've been told that it's very graphic. And so that's like The Wizard of Oz. Very scary, lots of noise and fireworks. So if they can scare you into not looking, then they can basically prevent your critical thinking from taking it apart. They can use your emotions against you. So you don't have to look at the stuff. You don't have to see the shocking footage. But then your imagination will kind of fill in. And I think the bias there is, well, it's so atrocious, I don't want to see it. It's probably real. I mean, I don't necessarily like looking at gory things, but look, this is not realistic enough to be shocking to me. Now check this out. Host dismisses Anti-Defamation League after the organization urges the network to drop him. So the ADL was trying to get Fox to drop Tucker Carlson. And this was last year. So I think that this whole event was probably written up in draft. I think this is all a scripted event, and it's probably by the ADL because Tucker is the target. Listen to this. After ADL renewed its call for Tucker to be fired for voicing the great replacement theory, the primetime host had a pithy response, quote, "Fuck them." Carlson was speaking to Megyn Kelly on Sirius XM. He made the comment on his show Wednesday, which averages more than 3 million viewers a night, claiming that Biden is trying to change the racial mix of the country. Quote, in political terms, the policy is the great replacement, the replacement of legacy Americans with more obedient people from faraway countries. So he's defending this. The ADL is trying to shut him down. He says, F them. And this is the perfect retaliation, if you ask me. I mean, this is such a perfectly designed psyop, and it merges everything from Christchurch to Dylan Roof to Anders Breivik, and pretty much it points the finger of blame right at Tucker Carlson. You can't really escape that. And in fact, I've even seen Joe Rogan dragged into this thing. Joe Rogan, who last year had a compilation going around of the 24 times that he used the N-word. They pulled 42 videos of his, and then 73 more. It's like, wait a minute here. What is going on? Is Joe Rogan taking a fall? That's what I was saying last year. I was like, he's taking a fall, or they're using him to help bring down podcasting, free speech. Just another attack on free speech. And sure enough, the shooter had the N-word written on his rifle. And if you look through his manifesto, which I don't recommend, I mean, I listened to it on an audiobook reader, but it has all these memes that are just offensive, trolly stereotypes, racial stereotypes. Owen Benjamin wears the Grabbler mask. It's this caricature of a Jewish person, and then he rubs his hands together. Okay, well, this guy's manifesto is full of that kind of stuff. So maybe you're saying it's just free speech, and I'm going to say, yeah, for sure, free speech. However, when you look at very popular channels spreading those memes, and then those memes are in the manifesto of a guy who shoots up a place, it's like, what's going on here? Is it that the grassroots is being poisoned to be taken down? Or are they actually authentically challenging the system with these memes? Like, sometimes it seems to me like there's a lot of, I would say, deliberately planted bad ideas just to smear everybody. I mean, QAnon is a huge smear. But this guy's manifesto is definitely designed to target Fox. And also the Black Sun Nazi thing. It's really not a good time to be wearing a Black Sun design on your shirt or whatever. But all right, going through your comments. Once upon I said copy and paste job. Yeah, I'm saying that Anders Breivik and the Unabomber, these two guys, I don't know, one of them needs to sue Brenton Tarrant and this new guy here. Anyway, his name is Gendron. And again, they managed to bring him in without hurting him in any way. They didn't have to put him on the ground. They didn't have to kneel on his neck. And that's a point that's going to be brought up again and again. And they probably took him for a whopper. People marching to the scene of the shooting. Again, awfully brave to march to the place where someone just massacred a bunch of people. How do you know that there's not more shooters to follow? It's almost like they know the script. Now they're carrying roses. The place was called Tops. I don't quite know the symbolism of it, if anything, yet. I'm just paying attention to everything, but the red roses stand out. If you have anything to add, feel free to call in 833-311-1984. It has all the hallmarks of a psyop. I have no reason to believe it's real. That's my opinion. The shooter looks like a combination, like I said. He's sort of like a Kyle Rittenhouse. He crosses state lines to fight a war that he's been radicalized for by people on the internet. But he also looks like Ben Shapiro in some pictures, which I think is also intentional. And his age is going to be made into an issue. And he has the standard bowl cut shooter look. The roses stand out as very interesting and significant. He's wearing a mask in court. By the way, was he wearing a mask when he was doing the shooting? I was watching someone, I was driving today or yesterday, and I see some mask cuck driving in a convertible. and the roof was down. I'm like, wait, it's like 80 degrees out, it's very sunny, the wind's in your hair, you got your convertible roof down, but you're wearing a mask. Like, if you need the mask because you're afraid of the outside air, close your roof. It just seemed like such a weird he's like, he's feeling free. Maybe the mask enhances that, so he feels free and he feels safe. But whatever it is, he's going to have a circular tan line right on his face. David Pryor, yeah, well, his haircut here isn't quite a bowl. I was looking at the arrest shot. I'm just saying, when I say bowl, I was more like this scruffy combed over his head. So if you look here at the arrest photo, it's very reminiscent of Dylan Roof. And again, I don't know the significance here of the Monopoly Man. This is going to trip up the Manduzold because he doesn't have a monocle. But play online, again, could be a reference to the fact that he was playing on, it says play online and win. Well, he was playing online and look what he got. Seems kind of like a purposeful meme placement. Okay, let's see. Jordan says JL26 says spot backwards. Spot is a mark. I was also noticing too a lot of stop signs prominently figuring in some of the photography. So tops and stop. I think there may be some kind of slogans coming out of this having to do with stop online hate or stop memes, stop meme terrorists. Didn't take very long though for all sorts of politicians to come out and make these statements. And so they're also bringing up the question, is he mentally ill? And they're saying it's a double standard that when white shooters go off, they're called mentally ill, which gives them sort of a get out of jail free card. Portions of the Twitch video circulating online show the gunman firing volley after volley in less than a minute as he raced to the parking lot, pausing to unload. Now look at this. They really made a point, and this is so carefully inserted into it that this is how I don't believe it's real. I don't believe it's real because this type of stuff wouldn't happen. He says at one point he trains his weapon on a white person cowering behind a checkout counter but says sorry and doesn't shoot. So, you know, it's like such an easy script here to discern. Joseph Bender says, I just joined, but it's funny how he had the black sun symbol on him. Yeah, play the black sun symbol. And then, of course, this ties into Ukraine. This is a smear job on the right wing. So when I ask here, did Tucker Carlson send the shooter? That's the story. Do I believe it? Obviously not. Again, I want to point out that his Twitter handle was QAnon sent me 106-2021. They're calling him the Buffalo murderer. And the QAnon shaman said, Q sent me. And he has the buffalo horns. So these are associations that just kind of stand out. Let me go through my notes here. Matt Gaetz, in a tweet from last year, said, Tucker Carlson is correct, in all caps, about replacement theory as he explains what is happening to America. So again, looks like they've all been set up for this. Matt Pizzagates, human trafficker who doesn't know how to put his Venmo purchases on private. He's like, I'm going to order a 17-year-old piece of pizza from my friend who's been convicted of 33 counts of human trafficking. And then I'm going to lead the fight against the deep state and child trafficking. By the way, Matt Pizzagates grew up in the Truman House, you know, where the Truman Show was filmed. He actually grew up there. And this is unbelievable to me. Look at any photo of Matt Gaetz standing next to anybody, even Don Jr., and he towers above everybody. Matt Gaetz is 7'5" in photos. He makes sure of it. I think that he does something. Look, every single photo of him, and I'm pretty sure he tells his photographers. In fact, I had this theory that he hires a really short photographer to make him look tall. So here he is, towering over someone who's this other guy, 6 foot something, and he's 5'7". But in photos, he's 7'5". Head and shoulders above everybody. That's a short photographer. Again, find me a picture where Matt Gaetz is actually shorter than somebody. And I looked into it. He's definitely supposed to be shorter than Don Jr., but if you look at the pictures where they're together, he's taller. And they're doing it in Photoshop. Anyway, that's Matt Pizza Gaetz, who believes that Tucker Carlson is correct. Now, again, just to reiterate, the Batman movie predicted that the right-wing terrorists would March 4th. And the movie was released on March 4th. And as I had predicted based on predictive programming as a predictive model, it has come true. The right-wing terrorists are marching forth. And again, the New York governor is going to try him as a terrorist. So we've entered a new phase, in my opinion. Again, here's a picture of him from Heavy. So you know it's a psyop when within 10 minutes you have the breakdown. Here are the 5 things you need to know about the shooter. And someone, I think Moo in Discord pointed out, in a lot of his pictures, they emphasize one eye being kind of squinty. And that is the case in this picture too. And this is the one where I would contend he looks like Ben Shapiro. And I don't think these are unintentional. I find it very odd, of course, that you have half a dozen firemen lurking around and there's just 2 bodies nonchalantly laying on the ground. I don't see intubation tubes. I don't see any evidence of any kind of bagging or attempts of resuscitation. The other one's face down. They didn't bother to roll her over and check her pulse. They don't even bother to put sheets over the bodies while they're being live streamed by bystanders. Bystanders generally would not be allowed to film this stuff based on my limited experience, but having worked in decedent transport, this wasn't a thing. Leaving bodies exposed to the sun is not a vibe. It also potentially speeds the decomposition process. Like, you want to get them to the morgue freezer, to the examination table. Leaving them out like this is just not an ordinary thing. Again, here's the Kyle Rittenhouse aspect of traveling. Tariq Nasheed. This confirmed white supremacist specifically went to a low-income black neighborhood in Buffalo to carry out a mass shooting. These types of white supremacists are allowed to sit online and plot these attacks, and nothing is done to thwart them. So this is the point too. It's happening online. Fascinating how predictable this stuff is. Let me go through your comments and see what you all have found so far. Jenna Lovecraft Reeves says it's called the blood moon because it turns red during the eclipse. Okay, let's see. De-escalate, get rid of Fox and NBC. David Pryor says Gaetz looks Kennedy-like. Yeah, I thought so too, and I think it's cultivated. He didn't used to. Look at him from a few years ago. He was more porcine, didn't look like he took care of himself. That's a cultivated thing. They definitely try to mold them in that way. Again, a lot of this stuff seemed to be preceded by the Batman movie, and also, like I was talking about at the very beginning, the Joker movie featured the Joker as this instigator of a rebellion, kill the rich, communist, leftist thing. The Joker being played by Joaquin Phoenix, very symbolic of the reset and the revolution, the burn down, build back better thing. Well, here we have the Bat as a Phoenix as well, and it's been used since Dark Knight Rises. And the Bat was a catalyst for the reset, the Bat-born virus. So here we have a man who isn't necessarily a bat, but his name is Bruce Wayne, or Wynn Bruce, which is a very Batman-y name, and he sets himself on fire. So here's your Batman Phoenix, and this is outside the Supreme Court building. So this happened in April, and this makes me think, this Phoenix, the Batman as a catalyst, or the Bat Phoenix catalyst, like it was for COVID, outside the Supreme Court building, and then you have the recent leak, which obviously isn't a leak. This is suggesting that there's a big rift, and maybe it's going to start with that particular event. And to add to this, yesterday in Phoenix, and think about the names here, yesterday in Phoenix, Arizona, there was a mix of protest groups. Here is the Arizona Right Wing Watch. Happening now, a group of masked, armed, anti-choice fascists are currently patrolling the massive pro-choice rally at the Phoenix Capitol. So this is concurrent with the shooting in Buffalo. You have these right-wingers brandishing weapons, bulletproof vests, with their death masks on. And these are the ones who protest against masks. But here they are wearing, well, gaiters with skulls on them. So if you look at this here, this shows you have the division here based on that leak from the Supreme Court. And again, the Batman would symbolize the right wing. And here we have him. Let me play this clip about the Batman Phoenix.
And we have an update on a number of stories tonight. A Colorado man who set himself on fire outside the Supreme Court building Friday has died. Police say 50-year-old Wynn Bruce succumbed to his injuries.
Wynn Bruce
set himself on fire on the plaza of the Supreme Court building around 6:30 Friday night. He was airlifted to a hospital. Fortunately, no one else.
All right. I think it's all just very symbolic, just like the guy who set himself in front of the White House wearing the USA shirt, a real-life Phoenix-like character. And this was in 2019 when, right before the Joker movie came out. All part of the same ritual. So in this case, this is very suggestive of that Supreme Court leak being maybe the catalyst for the next thing. All right, we did do a frame by frame. I will definitely be posting a blog breakdown. It'll be harder to censor it. I'll take screen caps and I'll show you frame by frame how the event was fake. That alone should be the starting point. Because to me, it's not even, we're moving past the actual video and debating it. Like it's auto debunking, but you have to back your claims, and I can show where it's actually fake. In fact, on the screen, this screen cap won't get me banned. So on the screen, you see an individual levitating. If you look at the left leg, the toes are touching the ground. It's kind of an odd position, but he's in the middle of falling. And on the right, you see this black circle, that black hole up there. Call Roger Stone. It might be a satanic portal. No, it's his hat. Anyway, the hat, it starts up higher and it falls. The thing is, his hat is huge compared to his body, because as the hat fell, it didn't land right where his body would be, because this is augmented virtual reality. It fell too far back, but it didn't shrink, so it's this huge black blob. The next frame, he doesn't move or fall any further, but in the very next frame, the floor gets covered in what looks like Vax needles. And then the screen gets entirely pixelated and you can't see anything at all, and it moves to the next shot. They use a lot of pixelation. You can find my blog at timosman.blog. I'll put a link in the chat. And I'm going to make this happen now, like this evening. I actually have a number of these screen caps. And basically what I want to pro-offer is an alternative explanation. Because the storyline, to me, automatically debunks it itself. The storyline is utterly self-debunking. Oh, by the way, there's this new QAnon app or site. It's a new Twitter. And it's called... Let me see if I can find the name of it. Here we go. It's a new Twitter account, very similar to Twitter. It's almost a deliberate attempt, I would say. It's called Q Patriot, to steal Twitter. It even has a little blue bird as its emblem, but it's got a longer beak. It looks more like perhaps a hummingbird. But anyway, it's indistinguishable from Twitter. It was created by James Kingsley, who's a friend of Jim Watkins. Jim Watkins is the father of Ron Watkins, who's running for Congress in Arizona, who is likely very, very close to Q. My point being, I'm looking at this new site, and they believe in free speech absolutism. So I'm like, oh, that's cool. This is like a Twitter where you can say anything. Although on Twitter, I pretty much can. There's nothing I'm trying to say that I can't really say anyway. I'm not in the business of publishing basically race porn. I mean, what do you call that stuff? Just this obsession with this race and that race, and we're being displaced, and this group genocided that group, but they faked it, but they're going to genocide us. It's all bogus, and it's all based on fear, and it's just mind control. It's very mainstream. Anyway, I go to this QAnon social site, which is totally ripping off of Twitter. The logo is just basically a bigger version of the Twitter bird. But anyway, you're not allowed to talk about space being fake. They actually put that in their terms and conditions. You can talk about anything at all, except for you can't say space is fake. QAnon social network promises free speech absolutism, but you can't say space is fake. Why is that? It's because the whole QAnon mythos is based on saviors from outer space. It says no Nazi stuff, no anti-Semitism, and no space is fake. What is it about not believing in space that is so threatening to people? Zinvella says space is fake, officially confirmed. That's how I take it. I mean, if it's not a thing, if it's not fake, then it should not be a problem. You know, the facts will speak for themselves. Seems strange that there is so much effort being put into discrediting ideas that are supposedly absurd. All right, let's go through the headlines here. And as I said, I'm publishing a blog later on tonight, and I'm going to go through some screen caps just to explain or demonstrate why I think what we're looking at is a psyop, and I'm gonna have to put some detail in here as far as the connections between the other events. And there is another storyline emerging here that I wanted to point out, that you have a retaliation narrative here. So they're saying that this was a retaliation for Waukesha. That's the one where the truck driver ran over a group of people in response to Kyle Rittenhouse's verdict. So you have kind of a retaliation for Rittenhouse, and this shooter says he's retaliating for that. So it's this back and forth. And again, Christchurch happens, white nationalist shoots up mosques. By the way, if you haven't seen that one, if you haven't watched the video, they suppressed it. Super fake. It looks like the same production company. But there were two mosques. And the video from the second mosque has someone walking outside covered in red dots, somebody behind him with a spray bottle. Like, that's how fake it is. Like, they're so obvious about it. But there's also a scene where people are on the ground and then they get up. So after you actually have zombies, I guess. My point being, that event was repeated with the Parlor shooting, if you recall. Same template. I mean, you get into it. It's like white nationalist shoots immigrants in two targeted locations and then gets pulled out of his car with a pit maneuver. Same exact event, almost on the anniversary. I mean, these things are so predictable. But then the King Super Shooter says he did this shooting in response to Christchurch. So these shootings like to inspire one another. They reference one another. They all exist in the same fictional universe. Going through your comments, Echo Charlie says race is fake, we're all human, and progeny are fertile. Yeah, we're looking at artificial distinctions, but again, this is a political football that they throw out there, and it's just amazing to see how people will just take sides like this, and they're so ready to say, oh, this person did this because of that person. What about presumption of innocence? It's one of the things that I noted when the Parkland shooting happened. It's like no one really cares about the presumption of innocence because the media can tell you the whole story and they can convict somebody right there on the spot. The court of public opinion matters more, apparently, and it's totally compromised because it's spellbound. But there's no presumption of innocence here. Nick Cruz had an alibi. One of his friends came out, another student. She said, Oh, when it happened, I was with Nick Cruz. We were walking outside and we heard the gunshots, and I laughed and I said to him, "Hey, Nick, I'm surprised it wasn't you." Melissa says they don't want you saying space is fake because it undermines the space military program that Trump started. They don't want us to discover the real space of the infinite plane. Yeah, exactly. They want to bottleneck human exploration, and they don't want some random person to go too far south and go to, quote, Mars, or go to some, basically find some place where it's just resources and become a trillionaire. They want to bring it from space. They're going to say, oh, we're going to the asteroids, or we're going to the moon, we're going to Mars. They're probably just going to go to these places that we're not allowed to go to. Cheap labor, you'll be cheap Martian labor. This is what's so ingenious about it. You have capitalists who have been fighting against the commies forever. They're being scapegoated for climate change. They're recognizing, oh, they're using environmentalism to advance their communist agenda. But then they go right along with the space program because they see this as an extension of the free market. Oh yeah, this is technology as savior. It comes from the free market, so let's go to space. So you're going to go to space where you give up all your private property. It's a one-way trip, and now you're just cheap Martian labor for the rest of your life. It's the perfect system. You're getting the capitalists to feel guilty about property ownership, to take the blame for destroying the world with their political and economic system. You get them to agree that a better system is the sustainable model that we're developing on Mars. And once you get everyone to accept that Mars is the ideal, well, then you can start making that the standard on Earth. And that is their plan. On Earth as is on Mars. That is the plan. They want to bring their space heaven down to Earth. This utopianism is the agenda. It's not about taking you on some fantastic voyage to some faraway paradise. No, it's actually about locking down the Earth. And it always has been. There are some speeches from 2017 where Jeff Bezos was talking about the need to achieve a civilization of stasis to keep this place going. But if you want freedom and liberty, just go to space. And this is before they had the COVID lockdowns. So I agree, they are indeed trying to stop us from talking about space being fake because it's a huge part of the ongoing agenda. And the hopium that the QAnoners are dosing is based on Space Force coming down to save them. The Guardians. And speaking of, they call them the Guardians, right? The Space Force, they're not soldiers, they're Guardians. There are 6,800 Guardians right now in the Space Force. Now, I did see, I think it was on HBO or something. I think it's called, it was Guardians? Legend of the Guardians. It's an animated thing, and I watched it because I'm doing a lot of artwork with penguins, and so I'm like, well, I'm going to check out this show called Legend of the Guardians to see if it had any interesting connections with Space Force, just the name Guardians. And of course, it's about adrenochrome harvesting bad guys and the Guardians who basically have to go save them. It has this kind of QAnon friendly subtext. So again, it's called Legend of the Guardians. And it involves kidnapped orphans or kidnapped owls being put into this place where they have to stare at the moon and it gets their souls sucked out. Very bizarre stuff. But it involves this idea, kind of like with the Dark Crystal, of this elite group harvesting the souls of the young. But the Guardians save them. Very, very consistent with the QAnon story. Okay, let me see. I'm going to open up phones, 833-311-1984. I got a message from Jake the A-hole. Here's what he said. Take a look at David Weiss's face. Does the possibility exist that he is wearing a mask? So that's where we're at right now. Now we're questioning the existence of David Weiss. Like, who would be wearing that mask? Who would be wearing it? I mean, I'm open to the possibility, but... Okay, let's see. Nate Dizzle 187 says the one thing that threw me off on JFK was his role in the space agenda. Just another player. How could he not know? Good point. Good point. JFK, Apollo 11. Here's a connection for you. If Stanley Kubrick directed Apollo 11, and if Stanley Kubrick directed the assassination of JFK, or at least the movie, which is very likely, then this would all make sense too. Lee Harvey Oswald was working at Riley Coffee Company. The people who worked with him at Riley Coffee Company all moved to go work for NASA, or very close to NASA. He said in a private correspondence that he expected that he was going to go work for NASA. So if Lee Harvey Oswald thought he was going to go work for NASA, if all of his coworkers went to go work for NASA, and he ends up shooting JFK, then it's pretty safe to say he was in the same circle as Stanley Kubrick. That the Kennedy assassination was just another psyop, as was Apollo 11. And it could be the case that this, what we call NASA, the space program, it may be about more than just balls in space. It could be the bigger program, you know, this entire metascript being handled by this film company or film production unit that operates behind the screen of NASA. But there's no doubt that there is as much predictive programming in 2001: A Space Odyssey and in The Shining for 9/11 as there is for COVID-19. There's predictions for everything related to the Kennedys, which is really bizarre. Unless you look at the bigger script here. You know, the bigger picture with QAnon is this second coming drama. But it's worth pointing out that if Kubrick is one of the main metascripters, if he wrote or directed 9/11, the Kennedy assassination, the death of JFK Jr., if he's part of all this stuff, which is highly suggested in all of his films, look at the release date of Eyes Wide Shut. Eyes Wide Shut is clearly based on JFK Jr. There are hints throughout the film. But what this would all suggest is that he's also the scripter behind Q. That the whole QAnon story, since it's wrapped around the Kennedys, has to be part of the same PSYOP department that brought us 9/11 and Apollo 11, and the coming fall of the space station. So, no, I don't trust Space Force as being anything other than part of the play. And you got to see this. This is someone who's believed to be JFK Jr. I believe this is the guy who was at the cyber symposium where they were attempting to basically overturn the election. Again, this is Professor Clement, and they believe he's JFK Jr. in a mask. You know, this Professor Clement also has a curious resemblance to Ingersoll Lockwood, who wrote all those books about the time-traveling Trumps. If you look at Ingersoll Lockwood in his author's photo, or this is an etching, he looks exactly like the guy, Clements. Make of that what you will. Ingersoll Lockwood, he wrote the one about the time-traveling Trump, about Baron Trump's marvelous underground journey. So it is kind of weird, this resemblance, of course, to one of the instrumental characters. You know, this is all a small group of people, but they're all involved in this Kraken thing, this overturning the election. All these key players. And it's all part of this, I think, idea of turning Trump into this savior, time traveler even. Echo Charlie says JFK may have wanted out. Maybe he intuited something. Right. Well, I'm ready for the ISS to go down. I really am. I think that's going to be the next big thing. Just get it over with. It's so obvious, especially now that the Russians have said that they have abandoned ship. It's all about the fall of the Tower of Babel. On multiple levels, this is being played out. We've connected a lot of dots recently, a lot of very interesting dots. And this is far from thorough right now with what we've gone through today with this latest shooting. But again, I'm going to go through and write a nice newsletter just so I can put some screenshots in there, just 3-4 screenshots in a row, frame by frame, and I'll just demonstrate where I'm finding major holes in what's produced here. And I think a lot of it's AVR. And after Christchurch, after the Christchurch shooting, I had a talk with Jim Fetzer, and he said that one of the reasons why he was being targeted for criticism by people like Max Egan and others who are really trying to force the idea that this thing was real is that he said they're introducing CGI. So instead of just regular squibs and crisis actors with makeup, they're going to start inserting CGI characters. Digitally inserted, augmented virtual reality, fake people to be killed in these events. And that's what I think we're seeing in this event as well. Not just dummies, not just actors, but actual deep fakes. And it's so easy. They don't exist. You just throw them in there. You only see it for a split second, and most people aren't even looking. Nate Dizzle says, I like your take. If he was perhaps actually taken out, I think Jackie was the assassin. I've seen a case being made for that. And speaking of the Kennedys, they're being brought up in the context of this new Marilyn Monroe documentary that's come out. And then you have, again, Kim Kardashian wearing Marilyn Monroe's dress, which all ties in neatly with this ongoing narrative of Kanye West, the O.J. Simpsonification of Kanye West. He's going O.J., clearly. And so for Kim Kardashian, who's already connected to the O.J. Simpson drama through the Kardashians and the O.J. Simpson drama, it's just part of their background. So for her to take on a role, I would say a parallel role, a commensurate role with Marilyn Monroe, and to wear Marilyn Monroe's dresses, I think something's going down, and I think it's being telegraphed. And then when she dyed her hair to be like Marilyn Monroe, and I believe she damaged it, to me that's all about the crown, losing the crown. So I see it as Kanye West world burning. And again, Pete Davidson is connected to the PSYOPs in the sense that his father died at the age of 33 on 9/11/2001. And we've made some interesting connections as well between the Chris Rock attack by Will Smith and then the Dave Chappelle being attacked. So Dave Chappelle, just look at the names. Chris Rock. You have Christ Rock, the whole association being a church. Dave Chapel, like a church. Dave Chappelle was doing Sunday school with Kanye West. Again, the reference to the Donde Church, the staging area. So these are some connections I'm seeing. And then Pete Davidson, his father having been ritually burned in the Phoenix ritual of 9/11. The name Peter, again, Pete means rock, like Chris Rock. And again, church, Davidson. So Pete, Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, all comedians. So we're looking at comedians being attacked. One by Will Smith over a comment to his woman. The other one was attacked, I'm not sure why. But this third one, Pete Davidson, he hasn't been attacked yet physically. But in videos, he's been murdered by Kanye West. In a movie called The Home. And here's another connection. Right now, the reason he didn't go to space is he was on a movie set called The Home, where he's covered in blood. So Pete Davidson has already been killed ritually. Even though Kanye West killed him in that music video and had a bed of roses put where his body was buried and then sent a truck with its bed full of roses to Kim Kardashian. So that is another bit of strangeness there. But there's a storyline that's building up here. And then, of course, the Full House. Again, Bob Saget, comedian, dies. The head of Full House. Well, the guy who created Full House owns the Charles Manson house. The house on the Charles Manson property. And he put it up for sale. He just dropped its price, I think down to $71 million if you got it. So it's like, you see the Manson house in the news, dead comedians, slapped comedians. There's a theme here. Burning church, the chapel, Dave Chappelle being attacked, Chris Rock being attacked, and then Peter about to be attacked. So I see again, there's a story here about somebody entering, Kanye West specifically entering into OJ land. And again, he's doing it for, quote, payback. He said, this is not harassment. This is payback. For what? For a couple of jokes Pete Davidson made about Kanye West's mental health. So you throw in the mental health angle, now you have an excuse. And then he's hanging out at the Donde event, Release the Kraken, Pluto Returns, this summoning of the Lord of the Underworld, hanging out with Marilyn Manson. So there's another Charles Manson reference and Marilyn reference. Marilyn being, of course, the other side of that name, connected to Marilyn Monroe, who is, again, someone who died under suspicious circumstances and is connected with the Kennedys. So it's all part of the same drama. It overlaps in so many ways. Rocco says, in the movie Suicide Squad, Pete gets his head blown off in the first 10 minutes. Very good movie. Sounds like a good movie from what I've heard. I'll have to check it out. I also want to check out Moon Knight, which apparently has a lot of interesting Trump predictive programming. Lean Dion says Hawkins from Foo Fighters messaged John Stamos saying, let's hang out before we die. And Stamos was in Full House. That's correct. And there's some interesting connections right there. I would also say that, yeah, John Stamos was in Full House. Fascinating connection there. He did say that. Let's hang out before we die. All these recent deaths have been predicted, usually by Instagram posts. John Stamos in that TV show Full House was also obsessed with Elvis. He worshipped him, called him the king, acted like Elvis. Fat Elvis Jr. says, what's up with Marilyn Manson and Kanye? Seems like an odd couple. They did a song together called Guess Who's Going to Jail Tonight? And there's so many layers to this thing. Marilyn Manson in this capacity is also analogous to, if you look back, when the Manson murders happened, the murderess, Susan Atkins, who the murderess was one of the topless dancers for Anton LaVey from the Church of Satan. So you have Susan Atkins kills Sharon Tate. Well, Sharon Tate was the star of Rosemary's Baby. And again, Rosemary's Baby, we're talking about a movie about a satanic cult and all this stuff, but she's married to Roman Polanski. So Roman Polanski had worked with Anton LaVey from the Church of Satan as an advisor in the film, supposedly. But then, of course, one of LaVey's witches does the Manson killings. So you have the Manson name, you have the Satan connections, Satanism connections, direct connections to the leader of the Church of Satan. And then Marilyn Manson had actually gone and become a priest, an honorary priest or whatever. He met with the church. So one of the leading exponents of that philosophy in many ways. So I'm just suggesting here that you have a lot of parallels. And as I've been saying, 1968 was the template for 2020, 69 and 2021 had many parallels, and this Manson story is one of them. And it's spilled over into 2022. Rocco says, what is up with the media making peeps like Elon and Pete Davey look cool, or at least on the spectrum at least? Right. I remember when I was trying to listen to Elon Musk, let me hear what he actually has to say. People in the comments would say, oh, the reason why he sounds like that is that his mind works so fast. He's so smart that he has to slow it down. He has to dumb it down so we can understand him. So it's kind of like how we said with the Tesla Roadster launched into space. Well, it must be real because it looks so fake. So it's like, okay, he must be smart because he sounds so dumb. That's their logic. Thrustazar says, Rosemary's Baby is a movie about a director who sacrifices his firstborn for fame. There's a lot of interesting parallels between Rosemary's Baby and Devil's Advocate worth looking at as well. Phase Polarizer says, in Doctor Strange 2, there's a big one-eyed Kraken-type monster, much like the Starfish in Suicide Squad 2. Now, let me bring this out really quick here. Doctor Strange has a character called the Scarlet Witch. Doctor Strange is based on Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons was doing the Babylon working to summon the Antichrist with someone that they called the Scarlet Woman, Marjorie Cameron. So in Thelemic sex magic, the woman, the female, the cis female, is called the Scarlet Woman. So you're looking at Jack Parsons and Marjorie Cameron in that movie. Also significant, it's Marjorie Cameron, Jack Parsons, and L. Ron Hubbard. So you have science fiction, you have cinema, 'cause she's a movie starlet, and you have black magic and rocket science. That's where our modern space religion has come from. That's the origin of it all. That's ground zero. All right, we're going to be back later to take calls. I want to write my newsletter and really just diagnose this thing as a hoax. And I also want to put some notes down about our methodology here and why we approach things the way that we do. I had a back and forth with someone in our Discord server this morning who tried to guilt trip me out of calling this thing a hoax because he said I was being insensitive. He said I lacked empathy. But the truth is, I have empathy for the brainwashed. I really do. If I didn't have empathy, if I wasn't able to understand how other people see and feel things, I wouldn't know the difference. You know, I'm not apathetic and numb to the fake news and what it actually means. So in our back and forth, it became clear to me that there's a paradigm shift that you really have to go through in order to see where we're coming from, because we're not doing this to be offensive. And if the truth offends you, that's really on you. And I find it weird that people are going to say, like, I really hope that, it's almost like they're saying this, like, I really hope that all these people died. I can't believe the news would lie to us. It's like, no, technically it's good news that these people aren't really dying. But one thing I don't want to do is create an echo chamber where people don't know why they're calling things fake. Like, I don't call everything fake without due cause and reasons. I don't believe that it's a valid claim to say gorillas are fake or panda bears are fake. We have a higher standard of evidence. But the same standard of evidence that says everything on the news is real, you know, is the one that they apply when they say everything is fake. And I'm like, we're not in the middle ground necessarily, but we're in a third category where we withhold judgment until we have enough information. And right now on this event, you know, we're still in discovery. We're still trying to figure out if we have enough information. And after having gone through the video several times, yes, I have plenty of information to call this hoax a hoax. And I don't feel bad about it. I don't believe there are any victims other than the brainwashees. But if you want to join our Discord server, go to infiniteplainsociety.com. It's $2. You can get in for the month. You can stay, even if you don't pay, I won't kick you out, but $2 is the cover charge. And you'll be the first one to know whether or not something's real or fake, because we will find the videos that they're trying to censor, and we will see for ourselves. I don't take anyone's word for it, and we've done our due diligence here. Ashy Dog, good point, says, fake until proven real based on previous constant lying media. Yeah, that's the main thing. That's the main thing there. We're dealing with known pathological liars. It'd be different if this wasn't the case, but they've already shown that they cannot be trusted. By the way, I'm trying to locate a track, if anybody can find it, just a bolt cut away, One Eye Jack on the Shell. Someone has to re-upload it. I tried to find it a few moments ago, got pulled, and I have a review from the track. Just a bolt cut away is utter and total comedic genius, from the lyrics to the video to the vocal delivery to the music. It's chilling and powerful art. It took watching the video for me to appreciate its entirety as a work of genius. It deserves an award. So ironic now that I'm remembering that MTV Awards has an astronaut. The music and visuals of the IPS are worthy creative parallels of your broadcast, and that says a lot. So shout out to One Eye Jack and the Shells. We'll have to get that back up. We will be back shortly. This is Auto Hoax or GTFO by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. By the way, there's a new track by Chief Crow. If you haven't heard it, I believe it's called Dinosaurs in Space. I will see if I can find that here while I'm still sitting here. But like I said, I'm working on a newsletter. We'll be back this evening. Don't miss it.
Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space. Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space, all over the place. They're everywhere I look. Jurassic on the Jam Jam, a T-Rex on the moon, Stegosaurus on a skateboard, pizza triangle cartoon. Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs.
We have to posit the existence of a new technology for liquefied ground cleaning, or a technology or unknown technology. We're taking a and trying to avoid that. Occam's razor. The idea is you don't jump to a conclusion that requires a leap of logic, a leap of faith, or an intervention of the supernatural. There's no way you could have mud in vast quantities moving across vast distances. It doesn't make sense. You would have to already do that. The commenter says, I don't understand how a mud flood can kill everyone but leave the buildings intact. Because gravity. Speaking of mud floods, it would seem that crypto has been mud flooded, or the moon has fallen. Thank you for joining. It's 10 p.m., 5/12/2022, joined by Board Troll, Trey the NBD, Ko-Fi Bot, Jenna Lovecraft Reeves, Rocco Calzone, Rich Flat, A Woodward, Polecat78, Wheeze Invelis, Shannon Jones, and Jordan. Thanks for killing the bots. And I pointed this out the other day. It's not just us. It's not merely there is like an infestation. There's a robot invasion. It's all kinds of dating bots, And I'm trying to figure out, where do you go about recruiting these bots or the people who make them? Like, I wouldn't mind a bunch of out of control IPS bots, penguin bots, running amok across YouTube, just advertising basically. So whoever is programming these dating bots, get a hold of me. Polecat says text alerts are the best. Yeah, it's the best way to get over their attempts to censor us. They don't want us to have a Batman signal. They don't want us to be able to spotlight something that we can all look at and all talk about. They want us atomized, separated, each in our own cell, each in our own cubicle. They don't like the network. And that's why I keep the 24/7 think tank open, the chat room. It's a public think tank. We have the private one, the underground one, in Discord, which you can join for $2 a month. But this live think tank that you're participating in consists of 14 video streams and 2 audio streams. And it's been going consistently now for 196 hours since the last break. And by break, it just means gremlins chew through the wires. I have to go step on them and clean it up and reboot it. But really, it's ongoing. It's infinite. So the big news today is cryptocurrency crashes. BlackRock denies involvement. Very suspicious. A few things stand out about this immediately. We're talking about a cryptocurrency crash, specifically Luna, going from or more than $100 per down to, well, zero. And Luna, of course, crashing, reminiscent of Moonfall. And ever since that movie Moonfall came out on this channel, we've been talking about, what could this mean? Is the moon going to fall? Is NASA going to take? Is there some kind of subtext here? And I think what we came up with, what we were kind of concluding, was that 2021 was all about crypto to the moon. Doge to the moon, the dog coin to the moon, that was the chant, and it was going along with the billionaire space race. Well, this year, it seemed like sky falling was the theme. Don't look up, moonfall. So I think someone in chat had put this together and they had suggested that, maybe this object, there was a piece of space junk. Originally it's from SpaceX. Then they said it was from China, but some random piece of space junk hit the back of the moon as Moonfall comes out. So we were thinking, well, maybe this is suggestive of some kind of an incoming market crash. So anyway, cryptocurrency crash today. Terra Luna coin loses 98% of its value overnight. Coinbase's founders' wealth shrinks from 13 billion to 2 billion. Crypto CEOs are losing billions of dollars in wealth amid an implosion of the value of several mainstream cryptocurrency, Bloomberg reports. So this is one of the topics I wanted to cover, and of course the metascripting parallels to this, the stuff, like I said, Moonfall, things suggestive of some kind of collapse. And there's also something else I wanted to point out was we had the the market crash in 2020. They called it a Black Monday, and it was 33 years since the last market crash, that significant of a crash. These Black Monday market crashes come to mind, specifically the last one, because it occurred after the pandemic was declared, which put us into a state of emergency on that Friday the 13th. So Friday the 13th, emergency. Following Monday, Black Monday market crash. So in a few hours here, it's going to be another Friday the 13th. And again, Moonfall, lunar, this whole Luna currency, cryptocurrency, and Monday is actually Moon Day. Sunday is sun, Monday is moon, etc. So I'm thinking maybe something's going to happen. Let me go ahead and delete the Tinder bot. Again, I don't know what's going on here, but YouTube is allowing this to happen. They are allowing these bots to run amok. It's why we issue out wrenches. So if you have a wrench, use it. All right, we have people coming in from the Discord, the D Live video channel. DLive, it's DLive Infinite Plane dot radio. Joined by that SOB, Trans Rights, Zin Velis, John Snyder. Hey, and if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Rich Flat says more than 200 billion erased from the entire crypto market in a day. I heard it was 600, but whatever it is, it's very big, and I'm just suggesting that this is kind of consistent with what we've been looking at with this Moonfall storyline. In fact, there's a post here from Discord from Cubstar. Oh yeah, that's right. One of the articles from New York Post said crypto investors panic amid digital Bitcoin crash, and it's being described as a bloodbath. And of course, we have a full moon coming up. I believe they're calling it is it a blood moon? What is it this time? Bloody wolf moon? Bloody wolf worm? Satanic portal moon? Every time I look, it's some kind of crazy full moon. But there is something to it. The last full moon, I had a pretty, I'd say, strange night. And I don't know if the moon is to blame, but everything that could have gone wrong